Chapter 21. Battle Training Part 1. Izuku yawned as he walked through the UA gate, still stunned that he actually went to school there. Thoughts of his awe drifted away quickly, though, as he fell deep in thought. The previous evening's encounter with the new Nomu had reminded him of how far he still had to go to have the power to change the world, or even just his own country. Hell, in terms of speed, Izuku couldn't even keep up with Bakugo in the entrance exam combat, and worse, had been too slow to stop him from attacking Hitoshi the previous day. If Eraserhead hadn't stopped him, Izuku didn't like Eraserhead after the previous day, but he could still be grateful. Even if the man was obviously made his teacher for his ability to erase quirks, including his all-for-one. Though the man wasn't too subtle about it, having admitted to being specifically briefed on Izuku. Izuku wondered if the man even knew the whole story with Izuku's father. Maybe Nizu and All Might hadn't told him everything. The hobo-looking man hadn't exactly focused on him, except for the softball throw, but entrance exam results were as good an excuse as any. If he just hadn't messed that up because of Bakugo. Both Izuku and Bakugo froze still as Izuku stepped out of the stairwell right next to the walking dynamite stick. Actually, that was unfair to Dynamite. That stuff is not actually that easy to set off. He was more like a bottle of warm nitroglycerin. Bakugo hopped back from Izuku and raised his hands, ready for battle with tiny explosions crackling on his palms. After the previous day, Izuku didn't have any doubts about Bakugo's readiness to use violence. Izuku's expression fell blank, but within he had tensed throughout, feeling something in his throat. He shifted into a more defensive position, hands open, ready to use either all-for-one or vibration. Were things really going to be like this his whole time at UA? Briefly, Izuku wondered if it would be easier to get away with stealing Bakugo's quirk. Eventually, Bakugo broke his stare and, still ready to strike, stepped towards the class. As he came closest to Izuku, he whispered under his breath, "I will destroy you." "A year ago you might have been able to," Izuku whispered back. Bakugo scowled but kept walking, never completely turning his back to Izuku. Izuku kept several meters distance until they got into the class and he slipped into his seat between Tenya and Hitoshi. They kept the same sitting order in every class and Bakugo settled to sitting at the opposite side of the room in every class too. Hitoshi didn't even need to use his brainwashing. Other students generally didn't bother them. Many of them seemed more awkward or hesitant than afraid or hostile, but Izuku mostly kept Tenya and Hitoshi between himself and them whenever they left the classroom. Tenya especially made for a good barricade. When their lunch hour rolled around, the trio stood and departed the classroom quickly. As they left the classroom, Tenya spoke up. "Izuku, I know yesterday didn't end well, but you shouldn't avoid our classmates. You should at least try talking to the ones that seem to accept you. That goes for you too, Hitoshi." Izuku sighed and looked at Hitoshi. "He is probably right," Hitoshi said, and both looked around. They had already walked away from their classmates, and the corridor was full of other students. Izuku could spot only one familiar person, mostly because Shoji towered above the other students, and some walking behind him snickered while one of them pointed at him. Another waved her hands stupidly. Izuku scowled and walked towards his six-armed classmate. "Hey Shoji," he called loud enough for the snickering group to also hear. "Want to have lunch with us before today's hero training?" He made sure to emphasize the hero part. The snickering group's faces dropped. It was difficult to tell how Shoji felt under his mask. What was the point of that anyway? A mouth that formed in the end of one of his armed tentacles was smiling, however. Even Izuku had to admit that it could be startling to witness the first time. "Sure," Shoji answered and looked at the trio as Hitoshi and Tenya had caught up to Izuku. "If you'll have me. I don't want to intrude." "It's okay. You seem decent enough as a person to spend time with," Izuku said. "Also, I think we have something in common." "Oh, what is it?" "Yesterday when you asked if Bakugo's behavior was because of my quirk, I got the impression you were familiar with that kind of stuff, and mutant-type quirks are the ones people most often discriminate against," Izuku said and glanced where the snickering students' backs were getting further away from them. "You aren't wrong. You don't need to explain," Izuku said. "All of us understand. Let's get some food." They went to the cafeteria and got a four-person table. Izuku froze for a moment, Seeing Shoji eat with a mouth he formed at the end of one of his arms, rather than take away the mask he seemed to always wear. He blinked a couple of times until his thoughts moved to wondering how Shoji's intestines worked with that. After giving up, he focused on his own food. Shoji had his own reasons for eating like that, and Izuku wasn't going to complain about it or push him to talk. So, Shoji started carefully. Why did you want to become a hero? My entire family are heroes, and I want to continue the Ida name in heroics, Tenya said. Also, someone taught me I should always stand up against what is wrong. I want to prove to people my quirk can be used to help people, Hitoshi said. That it doesn't make me a villain. Shoji nodded to both of them. I came here because these two came here, Izuku said between mouthfuls with a totally neutral face. Shoji actually made more eyes to stare at Izuku after that answer. Really? Really? Izuku said and ate some more. It is true, at least partially, Tenya confirmed. Personally, I think he is and wants to be a hero more than he admits to. He never turns away from injustice. Already saved me, Hitoshi added, and my chances of being here. It was too much of a hassle going to different schools, Izuku said, holding the back of his neck in a Hitoshi-like way. How about you, Shoji? Part wanting to help people, part the same as Shinso. Welcome to the club, Izuku said. Lunch passed quickly without a hassle, and next up was the start of their hero training. Izuku was sitting on his seat, nervous of who would be teaching them. Aizawa he could handle unless the man was going for some stupid deception or other stupid ideas, but All Might taught at UA now. Chatter in the room revealed that others were wondering the same question, though with more excitement. At least Tenya and Hitoshi knew better than to talk about the number one hero next to him. I am. Izuku's blood froze. His mother's corpse laying on the ground flashed in his eyes. His father's eyeless, disfigured face stared at him after years apart. Here, coming through the door, like a hero, All Might shouted and came through the door in a stupid pose, leaning forward and hanging from the doorframe. Toshi, Izuku hissed through his teeth, really, don't hesitate to use your quirks on me if you have to. Hitoshi nodded slowly without turning to face Izuku, who was grasping the sides of his desk with all his strength to hold himself back. The rest of the class were too busy gasping and whooping in disbelief to notice his opposite reaction. I can't believe it's really All Might, the blonde Izuku didn't like said. The other blonde, not Bakugo. Sweet. He is a teacher. This year is going to be totally awesome, Kirishima declared, so blind to the realities of the hero world. As All Might did a stupid, exaggerated walk to the front of the class, some other students commented on his hero costume. All Might stopped next to the teacher's desk and looked around the room. His eyes stopped on Izuku, who was in no mood to play around and responded with his most murderous stare. The number one hero quickly averted his eyes. Wel, welcome to the most important class of UA High. All Might's signature grin never faltered. A class that only like 2 out of 11 students in the school gets to attend, Izuku thought. Think of it as Heroing 101. Here you will learn the basics of being a pro and what it means to fight for the name of good. Depending on what you considered good. Izuku continued to glare as the man was posing again, as if they were there to look at his muscles. He showed a piece of paper or a sign that said a single word, battle. Let's get into it. Today's lesson will pull no punches. Izuku had to look away from the obnoxious man, but that only made him spot Bakugo, whose face was twisted in a dangerous mix of excitement and deranged joy. But one of the keys to being a hero is, All Might continued, saving people, Izuku thought. Looking good. Yep, it had been too much to hope from the number one hero. Punch things and try to look good were the two things he had also done a year earlier, when Izuku's mother was lying dead at his feet. All Might continued, unaware of Izuku's objections. These were designed for you based on your quirk registration forms and designs you sent in before school started. A bunch of lockers extended from the opposite wall with numbered suitcases in each of them. That got everyone excited again. After a few more instructions, All Might left the room, and the students rushed to find their suits. Hitoshi turned to face Izuku, who stayed tightly on his seat, breathing heavily. If One for All had not been so resistant to All for One. Izuku's thoughts were interrupted when one of the suitcases was placed on his desk. Tenya handed another one to Hitoshi and gave Izuku a concerned look. He glanced back until the last of other students had left. Are you okay? Yeah. Izuku started. No, Hitoshi finished. Izuku slumped. When he spoke next, he spoke quietly. True. I'm not sure if I want to cry because of Mom or attack All Might for her. I would not recommend the second one. You might get expelled, Tenya said. With someone else it would have been a joking remark, but for Tenya it was just his usual strictness and good understanding of Izuku. Izuku smiled, sniffed, and wiped a tear from his eye. Thanks guys, Izuku said and got up. We should go. I don't want to make you late from the training. The duo nodded slowly, and they followed their classmates to the dressing rooms and settled near Shoji on the opposite end of the room from Bakugo. Others seemed to have at least partially the same idea, as Bakugo had the most empty space around him in the crowded room. Izuku opened his suitcase, hoping for the best. There wasn't really much that could be done to design a suit for all for one, so his request had been mostly focused on not hindering his mobility in combat, while surviving his use of the Dragon Blade and Hellfire Arrow. Besides that, it was supposed to be plain. Whatever All Might said, the looks were the least important part of being a hero, a real hero, not a showman cashing in on the fame. He pulled out a simple one-piece jumpsuit. At first he wanted to make it black for stealth purposes, but that could have resembled his villain costume too much. White would have worked with his hair, but that would have been a blatant opposite of his black suit, and Kurogyri had been strictly opposed to the color. The Nomu had just finished doing laundry for his white shirts that day. In the end, Izuku had picked his second favorite color and had the jumpsuit made dark green. The designers had also added some black details and feet reinforcements he didn't mind. More importantly, he had gotten red shoes this time, along with an equipment belt and gloves that had holes on their palms for all for one, and some kind of protective layer covering the backs of his hands, though not hard metal like his other gloves. Naturally, the equipment belt had a holder for notebooks, and everything was stronger and more fire-resistant than regular fabrics. Finally, the costume had nothing for his head. It wasn't like he needed to hide his face in this world of superstar heroes, and the next winter was far away. Some kind of gas masks might have been useful, though. Changing to the simple costume didn't take long, especially compared to Tenya's costume that made him look like a mix of a medieval knight and a sports car. The larger teen had barely put half of his costume on by the time Izuku started turning around and flexing his limbs to test if the costume would hurt his mobility. It definitely was not as accurately measured as the costume his father had gotten him. The material was flexible and didn't hinder his movements significantly, but the jumpsuit felt a bit too tight, fitting him a bit too snugly and skin-tight. Then again, maybe the designers had done that on purpose. Tight costumes did help heroes show off and get more pictures taken of them, All Might being a prime example. Izuku sighed, but it wasn't really something that mattered now. He turned to Hitoshi. If anything, Hitoshi's costume was even simpler than Izuku's. Instead of a jumpsuit, he had a tight black t-shirt, gray pants that were a bit baggier but would not get in his way, and black boots that looked a bit like those of Izuku's villain costume, but perhaps a bit lighter. For Izuku, the most interesting part of the costume was black arm guards on both his arms, wider than the arm itself, reaching from the edges of his gloves to the elbows. Izuku tapped one with a finger. It was hard, though didn't seem metallic. Carbon fibers, maybe. What do you think? Hitoshi asked. I got the idea from how you use your flame shields. I thought something similar might improve my defense even if they are narrower. I also made sure to ask for fireproof gloves. That's a great idea, Izuku said with a wide grin. We have to train with them after school. Yeah, I was going to ask your help with that. My new apartment is close to a nice sports field. We could go there. Oh, right. You moved closer for school, Izuku said, exited. Closer than you, Hitoshi said, unless you bought a new mansion and didn't tell us. No, but if you'd like one, Izuku shrugged, forcing a thoughtful expression onto his face. They stayed quiet for a moment, as did those closest to them, then both burst out laughing. It took them a moment to calm down. Unfortunately, that might be a little too much to convince Dad on. Understandable, Hitoshi agreed. They waited for Tenya to finish putting on his overly complex armor and headed to the training site. They were the last of their class to exit the changing areas. The training site was another one of the many cities UA maintained for the hero classes. All Might was standing in the middle of the street at the end of the corridor they entered through. Izuku could already feel his blood pressure rising at the sight of the man. He fell a few steps behind Hitoshi and Tenya. "You look so cool," All Might said with a thumbs up to the students, finishing something the latecomers didn't hear. "Now shall we get started, you bunch of newbies? Now that you are ready, it's time for combat training." "Sir," Tenya said, raising his hand, "this is the fake city from the entrance exams. Does that mean we will be conducting urban battles again?" "Not quite. I am going to move you 2 steps ahead. Most of the villain fights you see on the news take place outside. However, statistically speaking, run-ins with the most dastardly evildoers take place indoors. Think about it. Backroom deals, home invasions, secret underground lairs. Truly intelligent criminals stay in the shadows." All Might's explanation caught Izuku by surprise, mostly because he was making sensible points for once. "For this training exercise, you will be split into teams of good guys and bad guys and fight 2-on-2 indoor battles." The brief explanation was followed by a series of questions from the students. Izuku squeezed his hands into fists when the first question Bakugo was able to come up with was how much they were allowed to hurt their opponents, since obviously the question didn't come from concern over his fellow students. Uraraka, on the other hand, was concerned over a possible threat of expulsions thanks to Eraserhead. All Might moved on to explain the training scenario. Unfortunately, he had already forgotten the mostly sensible examples he used before, and the training scenario sounded more like an action movie battle with villains guarding a nuclear weapon inside an office building for some reason, and heroes trying to get the bomb or defeat the villains in time. Not like a real situation which would require them to do both. Well, if the point was just to learn to fight, it might be adequate, except neither All Might or UA had yet to actually teach them anything about fighting. Maybe they wanted to test them like the first time Izuku faced a Nomu. Time is limited, and we'll choose teams by drawing lots. The traditional, you have to be able to work with anyone approach, Izuku muttered, just loud enough for Tenya and Hitoshi to hear. "It isn't completely wrong, you know," Tenya whispered back. "Heroes often have to work together and may not have any options in an emergency." "What's that?" All Might called. Tenya instantly bowed. "Nothing, sir. Please excuse my rudeness." Next they had the team selection. Even the ever-polite and dedicated Tenya groaned when he was paired with Bakugo. Izuku placed his hand on Tenya's shoulder. "My condolences. He's not going to cooperate with you, so your best chance is just letting him go and using him as a distraction." Izuku Midoriya and Fumikage Tokoyami. All Might declared another team, and Izuku started searching for his new ally. He hadn't yet talked with Tokoyami, but the bird-headed classmate in an all-black cloak was easy to recognize. He might also understand what it was like to be discriminated against for his quirk, so Izuku wasn't completely pessimistic about the potential teamwork. Izuku decided to test his theory and offered his hand for a handshake. Tokoyami reacted slowly, but still did respond in kind. Izuku was just about to grab his hand when a dark, distinctly bird-shaped mass emerged from within Tokoyami and blocked Izuku from approaching. Also, much to Izuku's surprise, it could talk. "Don't come any closer. I won't let you touch Fumi." Izuku took a step back in surprise and looked at Tokoyami, a question in his wide eyes. Tokoyami, however, was already in action, trying to hold down the shadow creature. "What are you doing, Dark Shadow? He is our ally. That doesn't mean I am going to trust him. If he tries anything, I won't hesitate to deal with him." "Stop this foolishness, Dark Shadow. Don't trust him, Fumi." "The quirk has the right idea," Bakugo commented from nearby. "Is there something wrong?" All Might asked. "I am sorry," Tokoyami said. "Dark Shadow is acting out. He's a sentient quirk." While it had already been pretty obvious, the words sentient quirk lit a glint in Izuku's eyes, and he pulled out one of his notebooks. He barely noticed All Might speaking, which was no low bar. "That is quite rare. Can you participate in the training?" All Might asked. "Yes. This isn't too unusual." "With that guy?" Dark Shadow asked, shocked. Izuku felt as if it was glaring at him. "Yes," Tokoyami said more forcefully. "Now go back inside until we start." "Don't let him touch you," the quirk said just before it disappeared into Tokoyami's body. All Might looked at him for a moment, glancing at Izuku several times, nodded, and went back to randomly choosing teams. Tokoyami turned back to Izuku only to meet an intense stare over an open notebook and rapidly moving pen. How far can Harriak Fromia? What if I Sagra and Samith dash? Izuku. Izuku jumped at the booming voice. It echoed in his head but felt like Hitoshi was screaming next to both his ears with a voice amplifier. Wah. He responded reflexively and fell under the brainwashing. It didn't last long as Hitoshi came to him and flicked his forehead with a finger, breaking the brainwashing. His quirk already doesn't seem to like you. Try not to agitate him by pushing too much, Hitoshi advised. You're right. Sorry, Tokoyami. I got too excited. I should be the one apologizing. Dark Shadow has his own opinions on people, but he has never been so hostile to someone new before. I hope you will still fight alongside me. If you were acting like Dark Shadow, I wouldn't. Whatever that brick house says, but so far you seem decent. Tokoyami stared at him, not commenting anything until Hitoshi spoke to him. Don't let him scare you. He can be the best friend you ever hoped for, if you earn it, and the bar isn't as high as he makes it seem. Hitoshi went to find his teammate for the exercise, and All Might, having finished making the teams, went on to selecting who was fighting who. I declare the first teams to fight will be. All Might plunged his hands in the boxes with marked balls and pulled two out. These guys. Team A will be the heroes. Team D will be the villains. Everyone else can head to the monitoring room to watch. Izuku barely listened to the last sentences. He and Tokoyami were Team A, and Team D was. He turned to look at Tenya and Bakugo, who was sending a murderous glare at him while explosions sparked on the thick gloves of his new costume. The thing even had gauntlets that looked like large grenades. Actually, there was nothing surprising there. The real question was, what was their purpose? Even in all his cockiness, Bakugo wasn't stupid enough to slow himself down with useless wrist weights. Izuku blinked, realizing he was going to battle with Bakugo, and he was calmly evaluating his longtime enemy's clothes. He looked down at his hand. He wasn't shaking, not in the least bit. Actually going up against Bakugo didn't feel any different than starting his regular daily training, though of course those tended to include Nomus. Bakugo was going to be in for a surprise. Things were going to be different than in the past. All Might handed everyone earpieces to communicate with and sent the villains inside the building while Izuku and Tokoyami waited to enter. So, you know both our opponents. What shall we expect from them? Tokoyami asked. Izuku brushed his chin, thinking. Bakugo will leave Tenya behind and come after me. He won't care about you or the training scenario, and both of them know that. Tenya is more difficult to predict. I think he will probably stay near the bomb after Bakugo leaves, but I did suggest he could use that as a distraction, so there is a chance he might surprise us while we are focused on Bakugo. I don't know how fast Dark Shadow is, but if he can circle around you for all-around protection, that is probably your best chance to stop a surprise attack. Our options are to either fight Bakugo together or split up when he comes for me. You could use that time to find the bomb, and we could meet again to attack together if you can't get past Tenya. I recommend we split up. That only works if you can beat Bakugo. I have to beat him, and not for the exercise. Izuku stared forward with a rare level of determination. I can see you are on a quest you must complete alone. I shall find the bomb while you exact the justice you seek. Izuku looked at his teammate, not saying a word. I too find him quite annoying and heard what you said about him yesterday, Tokoyami added. Show him the terror of the darkness he has inflicted on you. Izuku smiled. I will. They spent the remaining time going through the building floor plans and mentally marking the best routes for faster movement and evasion. All right. All Might's voice boomed from hidden speakers. Considering the time it would take for him to come from the monitoring room, there would be essentially no teacher interruption if Bakugo decided to go too far, or Izuku for that matter. Let's begin the indoor combat training. Team A and Team D, your time starts now. Trying to avoid the most obvious paths, Izuku and Tokoyami climbed in through a window and started quietly proceeding through the building with Izuku leading the way. His hands twitched, ready to strike, be it by cutting with flaming blade or tearing away the quirk of his opponent. One moment they were approaching a crossing of corridors. The next, with no warning, Bakugo flew around the corner and launched a large explosion at them. Izuku reacted in a split second, both jumping out of the way and pushing Tokoyami away at the same time. Izuku managed to stay on his feet after the impact and explosive shockwave, but Tokoyami fell on Dark Shadow, who appeared to catch him. "Hey, watch it!" the shadow creature shouted. "Didn't I tell?" Bakugo charged at Izuku. If he hadn't changed too much during the past year, his first move was going to be. Bakugo charged at Izuku and with a scream swung his right arm in a big right hook, just like he always started a fight. Izuku was ready for it and caught his arm, spun around, and threw Bakugo on his back on the floor. "Bind him, Dark Shadow."
No.
"What? Cease this foolishness and help Midoriya. Not going anywhere close to that guy." While they argued, Izuku shifted to bring his foot down on Bakugo in a big axe kick. Bakugo let out an explosion from one of his hands and spun out of the way just in time and flew back into a standing position. The two faced each other again, neither yielding a millimeter or bothering with any pointless words to each other. "Go, Tokoyami," Izuku shouted. Bakugo took advantage of the distraction, propelled himself at Izuku with explosions, and sunk his foot into Izuku's stomach. The impact felt like he was hit by a car, and wasn't sure if it tore something inside his guts. The pain was certainly strong enough. They both flew several meters down the corridor from the impact before Bakugo halted his own momentum with small explosions and let Izuku crash on the floor in front of him. Still reeling from the impact, Izuku took advantage of his remaining momentum and managed a backflip to get back on his feet. That caught Bakugo off guard as he was charging again, expecting to attack someone already on the floor and not a fist heading for his chin. Part of Izuku wanted to activate the Dragon Blade at that moment and be done with all of this forever, but punching Bakugo hard enough to knock him back was satisfying regardless. Unsurprisingly, it wasn't enough to knock out the exploding boy. Izuku had figured out long ago that Bakugo's quirk had to have some level of hidden durability enhancement or shock resistance to not maim or kill himself every time he set off explosions. Bakugo released explosions from one of his hands to spin around and hit Izuku with his grenade gauntlet. Izuku held back a yelp. He wasn't going to show weakness now, and Nomus could hit even harder, at least the new one. Bakugo tried to follow up with an explosive punch, but even he wasn't as fast as Izuku's father's air blasts. Izuku twisted out of the way, grabbed the extended arm, and tried to throw Bakugo on the ground again. Of course, it wasn't that easy. This time Bakugo was ready, and the fight degraded into a mix of wrestling and punching on the floor where both were hammering each other. Izuku could feel something breaking and healing when Bakugo punched him in the face, but being on top for the moment, Izuku could deliver equal responses as blood splatter from both stained the floor.
"Enough!"
Bakugo screamed. "D." Realizing what was coming, Izuku barely had time to bring both his arm in front of his face and light dragon blades in the shape of shields, as dense as he could make them. He leaned back to not take the explosion head-on, but the shockwave still threw him off Bakugo and left him groaning on his back on the floor. Steps and heavy breathing approached Izuku, who briefly squeezed his eyes shut to fake more incapacitating pain than he was actually experiencing. There was pain, plenty of it, but he had had his arms broken too many times to let this shock him out of the battle. Without changing his expression, he drew on the calm mind to ignore even that as he only focused on his enemy with every other sense. The heavy breathing was right above him. He could even tell roughly where Bakugo's head was from the sound of his breathing. The consistent breathing was interrupted by a huff laced with the arrogance of an overconfident person thinking he had won. New steps and feet dragging against the floor revealed Bakugo turning around. "You were never going to beat me. Even with a villain quirk, you're just useless, Deku dash." With a single quick motion, Izuku had swiped Bakugo's feet from under him. Bakugo caught himself with his hands and used explosions to push against the ground and return to his feet, but it was already too late. Izuku jumped up and at Bakugo's back, slamming him on his stomach. Having had enough of the battle, Izuku without hesitation slammed his hand on the back of Bakugo's head. The other snaked around Bakugo's neck. Izuku could have choked him from that position, but he was more concerned with holding on at any cost until his deed was done. "Don't you dare, Deku!" Bakugo was thrashing hard, A set of another explosion strong enough to lift them both off the floor and slam Izuku against the wall fired off, but Izuku only squeezed harder, refusing to let go. He could feel the explosion quirk inside Bakugo and grabbed it with none of the carefulness he usually applied. Soon Bakugo literally roared like an animal, but his movements slowed as his body tensed. He was gasping for air with whimpers of pain in between. "You shouldn't have resisted," Izuku whispered, his words cold as ice. He released his grip and pushed a whimpering Bakugo off him. The formerly explosive blonde fell on the floor and simply stared up at the ceiling as Izuku rose to his feet. He took off one of his gloves and held open the hand, making sure it was visible to a nearby monitoring camera. He already had a little experience with this quirk from when his all-for-one first appeared. So after a brief moment of focus, small explosions sparkled on his palm. He looked straight at the camera, closed his hand into a fist, and turned around. Only at the last moment he remembered the rules of the fight and pulled a capture tape from his belt. It only took a few seconds to wrap it around Bakugo's arms. There wasn't a word in response to him taking down an opponent. Considering All Might's taste for theatrics and unnecessarily loud shouting, he was either smart enough to not give away intel to the training students, or the man was having flashbacks to his previous meetings with Izuku's father. Izuku turned again to leave, but he only took a few steps before Bakugo spoke, just whispers at first but getting louder with every repeat. "Give it back. Give 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 it back." Bakugo had already risen to a sitting position with a stare that still looked, well, empty, for the lack of a better word, but his face was twisting in rage. His arms bulged, tensed, and shook against the capture tape. "You already lost," Izuku said. "Get out while I go fight Tenya, and maybe I'll give your quirk back." "You will give it back now," Bakugo screamed. The capture tape snapped in two, and he charged at Izuku. Of course, he started with a right hook again. Izuku stepped aside, and instead of throwing Bakugo like before, he detonated a small explosion next to Bakugo's face. It was more like a smoke bomb, but to Bakugo the shock of being hit by his own quirk was like a nuke going off outside. He barely avoided falling on the floor again. "Young Bakugo, you've lost. Stop fighting." All Might's voice came from speakers. Neither of them cared. "I will kill you. You didn't even beat me with your quirk that is supposedly so great. You think you can kill me now as a quirkless? Oh, you might have stolen my quirk, but don't think I can't kill little useless Deku. I may not be able to produce explosive sweat now, but these gauntlets are not just for show. They have been storing up my sweat since I put them on for one monster blast." Bakugo raised his arm and pointed one of the gauntlets. He pulled a literal pin out of it. "Young Bakugo, don't do it," All Might shouted. "You'll kill him." Izuku was pretty sure he'd survive the blast, but not without having to explain his regeneration quirk. The nearest side corridor was too far, and the reinforced walls didn't have as much as a door anywhere near. He could see a glow of death sparking inside the gauntlet with Bakugo's near-insane stare behind it. Izuku ran at Bakugo. In a last desperate try, he reached forward and slapped the gauntlet just to move it a little bit as he dove in the opposite direction. The entire world turned into light and ear-rupturing noise. Izuku could feel burning heat through his supposedly fire-resistant suit as the flash blinded him. Chapter 22, Battle Training Part 2. Izuku's ears were still ringing as his vision started returning, though it didn't do him much good with the decimated corridor filled with dust impeding his sight. He coughed, missing the built-in gas mask of his black costume. "DKU!" Bakugo screamed, still raging. He emerged from the dust, his skin reddened and wounds from shrapnel all over it. His arm in particular, the one with the gauntlet he had fired from, was hanging limp and visibly busted. Half of it was purple like one giant bruise. Bakugo had never been injured by his quirk like that. Of course, it wasn't his quirk anymore. And despite all that, he started shakily raising his other arm to point its gauntlet at Izuku at point-blank range, too deranged to realize that using it would kill them both, as far as he knew at least. There was a quick swish as Izuku's dragon blade ignited, and in a single swing cut off the gauntlet's handle Bakugo used to set off the explosion. Izuku followed with a punch to the face, and second and third. After the fourth one, Bakugo wasn't trying to straighten himself back up as fast and blood was dipping down his chin. Izuku pushed him against the partially collapsed wall, one arm against his chest, the other holding a bright blue dragon blade in front of Bakugo's face where he could easily deliver a fatal blow. He spoke very slowly. "You lost. Stop before you kill someone." "Never!" Bakugo shouted, spitting blood on Izuku's face. "If you think I would surrender to a villain like you, you're insane. I will beat you, and the others will see things like I do soon enough. I will destroy you. You will be done for, and the same goes for the idiots that take your side, especially the Motorhead and your brainwashing villain FR." Bakugo fell quiet as Izuku swung his blade closer to him. The dragon blade shined even brighter than before, and Izuku was holding it close enough to Bakugo's neck to make his skin blister. Izuku himself leaned in close enough that the heat was uncomfortable on his own neck. His voice when he spoke, on the other hand, was the coldest and most threatening it had ever been. "If you have a problem with me, you can come fight me. I even welcome it. I am no longer the weak kid you could push around." Izuku fell quiet for several seconds. "But if you as much as pick a hair from one of those two's heads, I will kill you with your own quirk, and I will do it slowly till even your mother can't recognize what is left of you." His father would have been so proud. Throughout the whole thing, Izuku didn't break eye contact or even blink. He gave no reason to even imagine him being anything but 100% serious with his threat. Seeing genuine fear in Bakugo's eyes was truly satisfying. "I am here," All Might shouted from down the corridor. Izuku's blade flashed just a little hotter, making Bakugo jolt, before Izuku extinguished it and grabbed Bakugo's tank top. He threw his former nightmare to the ground like a bag of trash. "Young Bakugo, don't," All Might started saying when he arrived, and stopped to look at the boy laying in a heap on the floor, then at Izuku standing over him. His costume was half torn or blown away, with what was left of the upper half hanging by a narrow strip of fabric from one shoulder. His body was covered in scratches, bruises, and burns. He wasn't allowing the regeneration quirk to heal. As satisfying as it would have been to stand over defeated Bakugo completely unharmed, he didn't want them knowing about that quirk. He thought he saw a hint of fear in the so-called hero's eyes. "He attacked me after I had already captured him," Izuku said, trying to not show his feelings to the large man, "and tried to kill me. He stole my quirk." Bakugo screamed, struggling to get up. "Midoriya," All Might started and paused. "Used his quirk legitimately to win a training battle. You used your quirk, at least indirectly, after you had already lost and in a way that could have killed him?" He looked around at the destroyed corridor. "Both of you. We will have a talk with Aizawa and Principal Nizu after the exercise. They will likely call your parents to join us. Are Tinya and Tokoyami okay?" Izuku asked, paying no attention to All Might, who was lifting Bakugo from the floor with surprisingly little resistance. "Young Ida is unharmed. I told him to remain where his is while the training is halted. Tokoyami was not harmed by the explosion, but returned to the area we lost cameras on." "I'm here," Tokoyami called from the opposite end of the corridor. "I came back to look for Midoriya after that explosion." He got a thumbs up from All Might. "Excellent work considering your teammate. Young Midoriya, how are you feeling? Can you continue?" "Yes." "Are you sure? After such impacts, you could have injuries that aren't visible. Are you feeling okay? No nausea or lightheadedness?" "No," Izuku said and turned his back to the man. "Are you going to end the training or continue it? I don't feel like just standing here. Considering the three of you can still fight, I see no reason to stop the training, but you need to stay away from the damaged area. Wait on this floor until I have evacuated Bakugo. I will announce when the training continues. Also, take my earpiece, Midoriya. Yours seems to have broken." Izuku took the offered device after confirming his wasn't even in his ear anymore and followed All Might away from the devastated corridor while the man carried Bakugo, who began screaming murder again at the thought of being taken away from the one holding his quirk. For the first time, Izuku took a good look at the damage. Him slapping Bakugo's gauntlet had redirected the explosion slightly to the side, carving an expanding scar on the corridor wall before busting all the way through the side and end walls into adjacent rooms that seemed quite wrecked. What kind of person would give someone so deranged such a deadly weapon? He waited in a different corridor with Tokoyami for All Might to restart the training. Izuku focused on his breathing and on calming down from the roller coaster of emotion that was his previous fight. He still couldn't help but notice Tokoyami making nervous glances at him. Izuku turned toward him. "Is everything well?" The black mass of dark shadow emerged from Tokoyami's body. "Not a step closer, villain, or you'll wish the Boom Boy was back here." Izuku sighed, too tired from fighting Bakugo to deal with the sentient quirk's antics. "What is it that makes you act so hostile with me? From how Tokoyami talked about it, you don't act like this usually." "No, he doesn't," Tokoyami said. "I don't understand why. Has he ever called people villains?" Izuku asked, brushing his chin. "No, only once when he caught a purse snatcher when I was younger." "Because that guy was bad news, just like this one," Dark Shadow insisted. "So, he probably has a problem with my quirk, like most people. Can't say I'm surprised." Izuku held up his bare hand and let small explosions sparkle on it for Tokoyami to see. "I wonder how the rest of the class is going to take this." "I don't care what they think," Dark Shadow interrupted. "You will not take me from Fumi." Izuku blinked. "Is that what this is about? You think I am going to use my quirk to take you away? Didn't you just take someone else's quirk away?" "Yeah, but he was my enemy, and his quirk isn't sentient. Just because I can do something doesn't mean I will, and I can't think of anything stupider than stealing a sentient quirk." "Yeah, that's what you say." "You don't need to trust me," Izuku corrected. "Just think. You seem capable of thinking, right? You aren't just some extension of Tokoyami's body he can control at will. You have your own personality, obviously. That doesn't mean I'm not part of him, and I like it that way." "I know. I have read that sentient quirks are very attached to whoever has them, and if Tokoyami can't fully control you, that would apply to me too if I took you from him. You believe it would. I would tear you apart rather than let that happen. And since we both know that, why do you think I would risk trying to steal you from Tokoyami? Well, you might. It would be really stupid of me." "He's right, Dark Shadow. I've been trying to tell you," Tokoyami said, clear irritation in his voice. "Even if he was a fellow creature of the night." "Creature of the night?" Izuku asked, wary. "I do not mean it negatively," Tokoyami said quickly. "People often misunderstand my interests in dark themes or expressions for such." "I see," Izuku said. "Dark Shadow, I am not going to take you from Tokoyami, but if we can't work together, he'll look bad in the training." The black quirk creature stared at him for a long moment and then huffed. "I will cooperate, but don't think I'm not keeping an eye on you." Izuku rolled his eyes but didn't comment more to the suspicious quirk. "Everyone ready?" All Might's sound echoed through the building. "The training battle recommences now." "Okay," Izuku said. "You lead the way. You had more time to investigate the building and Dark Shadow can scout ahead." "You want me to get further away from Fumi?" the quirk asked with obvious suspicion. "Dark Shadow," Tokoyami commanded.
Fine.
The quirk stretched ahead of them as they got to the nearest stairwell and started climbing. They proceeded floor by floor, just quick enough to peek into every room, with Dark Shadow doing most of the peeking. "What do you think Ida is going to do now?" Tokoyami asked as they ran. "The options are the same as before. Either he sticks to the bomb to not leave it alone, or he tries to catch us by surprise with a sudden attack. Normally I'd say Tenya is going to play it safe and guard the bomb, especially since he can't use Bakugo as a distraction anymore, but he is facing 2-on-1, so he might." Dark Shadow peeked on another room and got a face full of armored leg. The shadow creature got launched through the opposite door. Tenya barely stopped his momentum before doing the same. He needed to train that more. At least his difficulty of changing direction gave Izuku enough time to push Tokoyami aside and raise his arms before Tenya came for them. The fiery shields formed over his hands just before a spinning kick hit them. The force shook every bone in Izuku's body and launched him several meters backwards. Tenya turned against Tokoyami, but Dark Shadow was already back and trying to surround Tenya, who jumped out before the quirk could fully encircle him. Izuku took a few seconds to recover from Tenya's attack and then inched closer, looking for an opening. Forgetting he didn't need to watch for any other enemies, he glanced around and into a side corridor they were standing next to. The room Tenya had come from was on that side. Even if he decided to go on offensive, maybe he wouldn't have left too far from the bomb. There wasn't much time left. Tenya could win just by holding them there for a moment. Izuku bolted to the side corridor and used the earpiece to talk with Tokoyami. Try to hold him there. I think the bomb is close. Izuku turned into a parallel corridor. There were multiple doors all closed with no sign of one being more important than another, but considering how far down the corridor Dark Shadow had been when Tenya attacked him, Izuku quickly counted the doors. Either the bomb was in the room where Tenya had attacked from, or the door at the end of the corridor was wide open, hanging from a hinge and blackened in the middle, like a walking explosives factory had busted it open, too impatient to open the door normally. The fake bomb was even visible through it. Izuku ran towards the broken door with speed accumulated from a year of harsh physical training. Midoriya. Tokoyami shouted in his ear. He's calm dash. A door behind Izuku flew off its hinges as Tenya kicked through it and landed behind Izuku, only bumping on the wall slightly.
Engineer.
You've improved your braking, Izuku congratulated and kept running. There was no way he could get to the bomb before Tenya caught him, and same went for Tokoyami, except Izuku remembered how Bakugo had propelled himself with explosions in both the entrance exam and the quirk apprehension test. There was some risk, especially while hiding his regeneration ability, but Izuku pointed his arms backwards. He could already hear Tenya's engine sound closing in. It took a bit of focus to adjust how much power he thought he was putting in the explosion. First, there was a little spark. Then there was a huge boom and scream as Izuku felt like his arms were trying to tear themselves off. Bakugo really did this for any prolonged distance? By the time the thought reached Izuku's head, he was already through the door, having somehow aimed perfectly. A fraction of a second later, all air escaped his lungs and the cabinet-sized fake bomb fell on its side from the impact and Izuku slid down its side. He let himself fall on his back, breathing hard as he came back from the high of battle with a giant grin on his face. If there was one thing in the world he could agree on with Bakugo, it was that winning was nice. He was also surprised his ribs hadn't cracked from the impact. If he had had time, he would have investigated if the explosion quirk really had hidden side effects. Descending on that pit of muttering, he almost missed the caped gorilla's shout. The heroes win. There was another shout he did not miss. Izuku. Izuku pushed himself to a sitting position to face Tenya, who had finally arrived in the room. His armor-like costume was missing some pieces and largely blackened, at least on the front side. But the larger teen moved with no sign of being hindered by serious injury or pain. Still, Izuku couldn't be sure. I didn't hurt you, right? What? No, not really. I was surprised. You were able to catch me off guard with that explosion. I should have expected that possibility after Bakugo was defeated. Yes, you should have, Izuku agreed and jumped on his feet in a single quick motion. Are you uninjured? Tenya asked this time. I'm okay. Or at least no worse off than after beating McBoom. Well, that was quite a bump, I guess. Izuku nodded towards the fallen bomb with a dent on its side. Tenya didn't look convinced. Are you sure you're okay? Yes. Izuku looked away from Tenya and back at the dented bomb, though I might owe that to Bakugo's quirk. I see, Tenya said. I won't tell him if you don't. Too late for that, Izuku said and pointed at the earpiece transmitting everything they said. He sighed. Let's get out of here. They joined Tokoyami, who had considerately waited outside the room, and headed back downstairs. Izuku spent most of the time stretching his arms. They still felt like they might fall off because of the force from the explosion. He hadn't felt like that since after his early training sessions with his father and Kurojiiri. It was a calm walk until they passed a side corridor leading to where Izuku and Bakugo had fought. Tenya walked all the way past it, and then took a step back to look at the destroyed area. What happened here? Bakugo, Izuku responded without stopping. Forget not being injured. How are you still alive? Tenya said, and took a few running steps to catch up. Training. When did we train to survive getting a building dropped on us? When we tried to not get blitzed by you. You can survive anything if you get out of the way before it hits you. No one had a counterargument for that, so they got out talking about the short fight between Tenya and Dark Shadow. All Might was already coming with the next teams. Hitoshi, a guy with a tail, Ojiro, if Izuku remembered the name correctly, Shoji, and Endeavor's son Todoroki. Hitoshi ran ahead to Izuku's group. Izuku glanced at Tenya, covered in dark soot, and then down at himself. "We are okay," he said before Hitoshi could ask. I beat him. I beat Bakugo. You should have seen his face when he realized I got him." Izuku held up his open hand and let small explosions sparkle on it. Hitoshi softly punched his shoulder. "I knew you would, even if you look like you got sucked through a jet engine." Both of them smiled at that. "It is good that you are still standing Midoriya, but you should still go see Recovery Girl to be safe. You can return young Bakugo's quirk there." "I'll go after Toshi's match," Izuku said more rudely than he should have, trying to maintain his cover. "I don't want to miss it." "Toshi?" All Might asked. Izuku pointed at Hitoshi. "I see. I think that is okay. Villain team, follow me inside. Heroes wait here. Show them what you got," Izuku told Hitoshi with a smile. "If you lose, you'll pay for it during our evening training." Hitoshi gulped and followed All Might inside. Izuku glanced at his opponents. Even with all their training, Hitoshi could hardly win in direct physical combat, but Izuku was confident he would surprise the hero team. A moment later, All Might came back out and led the trio to the control room. As soon as Izuku and his two companions stepped into the room, everyone turned to face them. Izuku drew a deep breath and observed carefully how everyone acted. A few stepped back when Izuku got close, and he was confident it was not because of his slightly disturbing appearance. There were exceptions, though, like Kirishima. "Hey Midoriya, that was a totally manly battle. Even using Bakugo's quirk was somehow manly." "Somehow?" Izuku asked, raising his eyebrows. "Well, I mean, even if it was an exercise, stealing is kind of wrong. If a villain tries to shoot you and you take away his gun, is that wrong?" Izuku asked. "Well, no, B. There is no but," Izuku said and turned away from the redhead. Maybe he wasn't a bad person, but he was still raised into the prejudices of this society. Izuku much preferred to focus on the large screens across one of the walls. Hitoshi and Ojiro were already standing by the now dented fake bomb, though apparently in a different room. Something poked at the back of his leg. Tenya had found a chair from somewhere and was offering it to him. "I know I can't convince you to leave before this fight is over, but you should at least sit down." Izuku nodded and sat down. Tenya remained standing next to him, and surprisingly Tokoyami stayed almost as close on the other side. The rest at least gave them space. All Might was looking at him from a few meters away, but turned his head as soon as Izuku's narrowed eyes met his gaze. "Right, the preparation time is almost over." He held up the little microphone in his hand. Or maybe it was a normal-sized microphone and just looked small in the boisterous hero's giant hands. "Are you ready? You know the whole point of the speaker system is that you don't need to shout all the time?" Izuku asked. A girl with dark purpley hair and headphone jacks for earlobes nodded at that. All Might glanced at him and continued, slightly less loudly. "Your time begins now." Shoji was the first one to enter the building, spreading all his arms out with ears on each one of them. Almost instinctually, Izuku's hand moved to get his notebook from its holder. Only halfway into the motion, concern rose, and he twisted to see if the notebook had survived. The corner of its holder was torched, and the notebook was blackened and torn from that corner, but at least his notes were mostly safe. By the time Todoroki walked into the building, half of his body was covered in ice, and Izuku was already scribbling notes. "Where did he get that?" someone asked in the background, but Izuku didn't have time to see who. He was too focused on being surprised that Shoji was stepping back outside as Todoroki already declared victory. Then Izuku blinked and the whole building was covered in ice. He instantly looked for the screens showing the villain team. To his relief, both Hitoshi and Ojiro were okay, and just had their feet frozen onto the floor. With his concern relieved, Izuku was free to nerd out over Todoroki's quirk. If he ever wanted to take the quirk of any of his classmates other than Bakugo, Todoroki was certainly high on the list, even if it took Izuku years to reach the same ice output. Todoroki then simply walked inside with seemingly no worry in the world. Hitoshi and Ojiro were still stuck in the ice, stunned at what had happened. "Don't just stand there," Izuku whispered, and almost like Hitoshi had heard Izuku, he began hitting the ice with his arm guard and spoke to Ojiro. "Use your tail to break the ice." After a few seconds, Ojiro did as Hitoshi said, but never responded out loud. Actually, Izuku noticed him pressing his lips tighter together. Onto the blacklist Ojiro went, getting out of the ice faster than Hitoshi, and even slamming the rest of the ice. Trapping Hitoshi with his tail weren't enough to change that. They didn't have time to take advantage of that situation as Todoroki walked into the room. Ojiro leaped at Todoroki, propelling himself with his tail, but Todoroki slightly twisted his right foot. A burst of ice rushed across the floor until an ice pillar burst out of it right below Ojiro. In less than a second, his attack was stopped, and he was completely trapped by the ice pillar. Gasps and statements of wonder filled the monitoring room. Izuku wondered how much about that had come from the quirk and how much from training. "It's not your fault. We are just playing on different levels," Todoroki said. He launched a similar attack towards Hitoshi only for his eyes to widen as Hitoshi darted to the side, avoiding the ice. The rest of the class observing were equally impressed. "That attack is fast, but not as fast as Tenya," Izuku commented. The taller teen simply nodded as Hitoshi dodged another ice attack and hid behind Ojiro's ice pillar while talking to Todoroki. "He improved greatly during our training," Tenya said. "I have only ever fought two people who are more difficult to hit." "So," Hitoshi said back in the training building, "I guess you've been observant enough to hear how my quirk works, since Mr. Boom Boom made me use it yesterday." Todoroki didn't answer and instead sent a much wider wave of ice that passed around both sides of Ojiro's ice pillar and finally caught Hitoshi, freezing his feet on the floor again. "Well, he did pretty well, I guess, Karo," one of the girls said. "He's not done yet," Izuku said, smiling. Even All Might glanced at him with a question in his eyes, but the fight wasn't over yet, and there wasn't time for explanations as Hitoshi kept talking. "Izuku might have explained my quirk to half of the class, but did he ever mention my father's quirk?" People in the monitoring room stared at the screen confused. Their feelings were reflected on Todoroki's face, but he had enough self-control to not respond. "Boo!" Todoroki jolted and spun around, apparently ready to attack, with a small burst of fire flashing on his left arm, but in the process he forgot to keep his mouth shut. Wah! He stopped suddenly as if he was caught in his own ice, and a devious smirk creeped onto Hitoshi's face. "Told you," Izuku said. "Get rid of this ice, and then let me restrain you." "How did he?" the headphone jack girl asked. There is no way Todoroki would have fallen for that after staying quiet for so long. Yaoyorozu stated the obvious. "He said something about his father's queer." She paused mid-sentence. Her head turned slowly away from the screen towards Izuku. Everyone except Tenya followed her example one by one. Izuku himself started squirming on his seat, getting uneasy with the constant and increasing attention. Some of these people hadn't reacted to him too badly, but not all were friendly either, and things could change. They were already wary about him taking Bakugo's quirk, and now were increasingly focused on him. In his life so far it had usually meant nothing good, and All Might's presence didn't help. He was torn between hatred and grief every time the man spoke. "Izuku?" Tenya asked, noticing his uncomfortable squirming. "Sorry, it has been quite a lot for one day. Are you sure you are okay?" All Might came closer. "It would be wisest to go to." He reached his hand to grab Izuku's shoulder. There was a lot that Izuku had tolerated and held himself back on, but that was too much. Just as the hand that had taken his father from him was about to reach him, Izuku jolted up and away from the man. His chair fell on the floor. The sound of the impact mixed in with the sizzle of a blue dragon blade. Izuku's other hand was partially open. All for one burned inside him, wanting to be used. Everyone jumped back. Even All Might took a step away as Izuku literally hissed at him. "Don't touch me." Midoriya, All Might started, but his voice only made Izuku's expression harden. "Izuku." Izuku blinked and glanced at Tenya. He didn't resist when the larger teen grabbed his arm right above the burning blade. He even reduced the temperature instinctually with Tenya's hand, so close, and the blade turned into a more traditional orange. Tenya used his other hand to pull the chair back up. Izuku finally extinguished his blade once Tenya was standing between him and All Might. He looked at the floor.
"Sadi."
"Wow, what was that about?" One of the boys with blonde hair asked. "Kaminari, if Izuku wasn't wrong, Midoriya Ida?" "It is not my place to tell," and I ask that you do not try to inquire about the matter from Izuku. You will only make things worse, Tenya said firmly, and turned to face All Might. With all due respect, sir, do not try to touch him, or come closer than you have to. Very well, All Might responded. How is Toshi doing? Izuku asked, trying to ignore the large man. He just tied up Todoroki with the capture tape, Yaoyorozu answered. How many quirks have you given him? Many of the slower members of the class looked surprised as she stated something that apparently hadn't been obvious yet. He has 2 quirks, Izuku said quietly. Toshi's father wanted to help him and gave him his own quirk after we got admitted to UA. So manly, Kirishima said randomly. Wait, you can give quirks to other people? Kaminari asked. If I choose to and someone gives up a quirk to give away, Izuku said, now focused on the screens again. Shoji had realized something had gone wrong and was running through the building with extra ears formed on his arms. He reached the correct floor with little time to spare. Ojiro jumped out of a nearby door, trying to catch his opponent by surprise like Tenya had done, but before his tail even swung at Shoji, the 6-armed teen was already ready to grab it and swung Ojiro on the ground much like Izuku had done to Bakugo. Izuku smiled. Ojiro deserved that after how he treated Hitoshi. Hey! Hitoshi shouted from down the corridor. Shoji visibly shook, but he didn't say anything to respond. Even as 3 of his arms extended and split to restrain Ojiro, the rest of him was frozen in place and staring at Hitoshi. A few seconds later, he slapped one of his free hands on the mask, covering his mouth, and began running at Hitoshi. What is wrong, Octopus Man? Even though Izuku knew Hitoshi was just trying to make Shoji respond, he grimaced at the insult that Shoji most certainly had heard too many times. Hitoshi's words seemed to shake Shoji, so he was likely also using surprise with his words. Still, Shoji resisted and reached out with his remaining 2 arms that stretched towards Hitoshi at high speed. He evaded them with the same grace he had done with Todoroki's ice and slammed Shoji's arm with one of his forearm guards. It was unclear if he managed to actually hurt Shoji, but it didn't seem to slow down his 6-armed opponent, who promptly spun around and threw Ojiro at him. Hitoshi avoided his flying ally, but in the narrow corridor it was enough of a distraction that he narrowly failed to do the same with Shoji's second grapple, this time not slowed down by dragging around another person. His opponent's much thicker arms fully encircled and restrained Hitoshi, and Ojiro suffered the same fate almost at the same time. Izuku's face dropped seeing Hitoshi lose, but the analytical side of his mind was already hard at work on picking the fight apart. It is quite surprising that Shoji was able to resist responding to Hitoshi, Tenya commented. Yes, Izuku mumbled and brushed his chin. He has used his transforming arms to speak so far. Maybe he can't or isn't used to speaking normally, with his normal mouth. That could have impacted his instincts when reacting to surprise. Or maybe he is just more focused and could resist it unusually well. The hero team wins, All Might declared, and Izuku tensed. Then he got up. I guess I'll go to see the nurse. At least the loudmouth won't be there. That is good, Tenya said. Though can you do that without ending up in another fight with Bakugo? Izuku froze. Shit. Language, All Might said. Shut up, All Might. Izuku, Tenya pleaded. Izuku took a deep breath and sat back down, trying to ignore the muttering of the class. I'll go after Bakugo gets kicked out of there. Midoriya, All Might said with some mix of concern and demand. Shouldn't you be preparing the next teams for their battle? Izuku asked. Right? The so-called hero said slowly and left the room with the next group of students. Izuku visibly relaxed, and while he wasn't ready to slump down in front of most of the class, he did lean against the backrest of his chair, looking at the ceiling. He had probably screwed up again and would need to come up with an excuse of hating All Might that didn't involve his father. Oh wait, he didn't. The man already represented everything he hated in this society, and then there was... Izuku sniffed as the thought of his mother came to his mind. Izuku? Bad memories, Izuku whispered to Tenya. Bakugo and All Might on the same day. Going to have nightmares tonight? So, a cloak of darkness shadows your life as well? Tokoyami commented. Dark shadow peeked out from behind him without a word. You don't know half of it, Izuku admitted. or perhaps understated, and closed his eyes. He was tired and didn't care about the whispered discussions around him. Approaching footsteps and All Might's voice, on the other hand. I can convince him. Hitoshi's voice came from the open door. Izuku opened his eyes and leaned even further back to see the door behind him, although upside down. I hope you don't mean with your quirk. If he was in a bad enough condition to justify that you would not have let him wait. I hope. Izuku looked at Tinya. Seems I won't have a choice to not see Recovery Girl. Toshi has turned traitor and allied with All Might. That means he is worried for you. Maybe he can come along to brainwash Bakugo if he tries to attack you.
No.
After all that Bakugo did, I don't want either of you near him. He has gotten even more deranged than before. Then it's good we don't have to, Hitoshi commented, having come in while they talked. All Might called Recovery Girl. Apparently, you didn't hurt Bakugo enough since she is already going to transfer him somewhere else and doesn't think he needs more of her treatments right now. Okay, then I'll go, Izuku responded and looked at All Might as he got up. At least it should be less noisy there. He turned back to face his friends. Not sure how long this is going to take, but at least we'll see each other after school for our own training. Both of you lost. Have to fix that. Both of them shuddered as Izuku walked out of the room. Chapter 23, Aftermath. Izuku grimaced as Recovery Girl kissed him. That was seriously how her healing quirk worked, literally kissing injuries away while also making him even more tired than before. What are they teaching you this year? The second day, and I already have 2 patients with hardly any skin left that isn't burnt, cut, or bruised. There wasn't much our so-called teacher could do from a distant monitoring room, especially when the school does nothing to vet its students before making them battle each other. While I agree with questioning how some of the classes are run around here, not many who manage to enter UA hold such a negative view of it. I didn't come here because I like the school, Izuku said, and everything I have seen so far hasn't exactly changed that. I see. Well, it seems you didn't seriously break anything, but I am a little worried about the hit you took. Concussion or other hidden head trauma are still a possibility. Wouldn't your quirk treat that too? Possibly, but it has limits. You should already feel the stamina drain. Also, the brain is quite a complex and finicky thing. Never can be too sure about injuries to the head. It is probably nothing, but to be sure it would be best if you weren't alone for 24 hours. Is there someone who can stay with you overnight? I live Izuku started, but stopped to smile. Yes, I think I can arrange that. Now if you don't get any new symptoms by this time tomorrow, everything should be okay. But come to me, or visit a hospital if you notice anything. You really should be more careful with quirks you have no experience of. Yeah. Well, it is kind of hard to get any practice on many quirks. There aren't many people who would offer their quirk for practice. The only one I've gotten to keep came from a villain. I can take quirks, not copy them. I know how your quirk works. As the nurse, I am expected to know how students' bodies work in case it impacts their medical needs. You'd be surprised how much even the simplest mutation can impact a person's treatment. I'm not so old I would mix your and Monoma's quirks. Monoma's? Izuku asked. You haven't met him yet? I guess they put him in a different class. He's another new hero course student. Apparently, he can temporarily copy other people's quirks. Izuku did his best to maintain a neutral expression. The quirk copier was indeed at UA. His father would be happy. Izuku briefly wondered what kind of person this Monoma was. There were some, even a few, people at UA he'd rather not take quirks from, so he'd have to find a chance to test Monoma's personality. Since Monoma wasn't in Izuku's class, he had to be on the other hero class 1B. Izuku wondered what kind of opportunities there would be to make contact with them. Did the 2 classes have common lessons or training? Well, I have done what I can right now. There's a shower so you can wash out the blood and whatever else you have gotten on yourself. Be careful. The freshly healed parts of your skin can still be sensitive. And please change clothes. I'm sure some of the girls wouldn't mind, but most people would not consider that an appropriate attire. I will. Thank you, Izuku said, blushing a bit at the last comments, and got up. He grabbed his bag with his school clothes and headed to the bathroom adjacent to the nurse's office. Taking off the hero costume, it didn't even feel like a piece of clothing anymore. He'd need to get tougher fabric for the next one. He took a moment to check on himself in the mirror. Any injuries that would have been visible once he got properly dressed had been healed by Recovery Girl's quirk with only some red tint, dust, and drying blood left on his skin. He let the regeneration quirk out of the cage he had forced it into and soon felt much better and fresher, not even as tired as he had been before. Headache and dizziness he had started developing also disappeared. At least Recovery Girl had been competent in her diagnosis, but since he couldn't tell people about his quirk-enhanced healing he still needed, had an excuse to have a sleepover. Combining the rapid healing with a shower, and he was like a new man, as if the day's training had never happened, at least physically. A dark part of his mind couldn't help but wonder how long it would take Bakugo to feel as good. He shoved his ruined hero costume into his backpack and headed out. He still should have had time to catch the last match. He stepped into the corridor only to meet Izawa leaning onto the wall outside the nurse's office. He looked even more tired than usual if that was possible. "Are you feeling all right?" the hobo-looking teacher asked. "Pretty much," Izuku said and paused. "Recovery Girl thinks I shouldn't be alone till tomorrow. How are you going to arrange that living alone?" Izuku stopped. "How do you know that?" Izawa turned to face him and sighed. "I was briefed by Principal Nizu before the school started," he said and paused for a moment. "I won't lie to you. Many people are concerned for your quirk's potential for evil." Izuku looked at him for a moment and continued walking. "Right. Blowing people up is all okay, but being even able to threaten their quirks. We both know it is not just that, or at least I hope you do. There are definite biases coloring people's views of your quirk, but that does not change the potential power it could grant you, which exceeds pretty much any other quirk. So, either I am too powerless or have too much power to be treated with basic human decency. Don't try to teach me about biases. Maybe, but sometimes biases have reasons, good or not. In this specific case," Izawa paused, "there has been one other person who could do what you can." He was really going to talk about it. Izuku tensed. He could have feigned ignorance, but Tenya and Hitoshi already knew that he knew about the man. Izuku sighed and prayed he wasn't being incredibly stupid. "Are you going to tell me about All for One?" This time it was Izawa's turn to stop and face Izuku, who didn't return the gesture, finding the floor ahead of him much more interesting. "How do you know that name?" "I suddenly got a quirk unlike anything I had ever heard of that everyone hated," Izuku said after a few seconds. "I spent months trying to find anything about any similar quirks to prove them wrong." He paused. "Wasn't exactly happy about what I found. I think some part of me believed they were right. Then me and Tenya had to do a history assignment on him at Some. At least by then I had the dragon blade, and people didn't know about my real quirk. If they did, it might have been worse than Aldera after that." "I see," was all that Izawa said. They were quiet for a moment. "So, the principal fears I could be another All for One and somehow knows how I live. He and All Might had an investigation on you after you met Nizu last year. They shared basics with me before the semester started. Sounds like violation of privacy. Should I call my father's lawyers again?" "I wouldn't recommend doing that. As registered heroes, they have certain investigative authority, and I doubt your father's influence exceeds them. I doubt they want me to know any of this, so why are you telling me?" Izawa put a hand on Izuku's shoulder. Izuku shuddered, but resisted the instinct to react violently like with all might. Izawa gently pushed him forward. They started walking again. "Because I agree with them, you could be a dangerous villain," Izawa said, and Izuku tensed. "I simply disagree on the reason. You aren't the first one to suffer for how people view your quirk. Unfortunately, that shows in the crime statistics. At least to a degree, those biases are a self-fulfilling prophecy. The difference is that unlike most of them, you will most likely have the power to change this country, for better or worse. Which one depends on you. And that is why you are telling me all this?" Izawa sighed. "No one is born a villain any more than a hero. As a teacher, part of my job is to make sure none of my students turn into one, regardless of how they were treated before. If you want to help people in a similar position, you can, but do it right. I will try to be the non-prejudiced teacher you probably never had." Starting with the truth seemed like a good start. So, Mr. Rational Deception, thinking that threatening to destroy people's dreams is fun, wants to act trustworthy. It was Spare me your excuses. Izuku cut Aizawa off. Neither spoke for a long while until Izuku finally broke the silence. What does All Might have to do with all this? All for One was his enemy for a long time. Of course Izuku already knew that, but how much was he supposed to know? The research he had found hadn't really addressed what happened to his father. What do you mean? He asked. All for One ruled literally a century ago. I don't pretend to like All Might, but I wouldn't call him that old. I don't know many details myself, but apparently All for One got some kind of life-extending quirk. He only died 6 years ago in a fight with All Might. Izuku struggled to contain the rage bubbling within himself. Midoriya? Figures he would have killed the only other person with the same quirk. If you were wondering if you could have learned more about your quirk, don't bother. All for One wasn't someone you'd want to meet. If Aizawa had only known. You don't have to like that idiot, Aizawa said, but it better not impact your studies. Huh. I am talking about All Might. It is pretty clear how you felt about him even before that idiot set you and Bakugo against each other during the battle training. The principal let us know about what happened to your mother. Izuku's hand swung up to grab Aizawa's arm on his shoulder, but the pro hero was faster and Izuku found his own wrist tightly squeezed. It did nothing to the stare he gave the man. You have not earned the right to talk about her. For a long moment Aizawa stared at him without a word and Izuku responded in kind. Eventually he released Izuku to facepalm and push his hair up. Seems I have more work to do than I thought. Unfortunately, there is a more urgent matter. Where are we going? Izuku asked, looking around. Principal's office. Bakugo is already there. I expect the two of you to not kill each other while we discuss what happened during the training. You are the ones that allowed him into UA in the first place. Does this school actually care about anything but a person's fighting talent and quirk? There is a background check process with police and previous schools' records, actually. Both of you came out clean. You actually trust the previous schools to tell you the truth, Aldera especially? When was the last time any school told you anything that got a student refused? Aizawa looked at Izuku, a question in his eyes. Having a student go to UA, let alone the hero course, is one of the most prestigious achievements a school can have. Why would they give that up just because said student is a violent bully with anger management issues and an ego so big the neighbors complain about the shade? Especially when most of the bullying for years was targeted at a useless quirkless kid, and then someone who everyone feared anyway. But I guess UA can't be expected to figure that out before putting people in combat training with potentially deadly quirks. You are too busy investigating people whose quirk the principal doesn't like. Then that should be corrected. Bit late for that. You should have expelled him as soon as he tried to attack Toshi, at the latest. Toshi? Aizawa asked. Hitoshi Shinso, Izuku clarified. If you think those actions went unnoticed, you are wrong. Not every matter is dealt with in front of the students. Today, however, the principal wants to hear from everyone involved. Aizawa stopped as he spoke and Izuku realized they were standing in front of the principal's office. One more thing, Aizawa said more quietly than before. I am not supposed to tell you many of the things I did, so keep quiet. It saves both of us trouble. Once Izuku nodded, Aizawa knocked and opened the door. Izuku wasn't sure whether to frown or smile as he entered since Bakugo was present, but so were Tenya, Hitoshi, and Tokoyami, still in their hero costumes, seated on a sofa on the side of the room opposite Bakugo. Principal Nizu was sitting behind his desk and gestured at Izuku to step in. I am glad to see you looking so healthy. Are you feeling fine? Still aching, Izuku lied. Recovery girl thinks there could still be a risk of concussion or something. She doesn't want me to be alone before tomorrow. Have to ask someone to come visit. He was speaking in a tone suggesting this was a bad thing. But at the end, he glanced at Tenya and Hitoshi, who showed a discreet thumb up. He barely reached the sofa and was sitting between the two when Bakugo, whose arm was in a sling, blinked and seemed to notice his presence. Give back my quirk. Izuku froze for a moment, then turned as a tired expression made its way on his face. Fears of the past were gone. Bakugo was standing on the other side of the room. His eyes were empty and his ever-present arrogance had been covered by a strong tint of desperation. Still, his hands were up and open in the exact way as when he was prepared to use his explosions or threaten Izuku with them. Even now Izuku could imagine small explosions sparkling on those hands despite the power of that quirk flowing within his own body now. He stole my quirk. Make him give it back. No, expel that villain. Bakugo, Nizu said with a threat in his voice that was unbecoming of his small stature. The word expel is relevant to this discussion, but not when it comes to Midoriya. Bakugo stared at the principal for a moment, surprise in his eyes, but it quickly reverted to confusion, and there was an increasingly angry tone in his voice as he spoke. He stole my quirk. I can't be without my quirk. I used mine in an exercise where use of quirks was explicitly allowed, Izuku said. And you lost the privilege of me caring how you feel over the past decade. Give it back. There was a knock on the door. Come in, Nizu called. Present Mike opened the door and stepped aside to let a fuming Mitsuki Bakugo inside. What did you do now, you brat? She hit the younger Bakugo on the head as soon as she got close enough. Izuku barely held back a smirk. Aizawa, on the other hand, rubbed his forehead in disappointment, or perhaps he was now just expecting to have more work to do. I did nothing. Bakugo screamed back, some life returning to his eyes. That villain stole my quirk again. Again? Aizawa asked. My quirk first appeared when Bakugo decided he needed a punching bag to vent his frustration for not getting a high enough score in an exam, Izuku said, and for the first time met Mitsuki's eyes. Something about how if he had to put up with his mother's reaction, I should also suffer. Of course, I was the villain for accidentally taking the star student's quirk. I guess I should have thrown a jar of nitroglycerin at him instead, and it would have all been okay. At least that's what everyone seemed to think about him. There was a long silence. Mitsuki was visibly shaking as she kept looking at her son and Izuku several times, as if unsure who to be angry at. Principal, Aizawa said suddenly, don't you find it curious that while Midoriya's first use of his quirk were clearly recorded, the other things he has described never came up in school records during Bakugo's pre-admission background check?
Ido.
Young Ida and Shinso brought up the same concern, although they can only provide second-hand information. Nizu looked at Izuku. Anything they have said is the truth, Izuku said. They know more about Bakugo's villainy than his own mother. How dare you say that? How would they know anything about Imwai Katsuki? Izuku stared at her for a long time. The silence was only interrupted by the younger Bakugo's angry huffs. Let's just say my father jokes about how much money he has saved on therapy thanks to them, Izuku responded. Ahem, Nizu interrupted the following silence. While this is a most serious matter, we cannot take formal action on it until a proper re-background check is conducted. Formal action? Mitsuki asked. Being a hero is not just about the physical ability to do the job, Aizawa said. We teach combat skills and quirk use that could easily be used to kill. Filtering out unstable or overtly violent people is a key part of the admission process that overrules any other grade or exam, or at least it is supposed to. Reconducting the background check automatically renders your son's admission to our school probationary until a new admission decision can be made based on the results, Nizu said. Both Bakugos stared at the principal in shock. Of course, that is a separate matter from today's and yesterday's events. Yesterday's? Mitsuki asked. Her loud anger was gone, and her voice a little more than a whisper. Aizawa, Nizu said. During his first 2 days at this school, your son has caused disturbances in class, made illegal threats, and physically attacked or attempted to attack classmates on more than one occasion. And I had to personally restrain him and erase his quirk to stop an assault on Shinso here. That Bakugo shouted. Shut up, Aizawa responded. Today he completely refused to cooperate with his teammate, disregarded the goals of the training scenario, seemingly only interested in injuring Midoriya, continued fighting even after being defeated according to the rules of the exercise, and in doing so used clearly excessive and potentially deadly force against the direct order of a teacher, causing not only significant property damage, but high risk of injury or death to himself, and no less than 3 classmates, Midoriya especially. Several of the actions I have listed qualify as not mere breaking of school rules or bullying, but prosecutable crimes, potentially including attempted first-degree murder. You bet they are, Izuku muttered in the following stunned silence. After a few seconds, Izawa continued. After his actions yesterday, I recommended to the principal to not proceed with expulsion or other similarly severe actions, as I thought we could offer him the proper and unbiased guidance he has clearly not received before at school or otherwise. Considering today's events and the new revelations of his past, I now retract that recommendation. My responsibility as teacher is to guide and protect my students. It is not part of my job to monitor violent criminals or teach such people combat skills. You have to be kidding. Just because Midoriya has had issues with Katsuki and his friends obviously speak for him, that doesn't. Miss Bakugo, Nizu interrupted. While your son's past actions are currently only his word against Midoriya's, his actions in this school have numerous witnesses including Mr. Izawa along with video recordings. As for today's training, there is plenty of evidence to justify both disciplinary hearing and for safety of the students a suspension until said hearing can decide on final consequences. Before Mitsuki could deny her son's actions, Nizu tapped a button on his computer's keyboard and a video started on a large screen hanging from the wall of his office. Multiple windows on the screen displayed various camera views, including that of both teams' points of views during the exercise. Mitsuki held a hand on her mouth, witnessing the brutal fighting, and her son's roar as Izuku tore the quirk out of him. Then she saw Izuku very clearly bind Bakugo with the capture tape and Bakugo refusing to accept defeat despite All Might's orders. I will kill you. The recording ended when Bakugo's giant explosion wiped out the cameras. As you can see, the evidence proving your son's actions occurred is not in question. But, well, obviously, he was acting in distress. Obviously, what Midoriya did has a severe mental impact. Last time Midoriya took Katsuki's quirk, he wasn't himself for days. Sometimes he was just staring at the wall. That argument would have more value if his behavior before losing his quirk didn't seamlessly fit everything he did after, Izawa said. Frankly, you blaming Midoriya's use of his quirk is disgusting, especially since your own son seems to have been raised with absolutely no concern for his quirk's potential to cause harm. I agree with Mr. Izawa, Nizu added. As for losing his quirk, while I find your son's possession of such power dangerous, we do not have the legal authority to have someone's quirk permanently removed. He would have gotten it back long ago had he not acted as he did. Midoriya? I'll return the quirk once he's not shouting, making threats, or standing like he is ready to attack me. Izuku pointed at one of Bakugo's hands that was down but tense and open, ready to blow up if he still had his quirk. I don't want explosion in my face as soon as he has his quirk back, or in anyone else's. Izuku's voice became much lower and colder with the last part. Izawa and Tokoyami looked at him for a moment. Izawa then grabbed his capture weapon with one hand, making parts of it seemingly float as he stared at Bakugo, letting the implication hang silently. Fine, Izuku said and got up. He walked to stand in front of Bakugo and slammed his palm on Bakugo's face with disdain. He would have genuinely liked to keep the quirk and not just to give it back to Bakugo, but this wasn't the right time for that. With the deed done, he took several steps back without turning his back to Bakugo. The garbage fire in question stared at him with venom showing attacking him was an option, but soon he looked at his very much not exploding palm and then Izawa, whose hair was standing as he stared at him. Thank you, Midoriya. You and your friends can go. The lesson is likely ending already, but see if All Might has any final words to share. Izuku turned away without a word while Tenya gave enough bows and thanks for all of them. They walked out of the office and a few meters down an empty corridor Izuku stopped to lean his back against the wall. Are you okay? Tenya asked. You should see Recovery Girl again if... It's not that. It's been a long day and now that. At least the school is finally taking things seriously with Bakugo, Hitoshi reminded. I hope so, Izuku said. As long as he doesn't get to hurt you guys. That seems to be your central concern and the shadow in which you walk, Tokoyami said. Izuku raised his eyebrow, now remembering there was a fourth person present. He straightened his back, not relying on the wall to remain up. What do you mean? Tokoyami glanced at Tenya and Hitoshi. I believe you are not opposed to discuss personal matters with them present, he paused. But Izuku did not contradict him. Do they know how much darkness you are prepared to embrace for them? Tenya and Hitoshi glanced at each other. What do you mean? Izuku asked. I turned back as soon as Bakugo set off that large explosion. I heard what you said to him and had no doubts about your seriousness. Tokoyami nodded towards Hitoshi and Tenya. Do they know you would rather kill than risk their safety? Do you have to put it like that? Izuku? Tenya asked calmly, but with a tone that demanded an answer. Izuku sighed. Bakugo threatened to beat and destroy me once others saw things like he did. Izuku paused. Then he threatened to do the same to you too. Oh, he went there, Hitoshi said. I know what you meant by darkness now, Tokoyami. You do. Obviously. Izuku is a great friend, but there are buttons you do not want to press with him. You should have seen him when some drugged-up thugs tried to stab me. I'm surprised Bakugo came out in one piece without Tenya there. What did Izuku do? Tokoyami opened his mouth, but closed it again and glanced at Izuku. Dark Shadow even peeked his head out to be between the two. Izuku nodded slowly. He welcomed Bakugo to fight him, but threatened to kill him with his own quirk, slowly, if he ever came after either of you. Tenya shook his head in disappointment as Izuku shrunk next to him. Hitoshi, on the other hand, looked at Tokoyami with a more neutral expression. Sounds about right. I would have done the same if I could. Hitoshi, Tenya gasped. Wouldn't you? Of course not. I mean, I obviously share the same fundamental sentiment, but you can express it in less violent ways. Such dark camaraderie. I am jealous, Tokoyami said. Izuku blinked. Jealous? Yes, you might have walked on the cliff above the blackest darkness, but to do so willingly for others, and not be judged by them is camaraderie I have yet to witness. Hey! Dark Shadow shouted. Except for you, of course. Our fates are tied. Yes, and that better not change, Dark Shadow said and looked at Izuku. He responded with a tired stare. I am not going to take you away. You better not, Dark Shadow said and withdrew back within Tokoyami. They stood there for a moment. I guess we should go listen to what the so-called number one has to say. I have noticed you don't appreciate All Might much. Has he done something to you? Tokoyami asked. Izuku drew a quick breath, but Tenya stepped in front of Tokoyami. That is a discussion we should not have here. There are things that are painful and not to be shared with everyone. Please restrain yourself from pushing this topic. I understand. I forgot your earlier warning. My apologies. Don't worry about it, Izuku said. Let's just go. After that incident, they walked in silence towards the training grounds until All Might whooshed past them, not even stopping to check on them. Izuku wasn't interested in talking to the man, but one would expect a teacher to check up on a student he last saw injured heading to the nurse. What was that? Hitoshi asked. All Might, Izuku and Tenya said simultaneously. How could you tell? I didn't even see him before he had already passed us, Tokoyami asked. If you can't see something coming in a battle, you cannot dodge it, Izuku said and shrugged. Plus, Tenya's quirk is speed-based, so it probably also impacts his perception. The rest of us have to manage with training alone. I know what you are thinking, Hitoshi said, and I'm already feeling sore. Just because we need to have a sleepover doesn't mean you can skip on our training. I know. Pain first, movie second, no coffee before morning. I got a new fancy espresso machine, Izuku said. Hitoshi's expression brightened. I don't think so, Izuku, Tenya interrupted. You said Recovery Girl wants you to be monitored in case of concussion. I cannot allow you to strain yourself until we can be confident of your health. But Shizuka started.
No buts.
We will escort you home and make sure you don't endanger yourself. Izuku stared at Tenya for a long time. Unlike with Bakugo or even All Might, this time he was powerless to fight back. Fine, he agreed. But don't think that we'll let the two of you off easier. Such mastery of the dark, Tokoyami said and looked at Hitoshi. I do not know how your private training usually goes, but you have my condolences. Thanks. If All Might has left the training area, there is no point for us to return there, Tenya noted. We should head to the dressing rooms and prepare to go home. Sounds good, Izuku said. I'll wait outside the door so Toshi can't escape. Izuku made sure to reach his arm over Hitoshi's shoulders to emphasize his point. They met the rest of the class near the dressing rooms. Shoji was the first to notice them, followed quickly by Kirishima at the front of the group. Hey, if it isn't Midoriya. You look a lot better already. I feel a lot better, at least physically. Huh. Kirishima wondered as they reached the group and joined them, walking towards the dressing rooms. Don't worry about it. Today has been a long day. Okay, if you say so. Sorry you missed the rest of the lesson. It was so cool. Our class has a ton of strong people, and the rest of the week might be even better. What do you mean by that? Hitoshi asked. Well, Kirishima paused when he realized who he was responding to. Izuku's stare hardened like he had taken the redhead's quirk. After a few seconds and a blink, Kirishima continued responding at least. We are going to see the USJ. All Might told us Friday will be rescue training instead of combat, and he will teach us there too. Isn't that cool? Fighting villains is cool and all, but saving people is the manliest part of being a hero. Kirishima raised his arm, holding his fingers together, and hardened it into something akin to a stone sword. For that last part, Izuku forgave Kirishima for his earlier transgression, partially at least. However, thanks to still having his arm on Hitoshi, he felt Hitoshi shake a bit, and he quickly looked away from Kirishima. Kirishima didn't notice as he kept talking. It took a few seconds for Izuku to remember the thug with a hardened sword arm he had almost killed. Hey, where's Bakugo? In the principal's office, Izuku said, and smirked as he positioned himself between Kirishima and Hitoshi, with his mother and Aizawa. That sounds serious, Uraraka said. It better be, Izuku corrected. Anyway, what did you think about Toshi's fight? It was impressive that he beat Todoroki. After some convincing, he told us how, Yaoyorozu said. The quirk you gave him supports his own very well. He was simply unlucky to fight Shoji. I still can't believe you could just give him a second quirk, still kind of creepy. That means he can have double the manliness. He will be hard to beat in battle, Karo. They finally arrived at the dressing room. Izuku stayed outside, leaving Hitoshi trapped with the new questions people had. As soon as he was alone, Izuku took out his phone to find messages about the call he had made on his way to see Recovery Girl and his father mentioning it was okay to have friends over, meaning it was okay to skip his training for the evening. Hitoshi was the first one to step out, though. Considering the chatter, it might not have been just because of his simpler costume. Toshi, Izuku said without even looking at his friend, how do you feel about Kirishima's quirk? What do you mean? Hitoshi asked, but Izuku responded with his I already know, so don't waste time pretending look. Hitoshi sighed. It's not really Kirishima's quirk, just how he used it. I suddenly remembered the exact moment that guy was going to try to stab me with his. I know it's stupid. Just a couple of days later I was fighting UA robots, but somehow it being a real situation and there being more of them, I think I froze for a moment. Not very heroic of me, wasting all that training only to freeze up at a moment like that. Don't beat yourself up for it too much. A real danger has a shock effect that you can't get from regular training. Has anything similar happened before? I may have had nightmares a couple of times. I know what that is like, Izuku said. But with the issue of Kirishima's quirk, you should work on how you feel seeing similar quirks. It would be bad if you had to team up with Kirishima and lost focus from seeing his quirk. Izuku's eyes shifted just a little past Hitoshi. A bit like how he hasn't been too judgmental, but still hesitated to respond to you. And how would I do that? Exposure without danger, for the both of you. Izuku responded and yanked Hitoshi's shoulder to make him turn and face Kirishima. The redhead had joined them in the corridor in time to hear the important bits. He and Hitoshi stared at each other for a moment until Kirishima grabbed Hitoshi's hands and started talking way too fast and loud, apologizing and promising he would not do the thing near Hitoshi and offering to help. The redhead wasn't necessarily bad. If he could see past the biases of the society around him and help Hitoshi, then he was going to get lots of points in Izuku's eyes. Izuku checked his messages again while the scene was going on, and more students started joining them in their regular school uniforms. By the time Tenya managed to change from his overcomplicated armor and joined them, rest of the class was already done and chatting. Not feeling enthusiastic for any more discussions with unpredictable topics, Izuku started walking, unintentionally setting off the motion of the entire class. Tenya followed closely, but Hitoshi fell behind with Kirishima, who had hardened his arm for the exposure Izuku had prescribed. Yep, he got bonus points, lots of them. Izuku's phone beeped with another message which he glanced at and sighed. One more thing to endure today, just one more. He leaned closer to Tenya and whispered, "Stay close and be ready to cover your ears." What? Tenya started, but Izuku faced away without any more words. They came around the building to the front yard, just as the Bakugos stepped out of the front doors. Katsuki had a stunned expression on his face, but the way he bit his teeth together revealed the anger bubbling inside. His mother was in tears that could have almost impressed even a member of the Midoriya family, if he cared anymore. Why is she crying? Uraraka asked. Her failed parenting has finally caught up to them, Izuku said as he kept walking, not giving the Bakugos any more than a glance. That is not a very nice thing to say. I have no obligation to be nice to anyone. It needs to be earned. Midoriya, Mitsuki shouted. Izuku kept walking without giving her even a glance. Mitsuki kept talking, sounding like she was closer with every following word. How can you just walk away after? They just suspended Katsuki, all but promising to expel him after an investigation. She shouted. The class members present collectively gasped. Do you understand what that means? I know he had bullied you, but this will destroy his future, all of his dreams. Look at me. Izuku kept walking, not acknowledging her at all. You have changed since you moved in with your father. You have become colder. What would Inko think? She wouldn't have let you turn out like this. Uh-oh, Tenya said. Izuku stopped. Sparks of fire flickered around his twitching hands. Kirishima, Hitoshi said quietly behind Izuku. Stand in front of her and harden as much as you can. Izuku drew a deep breath. What? Kirishima started asking. Izuku breathed out and turned to face Mitsuki with a stare, so cold even Todoroki's ice couldn't match it. That won't be necessary, he addressed Hitoshi and Kirishima. I've prepared for this. Couldn't trust the school to take care of things. Without breaking his stare, Izuku raised one hand and pointed at the gate where two large expensive-looking black cars had been parked. One had a single man in a suit standing next to an open door. The other had at least as finely dressed a man and woman standing next to it with the woman holding a black folder under her arm. Mitsuki turned to stare at the duo of expensive lawyers instead of Izuku and started visibly shaking.
No, no.
You had one warning, a whole year to correct the results of your parenting.
Bow.
Katsuki could have gotten away with everything he did over the last decade, just because I would have rather not even thought about him ever again. You wasted that chance. Katsuki has not changed a bit. Izuku paused. And he threatened my friends? Tenya grabbed Izuku's shoulder, but didn't say a word. So, step out of that gate and face your futures. Chapter 24, Payback. Izuku watched, his entire class around him, as Mitsuki stepped outside of the UA gate. She was walking slowly with fear in every individual step like she was stepping into a minefield. She probably wished she did. At least it is possible to avoid mines if you were careful. As she took the first step outside the gate, the two lawyers took a step forward, and the woman held the folder with both hands. Mitsuki Bakugo? She asked. Why, yes. Usually so strong-willed, Mitsuki stuttered. We are here as the legal representatives of Hisashi and Izuku Midoriya in the numerous cases of harassment, slander, bullying, threats of violence, assault, illegal quirk use, and attempted murder committed by your son, along with your own responsibility of damages both physical and psychological as his parent. We have been instructed by the Midoriya family to ensure that all these crimes and any other inappropriate actions are prosecuted and punished to the greatest extent allowed by law. She paused for a moment. Regardless of the costs to either party, you shouldn't need more than 40 or 50 million yen for the first round of lawsuits. You can't be serious. That would bankrupt us. Yes, of course, your son won't be able to help you with the costs since his most recent actions have taken place at an age where he is eligible for full criminal prosecution and penalties, including imprisonment. Seems both of you forgot that schools and parents aren't the only institutions that are supposed to keep him responsible for his actions.
No.
In addition to Katsuki Bakugo's actions, the man spoke, the illegal acts and failures of every educational institution he has attended simultaneously with Izuku Midoriya will be similarly prosecuted. though they can avoid the most serious of consequences by correcting their failure to report Katsuki's crimes by acting as witnesses in his and his family's lawsuits. Naturally, we expect these witness statements to be made public along with the lawsuits and records corrected. Your son will be famous, just not for the reasons he dreamed of. Though we don't expect said fame to help with your legal expenses either, the woman added. You can't do this. Mitsuki nearly screamed and spun around. Midoriya, you. She paused, seeing Izuku's cold yet empty stare lacking in emotion. Remains of his earlier burst of rage were still shimmering within, but he would have much preferred to lay on his bed and go to sleep. Still, he felt this was one moment he had to witness, if not for any other reason, than to protect others from Bakugo's possible reactions. To be clear, by Midoriya-san's instructions, we will keep pursuing legal action until your family can't be said to have future or legacy worth mentioning, except as a warning example of where bad parenting can lead, the woman continued. Midoriya-san asked us to say he did warn you. I have to talk with him. There has to be an alternative to all this. He has specifically stated he will not be talking with you, and I would recommend leaving his son alone as well, the woman said. That being said, there is a second alternative. Midoriya-san has laid out exact conditions under which he is willing to retract his legal actions, as long as you and your family follow them to a letter. I can read the conditions for you, but know this. There is no room to negotiate. You can either accept by end of the week or spend the next decade in court. The settlement will additionally be enforced by contract fine of 100 million yen if any in your family violate it, in addition to immediate restatement of the lawsuits, of course. Please, what are the conditions? Mitsuki begged. And this is how you destroy a person, legally, Izuku whispered. The female lawyer opened her folder and began reading the first page much louder than strictly necessary if she only wanted the Bakugos to hear. Condition 1. Katsuki Bakugo will leave UA High regardless of what choices the school makes concerning his attendance. The class whispered around Izuku, but they had already heard Bakugo might get expelled, so the demand wasn't as big deal it might have otherwise been. Condition 2. Katsuki Bakugo will not pursue any form of hero education or any other path towards the profession of a hero or any profession, position, or license that would expand his rights to use his quirk. That got a slightly stronger reaction from the class. Yaoyorozu said something about it being a harsh but logical demand. Condition 3. Katsuki Bakugo will not engage in or pursue any profession, position, or license that would allow or require him to engage in any form of physical force or violence towards other people, including but not limited to security guard, police officer, and soldier of any kind. Condition 4. No one in Bakugo family will seek any contact with anyone in Midoriya family or people close to Izuku Midoriya as defined by Izuku Midoriya unilaterally. No one in Bakugo family may initiate contact in any way other than through a designated lawyer or intentionally approach within 100 meters of any person this restriction applies to. Exceptions are made only when legally required, such as to attend court at the same time. Condition 5. No one in Bakugo family shall publicly discuss anyone the previous condition applies to in any untrue or negative manner for any reason unless necessary for legally required truthful and factual statement. Condition 6. Katsuki Bakugo must give full and fully honest statements to courts and media as part of lawsuits against Aldera Junior High and any other educational or other institution that has overlooked, covered up, and or encouraged his bullying and criminal actions if such lawsuits are initiated. Condition 7. Mitsuki Bakugo and Masaru Bakugo both together and individually will not give birth, have or raise any more children, including adoption and accidental pregnancies, to ensure they cannot create any more violent criminals. Now you. Mitsuki raised her voice again, but the female lawyer had no issue meeting her in a staring contest. After making sure Mitsuki had shut up, she continued reading. Lastly, Condition 8. Katsuki Bakugo will relinquish his quirk explosion, including any current or future rights and claims to it, to Izuku Midoriya, she said, and continued without pause despite the deafening shouting next to her, and shall not pursue retrieving any of the previously mentioned in any way, including any otherwise legal means, for any reasons. The transfer of the actual quirk will be conducted by Izuku Midoriya. Katsuki Bakugo may be restrained for the duration of the transfer at the sole discretion of Izuku Midoriya. Wow, Remind me to never mess with Midoriya. Are they serious? I get the feeling they are. For the first time during the encounter, Izuku was nearly as stunned as the rest of his class. He hadn't realized to demand such thing, and it had not come up during the call or in the messages. He was so dumb to not have realized his father would make it happen. The only way to take Bakugo's quirk publicly without legal repercussions. Not sure if that was manly thing to do. In theory, that is. In practice, that made the settlement contract almost impossible since Bakugo would never accept the last condition. The walking bomb had also turned to look at Izuku and people around him with new rage in his eyes. His fingers twitched and suddenly his expression changed to surprised. Izuku took the risk to look back at the school. Aizawa was standing in front of the doors. Such revelry in the dark, very dark. Maybe Izuku could live with the homeroom teacher he got, as long as he wouldn't threaten Hitoshi's attendance again. Toshi, Tenya, let's go. I'll give you a ride, he said quietly and started walking. In a few seconds, they walked past the Bakugos. Midoriya, you can't. Mitsuki shouted. Condition 4, Izuku responded without even turning. The chauffeur took the trio's school bags and held the door open for them. Hitoshi stepped in first. Before Izuku followed, he looked at the lawyers. Add 1 attempted assault, and see if you can make it an attempted murder. You read my thoughts, Midoriya-san, the female lawyer responded. Would you like us to do anything else? No, I think you have things under control. Just don't contact me about this matter today if you don't absolutely have to. It has been a long day. Understood. Izuku got on the middle seat between Hitoshi and Tenya, sitting stiff and eyes forward, until the car started moving and got out of sight. He slumped against the backrest, looking at the ceiling and the mostly transparent wall between them and the driver. Hitoshi, can you press that button and give directions to your home so you can pick up things you need? Actually, can you brainwash me to sleep for the drive? Are you feeling okay? Physically, yes. You sure?
Yeah.
Izuku fell quiet when the relief of brainwashing took over his mind. His racing thoughts slowed down properly for the first time since the beginning of the combat training. He could feel his head leaning on a nearby shoulder before everything went black. To think there had been a time when he had none available, at least not away from home. He was only woken with a gentle shake of his shoulder and stretched in the limited space of the car, as big as it was. Feeling better? Hitoshi asked. A little. Still planning to torture us till dinner? Izuku huffed, smiling, thankful at Hitoshi moving to a topic he could easily focus on as a distraction. Thank you for reminding me. Though I feel bad for watching you train without doing the same. Oh no, Tenya interrupted. If Recovery Girl feels someone needs to keep an eye on you, we won't let you do anything more physically demanding than carrying your backpack.
Fine.
Here's what you are going to do. Tenya goes to hide in one of the rooms upstairs, and Toshi tries to get to the sleepover room. Try to ambush him, without crashing through the wall, please. I see. You are trying to recreate today's exercise. It's best I could come up with this quickly. Izuku rubbed his forehead. If there was any value in today's training, it was learning to fight in a closed space. Toshi, keep evading Tenya's attack, but try to strike back more. There won't be space to evade for long. The chauffeur opened the door to let them out in front of Izuku's house. He already had their backpacks. Thank you for the ride. Smooth enough to sleep the whole time, Izuku said as he got out. I'm happy to hear you are satisfied as usual. Should I expect additional passengers tomorrow also? At least in the morning. I will come at the usual time. Have a nice evening. You too. They walked inside. I hope you are going to leave me alone for long enough to go to the bathroom. Of course, Tenya said. Izuku went upstairs, into his bedroom, left his backpack there, and continued the adjacent bathroom. That was hopefully enough distance between him and his friends for them to not hear him, even if realizing what he was doing hurt. He picked up his phone, double-checking encrypting program was running before calling his father. How was your day, son? You already know how it was. Only what you told my lawyers. How did the Bakugos react? Loud as expected, but they aren't going to take your settlement. Even if his parents wanted to accept it, Katsuki will never give up his quirk. He will face the consequences of that decision. The quirk is the only important thing he has that we could get other than inflicting appropriate vengeance. Stealing his quirk and letting Tamura dust the body is still an option. No, that would just make people suspect me more. Eraserhead already confessed that the principal and all might have investigated me since the education fair probably. Seems he is trying to make me trust him. To help me supposedly. We always knew they would assume the worst and investigate you. Though it is surprising that Eraserhead would admit to that. He is a very unusual hero. Still, this is potentially useful information and it is only your second day. We will find when All Might is vulnerable in no time. Actually, Izuku said, and paused to consider what he had been told. There might be an opportunity soon. I heard we are supposed to be at USJ with him this Friday. I don't know who else are going to be there, but there will almost certainly be less pro heroes than at the main campus or out in the open. I don't yet know how UA handles these things. Out of campus training on the first week. That should serve our needs quite well. I will tell Tamura to prepare. If everything goes well, then by this weekend the symbol of peace will be gone, and the reputation of the so-called #1 hero school will be in tatters for failing to keep their staff and students safe. What will happen to the students? Or me? Izuku asked. Depends how they get involved. Having people to protect will make All Might easier to defeat. As for you, Father paused for a moment. I wouldn't want you to expose yourself until All Might is done at least, and staying in UA even beyond that might prove useful, so you cannot simply be absent right when the attack happens. Might I present a possible course of action? Kurojire's voice came from somewhere in the background of Izuku's father. I can separate the students at the start of the battle. This should help us separate the heroes present, and I can simultaneously place young Shigaraki in a safe place, possibly with some lesser villains so he appears to have been under threat and can demonstrate his abilities to further his infiltration, though the exact choice of the villains is likely not a significant question. That is worth considering, Father agreed. How about Toshi and Tenya? Izuku asked and paused. Maybe. I think couple others also might have potential to change hero culture for the better. Even at UA, some have suffered for their quirks. There was a moment of silence that made Izuku tense. If Master approves, I can concentrate a few designated students into same area as young Shigaraki or with villains they are likely capable of defending against. Yes, you said these people could change hero culture for the better. Quite a bold claim after knowing them for 2 days. Are you sure you aren't just picking people who suffered a bit like you did and feeling sorry for them? I don't pretend to know them well yet, but what they appear to have experienced is exactly what I hate in this society, why I am doing any of this. I don't want to add to it. Heroes are a problem because they stand above everyone else not understanding or caring about the darkness they help uphold. If people who have experienced that side of things become heroes, they just might make some difference, or at least take space that could be taken by someone like Bakugo. Sound logic, but are you sure your evaluation is rational and not simply emotional for meeting people that haven't so far attacked you for what you are? Remember that they are still out enemies and would not be so nice if they knew who you really are. I know that. Just because they wouldn't agree with why our ways, that doesn't mean they couldn't have positive impact or deserve to live to try. With Bakugo gone, I'd prefer everyone come out okay. I don't know enough of them to know who are good or not. Also, yes, I like people who don't fear me or Toshi for our quirks alone. We cannot guarantee everyone's safety if they are to be a distraction for the heroes, especially since Tamura will be in charge of the operation. So how many students' survival would you like to ensure? Father asked. Well, Izuku hesitated. Including Toshi and Tenya, 4 or 5. I think Kirishima would be okay if he can understand the wrongs of this society better. Though he seems tough enough to survive, not that any of them are weak. So 6 including you. That is too many to send to one place if the goal is to scatter the class. Make 2 groups Kurojire can divide you into. Choose well so the group you are not with can survive some enemies on their own. Shouldn't be too much to ask from people who have been chosen for UA Hero course. Also, either Shinso or Ida must be in that group. It would be too suspicious if you 3 were taken together. Izuku rubbed his chin and started muttering about what he knew about each of the people, starting to feel sorry he had missed Kirishima's fight. Son, you don't need to make this choice right now. There is one other matter we should discuss. You should continue stretching your quirk limit, and this attack can be an opportunity to gain a quirk you can use in public. You already have a good understanding of all the people Tamura and you have recruited and their quirks. Consider if they have anything you could use. Aren't they on our side? For now. However, we both know the quality of most of the league members. They aren't going to utilize their quirks for much good. Nothing like you can for sure. Many of them are no more than thugs, much like those who thought nothing of randomly attacking Hitoshi Shinso. Dad, Izuku said, his voice quieter but more threatening than before. Don't even try to use him to manipulate me. But it is so easy. Dad, Izuku said more sharply.
Fine, fine.
It will not change the point. Not continuing to grow your power is wasting your potential. And last I checked, you were struggling with mobility against speed-enhancing quirks, like Bakugos. Dad, Izuku said with annoyance, replacing the threat. You are growing to recognize your mental weaknesses. Very good. Again, it does not change the facts. Choose a quirk among the league you can use and let us know by Thursday so that person can be sent to you during the attack. I will. Tamura won't be happy. True, he has never liked sharing his toys, but sometimes you can't have everything you want. You too should remember that. Yes, Dad. Now, how are you feeling? I doubt you are really in need of someone to watch over you overnight. No, I think Recovery Girl was right to worry about head trauma, but I let regeneration do its work after she healed most visible injuries. Smart. Most people couldn't stay rational and delay their own healing with such injuries. Now if you could learn the same calm rationality when someone else is threatened or getting hurt, someone else might not be able to shrug off their injuries in a few seconds. Nor would most face the risk of becoming the #1 target for every hero in the country if they make one wrong move. There was a moment of silence between them. Well, I am assuming Shinso and Ida are in the house, so this call should not take too long. Considering all of today's events, it is probably better you relax this evening with them. Tomorrow will be real training, however. Don't miss it. I won't. See you then. Izuku ended the call and finished his business in the bathroom. As he walked back to his room, there was a loud thump. He peeked out of the door and found Tenya and Hitoshi groaning on the floor. Hitoshi under Tenya. So, you already started? Izuku asked. Yeah. Hitoshi gasped. Tenya, I can't breathe. Sorry, Tenya said as he pushed himself away from Hitoshi. We do truly require more training in closed spaces. Seems so, Izuku said. He was now wondering what kind of training would help them most come Friday, and just stopping himself from muttering about it was a challenge. Best he could think of was being prepared for surprises, which they were kind of doing already. At least he was a better trainer than a friend. Are you okay? He asked Hitoshi, who was just getting up. I feel like after an hour of your training, make that 2. At least Tenya doesn't have that armor on. I don't think I broke anything. That's good, Izuku said. Then you can do this again. Don't focus on just reacting after you notice, Tenya. In real life, you'll never know where or when you can get attacked. You have to be always on guard and notice any signs of threats. You should be already acting when he starts opening the door at the latest. That's what I tried. But before I could even think about doing anything, he had already crashed on me. That's why you shouldn't spend time thinking in a situation like that. If someone is attacking you, your body should move before you have time to think. How is that supposed to work? Instinct. If you want to be a true hero, the same should happen if you see someone in danger. Your body should be moving to save them before you have time to think. Like you do every time someone looks at us unfriendlily. I what? Izuku stuttered. He has always been more naturally heroic than he has been willing to admit, Tenya said, though sometimes more violently than strictly necessary. It's not heroism, Izuku said quietly, looking away from them, more anger than anything, not very heroic. Oh, there is definitely anger, Tenya confirmed, especially when anyone has threatened us. It might be a problem, but that is a separate matter from your heroic instincts, I guess. I'd say he has had more than enough reasons to be angry at things, Hitoshi said. Hopefully one less after today. I just have to try not to get stabbed, for the sake of the stabber's safety. Not someone I would worry about, Izuku said. By the way, was Kirishima able to help you at all? Yes, a bit, I think. Help with what? Tenya asked. Kirishima's use of his quirk reminded Toshi about the thug that tried to stab him, and not in a good way. I think that guy left him with some trauma, Izuku said. I see, Tenya said, holding a finger against his chin, thoughtful. I can see how the quirks could look the same, but I doubt a few minutes with Kirishima are going to help. Then they need more time, Izuku said. Would it help if we asked Kirishima to train with us, or would sparring with him make things worse? It is probably worth doing, Hitoshi said. He also seemed impressive in close combat. He could probably challenge you more in that than we can. We should try to train with other people more anyway, Tenya said. Facing Dark Shadow today and trying to reach Tokoyami was a unique challenge. I suggest we try to invite a few classmates to join our training next weekend. Izuku looked at a wall without saying a word. That could be interesting, Hitoshi said. By the weekend things could be very different. Same with the people around them and they themselves. Izuku, what do you think? Tenya asked. Izuku blinked and turned to look at Tenya. Who do you think we could ask? I think those two and Shoji seem decent enough to have around, just for the weekend days. Any more than that? Izuku fell quiet. We understand, Hitoshi said. No too many unfamiliar people at once. Izuku sighed and looked down. Yes, going to same classes with bunch of people is one thing, even if there are bigoted people or even bakugos, but training and spending time together like this I need this time to relax without needing to worry about the people around me. I can't trust people after just 2 days just because they have seemed not bad. So maybe we should ask only one of them for now, Tenya suggested. That would be Kirishima, for Toshi's sake, Izuku said, but we still have rest of the week to decide. That works for me, Hitoshi said. Now about today's training. Yes, Izuku said with his friend notebook at hand, and sufficiently distracted from the previous topic. Try it again. I'll watch from the other side. The duo turned to return to their starting position, but Tenya pointed at Izuku's notebook. Where was he keeping that? Hitoshi shrugged and headed down the stairs. Chapter 25, and there be media. Izuku leaned back on the car seat between Tenya and Hitoshi while listening to the former discussing their homework for the day, despite them already doing all of it together the previous evening. Hitoshi was quietly sipping his coffee from a large thermos. How he could drink that much of the stuff and still look either tired or calm most of the time Izuku couldn't tell, although brainwashing-induced sleep had left both of them much more rested than usual. Midoriya-san, the driver said, stopping Izuku from dozing off. We are arriving at the UA, but there is a crowd preventing me from driving all the way to the gate. Izuku leaned forward between the front seats to see what was going on and raised an eyebrow in surprise. Media? Leave us here. We'll try to get past them by foot, he said. As you wish, the driver said and pulled over. As they walked closer, it became obvious that these weren't just friendly, harmless reporters, more like a swarm of piranhas that sucked in any student trying not to be late to class. The noise of overlapping questions and demands alone was so much it was a wonder if they could even get clear recordings of anyone's answers to the questions. Izuku and Hitoshi tried to use Tenya as a battering ram to get through, but even so it only took a few seconds for some reporters to push in between them. Instinct told Izuku to throw the nosy woman on the ground like he had done in his fight with Bakugo, but the more rational and calm side of his brain won out. Hitoshi had already disappeared in the crowd behind him. Good morning. Are you a student from the hero course? How do you feel about having All Might as a teacher? After one lesson, not impressed and don't really care what people think about it. That is a surprising answer since most. Izuku turned away from the woman, trying to squeeze past some other people harassing other students. Wait, have you encountered the quirk-stealing student? Izuku stopped. How in the world did she know about that? Even people at Aldera hadn't made enough noise about his quirk to have reporters chase after him. We heard there is a student whose quirk lets him take away other people's quirks permanently with a single touch. Are you concerned about someone with that kind of quirk going to the same school? Izuku turned to face the woman again, and she actually shut up from his stare. Why should I be worried about that? Izuku asked. Because aren't you concerned for the safety of your quirk? No more than for my life with the majority of students whose quirk could be used to kill me. Just the day before yesterday, I saw one student score high enough in a grip strength test to crush a person's skull. He turned out to be an okay guy so far, by the way. So, I don't really have a reason to fear him for that. I see, the reporter said, seriously seeming disappointed at the answer, but soon got more determination in her eyes. Have you even seen the quirk stealer? No one in this school is called that, but if you mean the person who can transfer quirks between people, you could say I've met him. Izuku kept thinking if he should give the answer that was easier to him, or the one that would give him some chance of influencing people's views, maybe. It wasn't like his face would remain a secret with this kind of media frenzy, and the woman had made him more annoyed than afraid. Every time I look in the mirror. So what is H? Mirror? The reporter started and paused. She took a step back. You are the quirk stealer? As I said, there is no one by that name in this school. The real question is how you ever found out about my quirk. UA is quite strict with protecting their students' privacy outside of the sports festival. His words rang to deaf ears as the reporter's statement had been heard by those closest to them, even in the cacophony of the crowd, and the word was starting to circulate. The quirk stealer? That white-haired kid? Don't go too close. Your words shame your channel. Despite prejudice like yours, he is one of the most heroic people I've met and a great friend. Suddenly, Izuku was no longer being pushed on all sides by the crowd, having increasing amount of space which moved with him as he took a step. It was easy to scare away the reporters that had been harassing Hitoshi with a simple glare. Tenya had managed to drown out the questions from the reporter, who made the mistake of trying to stop him in his unstoppable lecture. Izuku just tapped his shoulder when walking past. Tenya took the chance to get out of the crowd, and they soon walked past the teachers, including Aizawa and Present Mike, who were trying to control the crowd at the gate. Wait. The annoying reporter came after Izuku. Do you feel any shame for stealing people's quirks? Izuku almost stopped, but Tenya's gentle push on his shoulder kept him moving. Hey, can you move? I am trying to interview that kid.
No.
Get out of here. You have harassed my students enough. All right, if you don't come for an interview, I'll get in there myself. Hey, hold on. A siren sounded, followed by loud clangs as the gate slammed shut. Those people bring shame to their profession, Tenya said. And they knew about my quirk and that I study here, Izuku said quietly. The only time even the possibility of that has been seen by people kind of publicly was during the entrance when Izuku paused, and when he spoke again it was with venom and barely contained rage. Bakugo. You think he did? Absolutely. He thinks he is entitled to always win. After yesterday, he could definitely lash out. He did the same during the entrance exam, telling everyone about my quirk. He called me quirk stealer just like that reporter. The only surprising thing is that he got so many reporters to come here so quickly. Not necessarily, Tenya said, holding a finger in the air while holding his chin with his other hand. They were also very interested in All Might being a teacher. They might have come here for that anyway and heard about you just in time. Maybe, Izuku said. It won't change what he did. My quirk has always been something everyone around me knew, but it never really became public knowledge. I'm not sure what this will mean. Just remember, the people who are worth you caring about their opinion aren't going to change, Hitoshi assured. People were always going to find out by the time you become a hero, probably at the sports festival at the latest. You just got a bad first impression, and for a lot of people that was always going to happen. Izuku hummed uncertainly and glanced back at the gate behind them, and at Aizawa who was following them. Hitoshi inched closer and a little behind him to block his view. Eyes forward. That got a small glimpse of a smile to appear on Izuku's face, and he did as told. I don't need many people to like me as long as there are a few good ones, but that kind of hate isn't just about me. Unfortunately, now isn't a time you can change that, Tenya said. That mob would not give you a voice, or at least not be a fair representation. Better focus on our studies so you can show them later. Izuku didn't respond to that as they walked the rest of the way to the homeroom class. Izuku walked all the way to his seat before he even realized to check on the room. Most of their classmates were already there, but one specific empty seat explained why he had felt so at ease stepping into the room. He even raised his hand to greet Shoji, who had made an eye on one of his arms and was looking at him. Ojiro gave a more careful glance. Izuku didn't bother giving him his time. The rest of the students arrived within a few minutes, followed shortly by Aizawa. All of you probably know this already, but we have one less student present today. Katsuki Bakugo has been suspended pending an investigation and hearing to his conduct in the past few days, as well as an enhanced background check on alleged earlier crimes. Depending on the results of those investigations, he will either return within a few weeks or be expelled. Frankly, it is going to be the latter option. As a part of the investigation, you may be heard as witnesses. I will inform you if that is required. Take this as a warning. While my expulsion threat on the first day was a deception, UA will not teach combat skills and other aspects of the hero profession to people we cannot trust to use those skills responsibly. How an expulsion might impact your personal lives is not a factor. The entire class was quiet. To their credit, Izuku heard no arguments or attempts to excuse Bakugo. Now that is taken care of, decent work on yesterday's combat training, you guys. I saw the video feeds and went over each of your team's results. For the first battle, Midoriya, you showed more skill in combat than I expected and were able to reach a position to use your quirk on someone with a much more destructive quirk. Do not let Bakugo's reaction discourage you from utilizing your power to disarm villains of their quirks in battle. Midoriya didn't respond, just kept watching Aizawa with a non-hostile and serious expression. Tokoyami, I understand a sentient quirk puts you in a unique position, but your ability to fight alongside fellow heroes cannot depend on whether he likes them. I understand. This is an unusual situation, but I want you to see a school counselor and see if you can talk things out with Dark Shadow. Reserve a time with him when you can. I will.
Ita.
You were left in an unexpected and difficult situation due to your then teammates' actions. Seeking to ambush and delay your enemies was a rational response, but you seem to lack control over your quirk. The speed you can achieve will not matter if you cannot stop and turn in time, especially in enclosed spaces. Focus on fine control in your training for now. We are already working on this. You?
Aizawa asked.
Izuku already identified this weakness in my abilities some time ago. It shames me that I could not properly address it despite his assistance before entering UA. At least he didn't run through my walls, Izuku muttered with a small smile. I see, Aizawa commented. You should continue that training then. I expect to see results. It was obviously easy to expect things when he had yet to do anything to help with the issue. He moved on to comment on the participants of the next battle, pointing out Todoroki's arrogance and congratulating Hitoshi on not giving up and his ability to dodge Todoroki's attacks. Thank you. Dodging Izuku's and Tenya's attacks has been a big part of my training from the beginning. Todoroki's ice did stop me from counterattacking, though. I couldn't even get close. You were still able to defeat Todoroki with your quirk. Aizawa checked his notes. Quirks, but don't let yourself become dependent on being able to brainwash whoever you face. Working on it, Izuku said. Aizawa stared at him for a moment, but then proceeded with his feedback for rest of the students. At least he gave feedback to everyone without singling anyone out for humiliation. Let's get down to business, he said after the long list of feedback. Our first task will decide your future. Now what he was planning. It was just the third day. The whole class tensed, expecting Aizawa to drop something super serious on them. You all need to pick a class representative. So, it had been just normal school stuff, was the class collective reaction. A few seconds later, people were raising or waving their hands and shouting about how they all wanted to get the post, just to have slightly better chances of getting attention from agencies and the public. Izuku preferred to use his hands to cover his ears. Silence, everyone, please. Tenya shouted over the entire cacophony loud enough to silence the class. The class representative's duty is to lead others. That's not something just anyone can do. You must first have the trust of every student in the classroom. Therefore, the most logical way to fill this position is democratically. We will hold an election to choose our leader. It's pretty obvious you want us to vote for you, most of the class said at the same time. Is this really the best idea? The boy Tenya had identified as Kaminari asked. We've only known each other for a few days. How do we know who we can trust? One of the girls commented, as if that wasn't a problem for any possible way of choosing the class representative. Besides, everyone will just vote for themselves, Kirishima added. Most people will, but that means that whoever does receive the most votes will truly be the most suitable person for the job, Tenya countered, apparently not even considering the many ways of voting to counter that problem. He then turned to Aizawa. It is the best way, right, sir? Do what you want, just decide before my nap is over, Aizawa responded while closing his sleeping bag around him. What had he said about this being important to their futures again? I have to get one of those, Hitoshi quietly commented in front of Izuku. Thank you for your trust, Tenya told the already sleeping Aizawa before turning back to his fellow students. We shall now vote for the class representative. Tenya, Izuku said, getting his taller friend's attention without even raising his voice. What voting method do you suggest we use? Voting method? Kirishima is right about people voting for themselves. If we just vote for anyone without considering how, and just because one person might get one or two more votes doesn't mean they have the support of the class. What do you suggest as an alternative? There are many options. Open vote where voting for yourself is not allowed. Two-part vote where we pick everyone who gets more than their own vote for a second round. Only voting among people who get two other people to nominate them. Allowing everyone to vote for two different people so they have to vote at least one person other than themselves. I'm sure there are several other alternatives. Nominating people sounds like the most sensible thing to do, Yaoyorozu said. It would force people to consider who they would trust and support publicly. I guess that would work, Kirishima said. Is it okay for everyone? He got multiple supporting statements and positive murmurs. At least no one opposed the idea. Very good. Tenya took charge of the process again as he walked to the front of the class. In that case, the nominations for the class representative election are now open. Hitoshi raised his hand a bit, getting a hopeful look from Tenya. I nominate Izuku Midoriya. The three of them could of course get a nomination for Tenya. Izuku blinked. What did you say? It makes sense, Hitoshi said, turning in his seat to face Izuku. How exactly? I know you aren't excited about the idea or the attention. That's true. But you have already taken charge of mine and Tenya's training, and it would show those reporters. Even if Bakugo fed them lies, the rest of the class choosing you as the rep would send a different message. You are right, Tenya joined in the realization. He fell silent for a moment before raising his head. Choosing him would be better for the greater good. I too nominate Izuku Midoriya. Not a bad idea, Shoji spoke for the first time during the class. Any other candidates? Izuku asked. We aren't going to force you into the job, you know, Hitoshi said. Just think of how much it can help with changing people's minds, and don't even try to pretend you couldn't do the job. They weren't wrong, but the whole thing felt like getting even more tied up with the whole, becoming a hero concept. Still, if it gave him opportunities to change people's minds, he couldn't really say either way. So the election went ahead, and soon Tenya wrote out the results on the display at the front of the class. 1. Izuku Midoriya, 7. 2. Momo Yaoyorozu, 5. 3. Eijiro Kirishima, 4. All right, Aizawa said. Midoriya will be the class representative and Yaoyorozu will be the vice representative. Now get going before you're late for the next lesson. Midoriya, from now on it is your job to take care of that. I understand. The rest of the morning went by uneventfully. The most notable thing was when Izuku glanced out of a window and saw the press still crowding outside the gate. Leaving to get back home wasn't going to be fun. For a moment, Izuku wondered if UA would allow a helicopter to land on the sports field. Then it was lunchtime. Izuku had just gotten food with Hitoshi and Tenya when he spotted Kirishima just a bit behind them. Tenya turned to look at what had gotten his attention. You know, if we are going to ask him to join us for training, now is as good a time as any, Tenya said. Should also congratulate him for third place. Right, Izuku said and waited as Kirishima got through the queue. Hey Kirishima, come eat with us. The redhead looked at them for a few seconds. Are you sure? You three are always together. I don't want to intrude. I am sure. There's something we need to talk about. In that case, count me in, class rep. They got to a nearby table with 4 empty seats. Kirishima sat opposite to Izuku and next to Hitoshi. So, what did you want to talk about? He asked. Are you interested in training outside school hours? Tenya asked. Obviously he is, Izuku said. Have you looked at him? He also got to UA third in the practical exam. Kirishima held his head, smiling. Heh, I guess I did. Still a bit behind you. You got more rescue points. That means you did a better job if you ask me, Izuku said. Anyway, we usually train together on weekends, and we thought we should train with other people too. That sounds cool. Kirishima shouted. Exited. especially after what Ida and Shinso said this morning. I'd love to get some of that Midoriya training. He suddenly shut up and glanced at Hitoshi before speaking in a quieter voice. Is this about your? Partially, it got you first in line, Hitoshi admitted. Pretty sure they also want someone they can punch without spending most of their effort on holding back. Izuku can afford to get people with good healing quirks to treat me, but I'd prefer if he didn't need to. Kirishima grinned. I can do that. Just be careful to not hurt yourselves. There was this one guy who tried to help me train my quirk with a baseball bat who, well, broke his hand. No one has really wanted to help with my training since. Your quirk lives up to its name then, Tenya said. Hey, yes. It is a pretty simple quirk, though. The important thing is how you use it and how well you understand it, Izuku said. Like how much can you harden right now? How deep into your skin does it go? Are you bulletproof, or just tough against blunt force impact? How about other types of danger like heat or electricity? Does the physical change affect you in other ways? I noticed you hardened for the strength tests during Aizawa's fitness test. Kirishima said. Are you really that interested in my quirk? Yes, Hitoshi and Tenya said at the same time. Oh, well, as long as you don't steal it from me. Izuku's eyes narrowed and his face dropped, losing the slight smile he had had. Hitoshi shoved his elbow into Kirishima's side. What? Oh, I'm sorry, Kirishima quickly said. It was just a joke. Izuku's stare softened a bit, but he still didn't look happy. Just so you know, Hitoshi said, him taking your quirk is the best thing that could happen in training. He was able to help me a lot with my quirk after trying it just a couple of times himself. There is a big difference between seeing a quirk and using it himself. Really? Never thought about it that way. It is unthinkable for most people, Izuku commented quietly. Hey, I said I'm sorry, Kirishima responded, waving his hands in front of him. I didn't. Alarm sirens began ringing across the school as a voice announced a villain threat at the school, calling for students to evacuate. To where or what way it didn't say. Izuku and company were standing in an instant, but they were standing tense and more or less ready for battle. Meanwhile, most others were either frozen in place or already running. Izuku was mostly focused on wondering what was going on. Who would be crazy enough to attack UA? Besides Tamura, of course, but that wasn't supposed to be at the main campus, or today. We should evacuate too, Tenya said, and they started moving. Izuku was the last one right behind Hitoshi, but as they ran across the cafeteria, he saw what was happening. The corridor was already so full of panicking students to the point where getting anywhere was nearly impossible. If any villain was actually attacking, they would have been like fish in a barrel. If it was Izuku attacking the school, a couple of the explosive hellfire arrows would have been enough to cause nation-shaking carnage. Overall, Izuku started doubting if they had overestimated UA's security. Preparing students for emergencies certainly wasn't a part of it. Tenya and Kirishima were already beyond his reach, but Izuku grabbed Hitoshi just in time before he was trapped in the crowd. Izuku, getting stuck there won't help you get out or stay safe. We don't even know what is happening. Hitoshi glanced at the crowd that had already consumed Tenya and Kirishima. You are probably right. What do you suggest? Try to find out what is happening and avoid the crowd. If there is an actual villain attack, the crowd will only attract them. But Tenya and others are already trapped in there. If there really is an attack, Izuku raised one arm with a lit dragon blade. Right, Izuku, solution number one if any of us are threatened. That would work. I almost pity the villains, Hitoshi said. They jogged to a nearby window to see if anything was happening outside. At the second window, Izuku's eyes widened, but as much in anger as in shock. They wouldn't. Who? Hitoshi asked as he came to look out next to Izuku. The media? Izuku seethed and then blinked. How in the world did they get through the UA barrier? I doubt the school let them in. Could they have quirks or tools to break the gate? It's possible, Izuku said. A group that large probably has some destructive quirks, but using one would get them in real trouble, nothing like harassing some students. He squinted his eyes, trying to see the gate that was no longer there. All that was left was the frame and some kind of pile of rubble under it, or maybe dust, like the gate had been just shattered apart, or decayed. Izuku, Hitoshi called. Izuku turned his head to face him. Sorry, I was thinking. Already trying to solve the mystery, Hitoshi said. Can't blame you. This whole thing gives me a bad feeling. Izuku couldn't respond to that, knowing Hitoshi's feeling was completely justified. After a long silence, he grabbed Hitoshi's shoulder and guided him back towards their table. Let's finish our lunch. It sounds like things have calmed down, so Tenya and Kirishima will probably return soon. Yeah. The rest of the day went by calmly with actual teaching on combat and martial arts techniques. The most unusual part was several of their classmates jokingly calling Tenya emergency exit for slamming in the wall above the emergency exit sign to tell everyone in the corridor to calm down. As Izuku left the school and walked through the destroyed gate, he couldn't help but kneel by the destroyed remains, separated from the designated walking path by police tape. The gate hadn't broken to pieces. It had decayed to basically dust, emphasis on decay. Hey, someone said, and Izuku turned his head to see the police officer. Do not touch it. This is a crime scene. Right, sorry, I was just curious, Izuku said, somehow maintaining a meek tone, despite his growing annoyance. He got up and walked to his chauffeur. Thankfully, the break-in had been enough for police to get involved with the press and drive them away, at least for the moment. Hitoshi and Tenya came with him, though this time they would just train a bit near Hitoshi's place, and Izuku gave them rides home. Once home, he grabbed only a sandwich and headed downstairs while still eating it. The training had gone a little long, so Kurojire's portal appeared just as he stepped in the basement. He had barely stepped through and concluded that his father wasn't yet present in the training room when he turned to Kurojire. Did Tamura go to UA today? Yes, the Nomu responded without hesitation. He wished to confirm the class schedule and All Might's whereabouts himself rather than rely on your information. Of course he did. Is he alone right now? Yes, if you want to see him, I can take you to him, but be careful, young Shigaraki. Do it, Izuku commanded, and dark mist encased him in seconds. As it retracted, things didn't get much brighter as he was in a room lit only by a computer screen. Izuku took a single step. Tamura spun around, reaching for Izuku with his hand. Izuku dodged to the side and grabbed Tamura's wrist, squeezing much harder than necessary. Oh, it's you, Tamura said like he hadn't just tried to kill Izuku. Izuku didn't let go of his arm. What in the world made you go to UA? How do you know that? Tamura asked, annoyed. Kurojire, how does he know that? I told you to not talk about it. He asked me about it, Kurojire responded. Cursed Nomu. Tamura, why did you come to UA? Because of my mission, Tamura answered. Did you think I would lead the league into battle based on your word about class rumors? I expected you to not put UA on high alert, especially since I'm already there for information. You can have fun with your little friends there all you want. I lead the league, and I decide what information we use to plan the attack. You may lead the league, but Father made me responsible for spying on UA. You making them increase security won't help either of us. You don't. Tamura started raising his other hand. Izuku lit Dragon Blade as a shield on his free hand. Children, their father's voice came from Tamura's computer speaker. Is that any way to treat family? Izuku, shouldn't you be training? I should, but Tamura decided to cause trouble by breaking into UA today. Yes, I know. Kurojire has kept me informed. Tamura gave the Nomu a murderous stare. Izuku lowered his hand so that the flaming shield was between them. His other hand squeezed Tamura's wrist with all the strength other Nomus had beaten into him. Kurojire, leave, their father commanded. Once the Nomu disappeared in mist, Izuku let Tamura go and stepped back, his dragon blade extinguished. Tamura rubbed his wrist as he turned to face the empty computer screen. Master, I have confirmed the information that Shirakuro brought, a voice called from off-screen. I am impressed that you could infiltrate UA, their father said, making Tamura's expression brighten. But in the process, you alerted the school to a potential threat that could in worst case make that information outdated. Avoiding situations like this is exactly why we had Izuku going there in the first place. Tamura suddenly looked much less happy. Take this as a learning experience. You need to think more than one step ahead. If you want more information to confirm Izuku's findings, what ways you have to do that, and more importantly, what are their consequences, should be considered thoroughly. Yes, sensei, Tamura responded grumpily. And don't try to hide things from me. Kirojiri won't keep secrets from me for you. Or from Izuku. Right? Tamura muttered and turned to stare at Izuku. Is there a reason you are still here? Stay out of UA. You don't want me messing with your league, so don't mess with my stay at UA. I have enough to deal with the school and the press. Press? His father asked. The media knows about me, my quirk, Izuku responded. Probably Bakugo's doing. I also got voted the class representative. Toshi thinks it makes me look better in front of the media. Turning into a hero faster than I thought, Tamura muttered. Shut up, Tamura, Izuku responded. Izuku, his father said, silencing both of them. Your power becoming public was inevitable. It is a small miracle you haven't been chased by media and hunted by people fearing your existence since your quirk manifested. For a long time after your quirk was registered, I had Kirojiri and other Nomus on standby around the clock, worried the Hero Public Safety Commission would send one of their assassins after you. If Lady Nagant hadn't been arrested just before, I would have had to make you and Inko disappear. Assassins? Izuku asked. You know that the world isn't black and white. Those calling themselves heroes are capable of just as great violence as any villain. They just tend to hide it better, and the public is more willing to pretend it doesn't exist. I know that. It's just, I know. Do not let the shine and noble-sounding words of the so-called heroes distract you from the reality. Absolutely not. As for the media, it might be annoying, but this attention can also give you a platform to be heard. Words are a tool of change and control just as much as quirks or combat ability. Turn this attention to your benefit. Let people know what you have suffered, but carefully to not show weakness. Cultivate future followers among like-minded people, and you can achieve anything. One person, no matter how powerful, can only do so much, but a leader can make the masses change history. I may be a few steps away from that. Perhaps, but it is never too early to start. You still have time to grow. First, you need to be strong enough to lead with a firm hand. I am waiting for you. The screen turned back to whatever Tamura was watching before. Good, Tamura said. Leave me alone. Break a leg, or two. I might, Izuku said as Kirojiri's portal appeared behind him. Chapter 26. To the USJ. Izuku stepped out of the warp gate in front of his father and the large Nomu. Izuku looked up at the creature and gulped, remembering Tamura's mention of broken bones. To improve, you must face opponents above your current level that force you to surpass your limits, to go beyond. As the heroes at UA like to say, his father said, especially if you are going to skip training sessions. You don't even need rest days to recover. I know, Izuku said and looked at the Nomu again. Seems it has recovered too. The Nomo had regenerated the red marks left from Izuku's attacks 2 days before. Its skin was back to its normal dark color. It finished regenerating late last evening. The doctor believes that the sheer heat and vibration of your attack caused some deeper damage and charring that hindered the regeneration even below the surface. There were even some chemical traces that could link to your venomous nails quirk, an intriguing discovery. At least I didn't leave any permanent damage and it could still fight. The Nomu doesn't feel much, so it was still able to move, but a human with regenerative abilities would likely suffer too much pain to effectively use the partially regenerated limbs. You might possess an exceptional counter to regenerative quirk Sun. Of course, you should also take this as a warning to not rely on your regeneration abilities too much. Every quirk has its counter. Even one for all? Izuku asked. Of course. The current power of the quirk might be overwhelming, but in the end what the quirk provides is raw physical ability since All Might didn't have a quirk of his own. This Nomu was designed to counter physical impacts. On the other hand, absorption does little against your or Tamura's quirks, which is why you were able to injure it. You should always know how you match with your enemy. Right? Izuku rubbed his chin, falling deep in thought. It's not just about power, but what kind of match you are for your opponent, like challenging Kirishima in boxing compared to a running contest. The difference being that most people only have one or a few styles of using their individual quirks and physical abilities, only a few types of situations where they are a strong match to their enemies. You can and should build up your quirks in such way as to be an undefeatable match to everyone at all times. Speaking of which, have you considered what quirk you will have next? If you mean at USJ, yes, Izuku responded. The League doesn't have many options actually, but this one person has a quirk called shoulder-mounted jets. From what I gathered, he has mostly used it to get away with small crimes like purse-snatching street fights and some gang activity he hasn't talked much about. Not sure why he is in the League, but he doesn't seem to be looking for any change in the society. And you think his quirk would serve your needs? It is the most mobility-enhancing quirk in the League and would also let me fly. I think that would give anyone an advantage over those who can't do it in most situations, at least outside, Izuku said. It might be difficult to balance and control, but I am already helping Tenya train similar issues with his quirk. As long as you do the most difficult training away from them. Flight quirks are often dangerous to their users, at least in the phase where they haven't yet learned to use them well, and we don't want your friends to see your bones healing right after a crash. No, and it would be embarrassing to fly through the wall after telling Tenya not to do that. Your agility has developed at an exceptional rate since we began your training. You will certainly master use of such a quirk as well, but not by skipping training. Nomu. After several broken bones for Izuku and several marks on the Nomu's arms, the evening's training was over. Izuku shook his legs every few steps after he returned home. The broken bones and open cuts might have healed quickly, but they left an itching feeling behind. The healed parts tended to be a lot more sensitive for a while after. He ate a quick snack and headed upstairs, stopping briefly next to what he had named the sleepover room, before going to his own room. As soon as he finished his homework, it was time for bed. Everything around him was dark and misty, not like the warm protection of Kurojire's warping mist, but an unending porridge trapping Izuku within. There was movement next to him. Without thinking and unable to control his body, Izuku swung his arm and dragon blade cut deep into the woman. The blade penetrated her body and cut through it as the corpse fell in front of him. An arm transformed into a sword-like blade emerged from the mist, swinging in an attack against Izuku, but was no match to the dragon blade that first cut off the blade arm and then the neck of its owner with a single swing. Someone shouted somewhere, but it was muffled by the mist. Two other human forms stood behind the falling, decapitated corpse. Izuku's body again moved against his will and charged past them, cutting through both their bodies. More and more human forms appeared around him, some attacking him, some just standing there. A few had faces, like All Might and Death Arm. Two of the men that had kidnapped him a year before emerged from the mist, reaching out to him, their faces twisted. "What did you do to us?" They were cut down just as everyone else. Many others seemingly didn't even have faces. Izuku didn't have time to be sure as burnt blood splattered on his face, and he shouted without making a sound. Someone was behind him, reaching towards him. He swung his blade and then everything stopped. Finally in control of his body, Izuku turned to look at who it was and froze as he did. Hitoshi and Tenya were laying on the ground, dead, deep torched gashes across their chest right at the height where their hearts had been. Izuku grabbed his head with both hands and screamed. His eyes opened, and he screamed into the empty bedroom until his lungs were empty and left Izuku gasping for air. His head spun around, looking for anyone. Without thinking, he even turned to check the floor on the sides of the bed before getting up to sit on its edge, staring at his shaking hands, still having some difficulty breathing. He had already lost count of how many times that dream had repeated. Him fighting alone in the darkness, killing, constantly surrounded, and the moment he wasn't alone in the darkness even if it was a dream, the thought of what he did to Hitoshi and Tenya almost made him vomit. What if one of these days they really got caught up and hurt in some battle because of him? What if that happened on Friday? Izuku wiped the tears off his eyes and looked at the luxurious but sparse room with empty eyes. He got up, took his phone from the night desk, and left the room. He walked down the hall, dragging his feet until he got into the sleepover room. He laid down on the bed he usually used between the two other empty ones. For a long time, all he did was stare at the ceiling of the quiet room. There were no calming, safe sounds of others breathing. A shadow moved at the edge of his vision. Izuku grabbed the sides of the bed to not do as he had in his dream. Some of his tenseness disappeared as he recognized Kurojire's silent, shadowy form standing in the corner. So maybe he wasn't completely alone even in darkness. Izuku reached for the calm mind quirk within him and pushed everything out of his mind except for the safe presence of the Nomu. It took time, but eventually he fell back asleep under Kurogiri's watchful eyes. In the morning, the first thing he did was to head downstairs to a fancy espresso machine he got for sleepover mornings and made himself a triple dose of the black stuff. It was a routine he developed for every morning after a nightmare. Unfortunately, the caffeine didn't do much for him in the long run. Its effect probably seemed like a poison to the regeneration. He filled 2 extra thermoses just before leaving for school. Both his chauffeur and Tenya were already waiting outside. Izuku stopped for just a few seconds to look over his speedster friend. No charred wounds across his chest or anywhere else. "Did you have difficulty sleeping again?" Tenya asked. "Huh." Izuku blinked before the words sunk in. "Yes, it has been worse since we got into you." It wasn't technically a lie. Bakugo's and All Might's presence had made things worse. "Have you ever considered getting a therapist to talk about things with?" "I already have 2, but I can't hog them every hour of every day," Izuku responded, trying to smile as he sat on the middle seat. "I appreciate the sentiment, but you know that isn't what I meant." "I know," Izuku said and leaned back. Tenya looked at him for a few moments from the door before giving up and getting into the car with Izuku. A bit later, they stopped by Hitoshi's house. Izuku was already holding one of the thermoses for him when he got in. The smile the gesture got from Hitoshi warmed Izuku more than the coffee ever did. Convinced both of them were alive and uninjured, Izuku dozed off between them despite all the earlier caffeine. The crowd of media at the school was just as large as the previous day, but all of them had either Izuku's description or a picture. Even trying his best, the driver couldn't get past the crowd, so the trio had to get out and walk. "It's the quirk stealer. Are you his classmates? How do you feel attending class with someone like the quirk stealer?" As the questions started flooding at them, Hitoshi grabbed Izuku's arm and Tenya stepped in front of them sharply, as if they had practiced the whole process in advance. "Only despicable bullies have ever called him a quirk stealer," Tenya declared with, for him, a surprising lack of politeness. "His name is Midoriya. He is a highly respected member and the newly elected class representative of the Hero Class 1A. The last point made the reporters quiet down for a moment. Tenya started moving with Izuku and Hitoshi, following in that order. They were almost through when Eraserhead and Present Mike pushed aside the last reporters and ushered them past the threshold where the UA barrier kept the reporters out, or would have normally. The pile of dust that used to be their gate was still present with police tape around it. Security guards and entrance exam robots had taken its place in keeping people out. At least the rest of the day went by calmly, with the only especially notable thing being the partially ceremonial job of the class rep. People were fully capable of getting in their seats for classes on their own. Despite the suggestion to the contrary, Tenya tried to give Izuku as an advice about the job. Then the night came again with a nightmare where Hitoshi and Tenya got swarmed by villains and seemed to only be further away no matter how fast Izuku ran towards them. Another night of sleeping under the watchful eyes of Kurogiri, a morning quadruple dose of pitch-black coffee, and the drive to school while Izuku couldn't even think about sleeping. It was Friday. At least the school had gotten its act together, with robots and police officers having pushed the remaining media further away from the gate and kept the door open. During the lunch hour, Izuku and Tenya got separated from Hitoshi, but the brainwasher soon reappeared with a familiar redhead. Surprisingly, he did not sit on the free seat next to Izuku, but instead specifically directed Kirishima to sit there. Izuku, his mouth full, glanced at Kirishima and then focused on Hitoshi. "Exposure without danger," Hitoshi said. "You are still avoiding people too much, and Kirishima is supposed to train with us tomorrow. Also, he promised to not make jokes." "Yeah, heh. Shinso warned me that you haven't had good experiences of some things." Listening to those reporters, I'm starting to understand. Sorry if I hit a sensitive spot the other day. Izuku looked at Kirishima in the eyes for a long moment, and something in the look he got back said the redhead was being genuine. After all, Izuku had already deemed him worthy enough to make sure he'd survive the day. Well, that was a cheery thought. Izuku hid his feelings behind a yawn. "You already apologized back then," Izuku said once he could talk again. "Oh, right. How's your practice with Toshi going? Oh, that. I've been trying to imitate the sword, hand, quirk whenever I got the chance. Kirishima held his fingers together and hardened his arm. He doesn't react much unless I catch him by surprise, so it's going well, I guess. It still reminds me of that time, but I can't tell the difference before reacting, if that makes sense. It does, Izuku said and yawned again. Let's have you two spar tomorrow. He's not bored with the idea, Hitoshi told Kirishima, just sleeping badly. It hasn't been a good week, Izuku added and quickly swallowed his last piece of food. Speaking of which, I could use a nap. If you want, Hitoshi said. Yes, Izuku responded, and soon everything went black. For the first time since Tuesday morning, he was free of the fear and stress of what was coming. It didn't last for long. Izuku was still groggy as they got to the class just before Aizawa. Tenya had almost panicked that they might be late for the lesson. Today's training will be a little different, Aizawa began. We are going to do rescue training. Kaminari interrupted. Despite his earlier experiences with the blonde, Izuku could at least be happy to note he seemed similarly excited for the rescue training as for combat training. The rest of the class expressed similar feelings. Kirishima even called it the real hero stuff. Izuku mentally gave him points for that. Kaminari, Aizawa said quietly, but in a tone that made the boy shut up and freeze in an instant. How do you know that already? All Might, Izuku said and yawned. He was too tired to even grit his teeth at saying the name. Or perhaps it was because All Might wouldn't be around much longer. Of course, Aizawa sighed. Yes, you will have rescue training dealing with natural disasters, shipwrecks, stuff like that, but today's training will be a little different. You will have 3 instructors, me, All Might, and another faculty member will be keeping tabs on you. That information managed to grab Izuku's attention. 3 teachers for 1 lesson sounded unusual. Was it normal for off-campus trainings like this, or were they being careful thanks to Tamura's little adventure? Even 3 shouldn't have been too bad. The whole point of attacking a whole class was to distract the other heroes. Now, what you wear in this exercise is up to you. I know you are excited for costumes. Aizawa pressed a remote controller, and the racks holding their costumes came out of the wall. But keep in mind that you haven't gotten used to them yet, so they may limit your capabilities. This training will take place at an off-campus facility, so we will be taking a bus to get there. That's all. Start getting ready. He walked out, leaving the class to prepare on their own. Izuku, Tenya whispered from behind Izuku. This is where you as a class rep need to keep order. Izuku rubbed his head, annoyed. I assume everyone can get dressed and find their way outside in reasonable time without needing any more instructions? He said out loud. Already on it, Kirishima said, walking past them with his costume suitcase. Izuku got up, facing away from Ida, who would probably have forced the whole class into a useless queue or something if he had been the class rep. Maybe it wasn't so bad that the job had been pushed onto Izuku. Izuku didn't bother taking the empty suitcase of his destroyed costume as they headed to the dressing rooms. He separated from the group at the entrance to stop by the dressing room toilet. He pulled his phone out as soon as the doors snapped locked. He sent a quick encoded message and then deleted it from his phone before flushing and joining the others. Izuku, what are you going to wear? Hitoshi asked. Your last costume wasn't exactly in a decent condition, unless you like it that way. I heard some girls talking about Kirishima's hero costume the other day, and one of them mentioned seeing you after the battle training. She sounded pretty excited about it. Hitoshi grinned while Izuku's face started mimicking Kirishima's hair.
No.
I actually got a new one made privately. It just came last evening, Izuku responded, and opened his unusually bulging backpack to pull out the costume. It is pretty much the same as the last one, but should be more durable, especially against fire. You got something better than the support company had? Hitoshi asked. Wait, don't answer that, stupid question. Speaking of better, Izuku said, we need to talk about your arm guards someday. Sure. You should also take this. Izuku tossed Hitoshi a small pouch, like those attached to his belt. What is this? A compact, foldable gas mask. You never know when you have to face someone with a gas quirk like Midnight's. In your case, it should also help you speak and use your quirk in dust or things like that. Tenya, I have one for you too. Thank you. I am grateful for your concern and help as always. Tenya received the gift and then turned, confused, trying to figure out where in his costume to put it in a way that it wouldn't fall off. You might want to consider an equipment belt, Hitoshi said. Or pockets. You could hide closable pockets in many places on that armor, Izuku added. Perhaps. That's pretty cool, Kirishima said from nearby. I never considered having my costume prepared to protect against gas. Not surprising, Izuku said, pointing at the entirely shirtless Kirishima. You didn't even prepare it against the winter. Heh, I guess I'll have to figure that out later. I thought this would last longer. My quirk has a lot of sharp edges. Where were you keeping that? Huh? Izuku asked, looking up from his notebook. Sorry, I've been taking notes to plan tomorrow's training. Cool. I can't wait. Hey, what are you talking about? Kaminari asked. Oh, they invited me to get some of that Midoriya training this weekend. Cool, can I come? Zero asked. No, Izuku said and turned away from them. Please forgive his rudeness, Tenya hurried to say. We thought it best to not have too many people we don't know well yet. These weekend training sessions are quite important to us. There was a short silence and Izuku could feel eyes in the back of his neck. Oh, that is okay. I hope you have fun. Don't lose your quirk, Kirishima. He's not careful enough to do that, Ojiro said. There was a long silence. Dude, you should know that isn't cool. Midoriya doesn't like it, especially with how those reporters come after him. And why should I be careful? Kirishima said. Midoriya is cool. Had anyone ever said that before? Izuku wasn't sure. After that, they got their clothes changed in silence before heading out. The bus arrived soon after most of them got there. Izuku, this is your time to show you can have the bus loaded efficiently, Tenya whispered. Izuku looked around at their classmates. Okay, everyone, the bus is here. Get in. Tenya might have died a little inside, but the entire class was in the bus quickly. Most gathered in the front section with an open layout where it was easier to chat. Izuku sat on a window seat in the back with Hitoshi taking the other seat. Izuku tried to mostly look out of the window so people wouldn't notice the tension on his face. Izuku, is everything okay? Huh? Izuku jolted and luckily yawned. Yeah, I think I spaced out listening to them talking. Every word tore Izuku apart inside from being lies, and no amount of regeneration could heal that. He leaned back and closed his eyes before they could expose his lies. Instead, he kept reviewing the plan to keep people he didn't want dead alive. Kirigiri was going to do his part, and Izuku could always command the new Nomu if nothing else, but he didn't trust Tamura if things went wrong, and the mass of criminals Tamura had assembled would attack them just like the rest of their class. At least that was a problem Izuku could punch away. He just hoped Tokoyami, Shoji, and Kirishima could do the same. The redhead was just commenting something about his quirk not looking impressive. Don't evaluate yourself based on how your quirk looks, Izuku said out loud without opening his eyes. If you are here to look good in front of cameras, you should quit and give your place to someone else. Izuku, Tenya said, probably facepalming as he did. No, he's right, Kirishima said. I'm just worried how much my quirk can do outside of beating villains. That is a more reasonable concern, Izuku said. At least it keeps you alive. You can't help anyone if you are dead. I guess that's right. Kind of a dark thought, though. The world is a dark place. If you haven't noticed that before, you are one of the few lucky ones who have only seen the shiny surface. Apparently his words had hit a chord since no one talked after that. At least it had been a bit of a distraction. Okay, we are here, Aizawa said. Izuku finally opened his eyes again to witness the massive dome structure they were approaching. The USJ, the place where everything would change. The bus stopped right in front of the main entrance where a person dressed like a strange astronaut was waiting. Izuku recognized the Space Hero 13. So, she was the third teacher, as expected. The class got out of the bus and gathered in front of her. Hello everyone. I have been waiting for you. I am 13. Please come in. They followed her into the dome, and it really was just a single massive open interior space with multiple areas that were the size of entire city blocks. They were standing on a large podium or a bridge overlooking the entire space at the top of a long stairway. The class was stunned, and chatting excitedly. Not for the first time that week as 13 stood at the end of the stairs facing them. A shipwreck, a landslide, a fire, a windstorm, etc. I call it the unforeseen simulation joint, but you can call it USJ. Izawa approached 13. Hey, shouldn't All Might be here already? 13 stepped a little closer to Izawa, clearly trying to tell something to him and him alone. Izuku leaned a bit to the side to see better. 13 seemed to be holding up some fingers, not very informative. Was she showing minutes All Might was going to be late, or hours, or something else? There wasn't much time. Now that they had been seen entering, the attack could start at any moment. Their target wasn't here, and there was nothing Izuku could do to stop what was going to happen. He struggled to not show his anxiety and focused on looking down at the different training grounds. He didn't pay much attention when 13 started explaining things, though her warning about how quirks could be dangerous even when intended to help people was a good one. There were a series of sparks among the lights that illuminated the large space. A dark, swirling point appeared down above the floor of the dome, right in front of a fountain, and then started spreading into a warp gate. Usually that would have given Izuku great comfort, but now it just meant their time was up. At least the thought gave him a more appropriate expression as he stared at the forming warp gate. Izawa turned to see the warp gate just as Tamura stepped out, followed by the massive villains he had assembled. Izawa spun around, holding his arm out to tell the class to stay back. "Protect the students," he shouted to 13. Now the rest of the class also started realizing something was going on. "What is that thing?" Kirishima asked. Izawa put on his goggles, not turning his eyes away from the arriving villains. "Those are villains." The words sent an electric shock through the class, and they could only stare as the Nomu stepped out of the warp gate. Everything was ready and in place, except for their target that all this was done for. Izuku squeezed his hands into fists. "Don't even think about fighting," Izawa said, misunderstanding Izuku's reaction. His capture scarf spread out around his head like gravity didn't exist to it. "What? Villains? There's no way they could get into a hero school," Kirishima said, dumbfounded. "Teacher, what about the security system?" Yaoyorozu asked 13. "We have one, of course, but if alarm sensors aren't being triggered, then one of them must have a quirk that is masking their presence here," Todoroki said. He was completely ignoring the potential of technological jamming or hacking, showing how focused he was on Quirk's role in life. But he wasn't wrong considering Izuku had helped to recruit the person he was speculating about. Todoroki continued. "They attacked an isolated area away from the main campus at a time when a class is supposed to be here. They may be fools, but they aren't dumb. This surprise attack was carefully planned with some sort of goal in mind. Kaminari, try to contact the main campus with your quirk," Izawa ordered. The electric quirk student held his hand against a headset he was wearing as part of his costume, but seemed to get nothing. Izawa stepped right up to the edge of the stairs. "Get them out of here and alert the main campus." Izuku glanced at Izawa. Was he really going to go fight alone? Sure, most of the League members weren't too impressive individually, but there were dozens of them just on that central area and with the length of the stairs. As far as Izawa should have known, they should have had a good chance of reaching the door before any of the villains could climb the stairs. And yet no one was moving. Tamura was really putting a lot on Kurojire's shoulders to make this work. Izuku bit his teeth together. The events were beyond his control. Izawa jumped down the stairs without hesitation. Izuku watched as he reached the bottom in an instant and quickly took down several of the villains, despite being a poor match against large groups. "Izuku!" Tenya shouted. "This way. We are leaving. Don't try to get involved." He probably didn't expect Izuku to listen considering the surprise on his face as Izuku turned around and ran after the class. He couldn't change anything going on below them, that was now in Tamura's many hands, but he could still control what was the most important to him. They were perhaps halfway to the door when a warp gate spun into existence on the floor in front of them and dark mist began flooding out of it. The class came to a dead stop. Hitoshi was just ahead of Izuku. Izuku could see in his stance that he was ready to move quickly, but his hands were also shaking like many others. Kurojire wouldn't hurt him. The Nomu was physically unable to seriously hurt him, compelled by a rare order from Izuku, but Hitoshi didn't know that. "There is no escape for you," Kurojire declared. Izuku pulled on Hitoshi's shoulder, and slipped in front of him for perception of safety. He had to admit Kurogiri could sound quite menacing, even if he was unable to experience such feelings about his long-term guardian. We are the League of Villains. I know it is impolite, but we have decided to invite ourselves to this haven for justice to say hello. And besides, isn't this a fitting place for All Might, the symbol of peace, to take his last breath? I still have a role to play. 13 raised her hand to use her quirk, but Kirishima was already in motion with no hesitation and charged at Kurogiri. Unfortunately, that put him in 13's way. He hit something and Kurogiri's mist twisted for a few seconds, but then Kurogiri's voice came from within the mist as it took its shape again. You live up to your school's reputation, but you should be more careful, child. Otherwise, someone might get hurt. You, get out of the way right now. 13 shouted to Kirishima, but it was too late. Tendrils of mist burst from Kurogiri at them. I'll scatter you across this facility to meet my comrades and your deaths. Crap, what is this? Izuku felt the ground disappear below his feet, and he fell through the floor, listening to Hitoshi yelp next to his ear. At least they were together as planned. Everything went dark as they fell into the misty warp gate, and it didn't get much brighter as they emerged out of it. Wind and rain hit Izuku's face. A second before hitting the ground, he adjusted himself a bit and landed on his feet, slightly crouched. Hitoshi landed on his feet, but staggered from the momentum. Izuku spun around and caught him, but rather than ask if he was okay, Izuku looked around. Eyes narrowed like a predator ready to pounce on its prey. There was a thump near them. The dragon blade lit and swung towards the direction. Izuku squinted in the darkness, but only saw a large black mass. Then a familiar bird face emerged from it. Tokoyami had landed on Dark Shadow. 13. Izuku started. The dragon blade he had pointed at Tokoyami flashed and fired a blue hellfire arrow. Dark Shadow tried to move in front of Tokoyami to take the hit, but it flashed past them. There was an explosion. Ak, put it out, put it out. A villain screamed as the close hit had not just launched asphalt pebbles at him, but also lit his pants on fire. Dark Shadow, Izuku said. If you want Tokoyami to live through this, you need to work with us. Don't tell me what to do. I'll tear these guys apart. So maybe having Tokoyami with Izuku's group wasn't his best idea. Chapter 27. Battle. Hitoshi's back met Izuku's as he stood ready to fight and cover Izuku's back. Tokoyami came closer, but with Dark Shadow looming over him larger than before, he still kept some distance and focused on the group of villains that were helping their comrade put out his burning pants. Be careful. He is more powerful and difficult to control in darkness. I'll try to cover this side. I will keep Fumi safe. You stay away. Get them, ah. A group of thugs tried to charge Tokoyami and got slammed to the nearest wall. Izuku nodded and turned to another group of Tamura's thugs that approached on that side, obscured by the rain and darkness. I'll charge against them to hold them from crowding us, Izuku said. Cover my back and knock out those I let pass. Okay. Focus, Toshi. This is what we trained for, Izuku said and fired a series of hellfire arrows that exploded in front of the villains, briefly pushing them back. He wasn't willing to kill them with direct hits, he hoped. Hitoshi nodded, but still seemed uncertain and shaky. Izuku spoke again, but more quietly. Please, Hitoshi, I don't know what I am going to do if they manage to do something to you, but both things terrify me. I won't let you down. That was all Izuku needed. He sprung forward like a giant spring. A blurry figure with a cobra-like head jumped through the dark rain and spat something at Izuku. Izuku dodged the slow, relative to what he had trained against, blob of liquid easily and flattened the attacker's nose, or snout, with a single punch hard enough to hurt his own fist. He didn't care, though, and the pain went away in a few seconds. Another person jumped him, but was unprepared to meet someone more than capable of taking him on and got tossed in a long arch towards Hitoshi to be finished off. Izuku jumped back and lit his dragon blade when an entire group charged through the rain. Half of a sword went flying, its cut end glowing hot red. A blue flash whizzed, followed by a pistol exploding in its holder's hand, taking much of the hand with it. The resulting scream echoed between the buildings, not covered by even the artificial storm that more people lurked in. Izuku held his dragon blades up as a sword and a shield ready to take them on, but as he did his breathing kept getting faster with flashbacks to his nightmares. A villain with scorpion-like tail emerged from the rain sloppily launching his stinger at Izuku. It would have been so easy to cut off the whole limb, but Izuku froze in the middle of raising his blade. An image of piles of corpses and mist flashed over the storm in front of him. Only the unconscious reflexes honed by his father's air cannon training made his body dodge the painful meeting with likely venomous stinger, and he backed away some more. With another flashback, he glanced back to make sure Hitoshi was okay. He could only distinguish one form standing over 2 or 3 laying on the ground. He hadn't let that many through. At least he didn't intend to. Something hit the back of his neck. A crack vibrated through his skull into his ears, and he might have blacked out for a few seconds. He blinked his eyes millimeters from the wet asphalt, coming back to consciousness. Someone shouted right above him. "I'll make sure he's done. Go kill the other 2. Many pairs of feet ran past. "Izuku!" Hitoshi screamed behind the whooshing wind. His voice panicked. Izuku's head spun to the side. His attacker had barely enough time to notice the murderous one-eyed stare before Izuku's legs twisted around his, and in a matter of seconds their positions had been reversed. A fraction of a second later his head got hammered between the asphalt and a furious series of punches, and the man took it a lot worse than one Bakugo had in a similar situation. Not wasting time to check on the unconscious man's condition, Izuku charged towards Hitoshi and Tokoyami who were getting surrounded. His arm was already up ready to turn all of the attackers into wall paint with superheated hellfire arrow blasts before he realized what he was about to do. He aimed down and further away from Hitoshi and exploded a large chunk of the asphalt in the middle of an enemy group. Half a dozen of them went down right away, burnt and bleeding, and were swept away by a large black mass right after. Hitoshi flipped one enemy on the ground and caught another with the brainwashing. At least the attackers hadn't yet realized to stay quiet in front of the suddenly chatty student. Hitoshi was still holding the woman he had tossed on the ground when another approached to stab him. Izuku roared and barely held back as he attacked without slicing the man in 2. Instead he jumped and did a spinning kick he had learned from Tenya. It hit the attacker who was still turning in response to Izuku's roar to the side of his head. The kick was strong enough that the man's feet left the ground, and he was completely out cold before hitting the ground again. Izuku didn't care. He looked over Hitoshi who seemed uninjured, and then down to the struggling woman Hitoshi was restraining. Image of Yui, the serial killer Izuku's father had made him kill, flashed in Izuku's eyes as he saw the woman who looked just like her. If Izuku wasn't still having nightmares of killing Yui, he would have thought she was the same person. Hands held in place by Hitoshi showed long, sharp nails that dripped venom. Was she a serial killer too? Izuku's stare alone made the woman stop struggling. "Hey!" Hitoshi shouted at the woman. "Wah!" She responded and was caught by brainwashing. Hitoshi left her unconscious on the ground. It seemed like that had been the main group of attackers, but Izuku knew better. He kept looking around for the next attack. "Are you okay?" Hitoshi asked. "Yes," Izuku said, and with no attack in sight, took the risk of briefly facing Hitoshi.
"I'm sorry."
"I wasn't supposed to let so many people pass. I wasn't focused enough and—" "Ouch." Hitoshi flicked his finger at Izuku's forehead. "Izuku, I know you are like 10 times better than me in a fight, but that doesn't mean you need to take on everyone alone. We survived and largely thanks to you. Don't start acting like you failed somehow." Izuku looked away meekly and started looking out for dangers again as he spoke. "Thanks, but we aren't safe yet, and we don't know about everyone else. No one outside even knows what is happening." "I agree," Tokoyami said with Dark Shadow hovering over him, focused on Izuku. "We should seek the exit and try to regroup with the teachers." "IAG," Izuku said and heard a whoosh that was barely distinguishable in the rain and wind. He was already moving when his eyes started turning towards the new threat. He leaped towards Tokoyami with Dark Shadow moving to counter him. A flaming shield flashed into existence and blocked a blade that had headed towards Tokoyami's neck. The force of the impact pushed him back and yanked the attacker's flight path in the opposite direction. A suddenly hot sword flew in the air. As fast as he had appeared, the screaming assailant disappeared back into the wet darkness. He was wearing some sort of wingsuit and glided through the air with the thrust from his shoulder-mounted jet's quirk. Izuku focused on the man until he disappeared behind a corner. Stick together, he might strike again from any direction, Izuku said. Both of his allies joined him in a circle. The shadow of Dark Shadow fell on Izuku, who tensed and glanced up. You saved Fumi. Just did it a little faster than you were going to. No, I was too focused on you. I was going to fail Fumi because I feared you. He might have died. Dark Shadow paused for a moment, then continued, speaking more meekly than before. Will you help me keep him safe again? Are you going to work with me on that, for all of us? Izuku asked. Yes, the giant quirk creature said. Then stay vigilant. You are our best change at reaching him. Watch your side and be ready to slap him from the air. Yes, the quirk said with more confidence. The first and only warning of the approaching enemy was a barely distinct whoosh. There! Tokoyami shouted. Izuku followed his hand, pointing up just in time to see Dark Shadow charge at the flying attacker, who bolted to the side, narrowly avoiding Dark Shadow and disappearing back into the darkness above them. Izuku fired several hellfire arrows after him, the red weaker ones, but none hit. Stay sharp, Izuku said, and kicked one of the villains on the ground that they had knocked out before. She had regained consciousness and was trying to get up to stab Hitoshi in the back. Izuku's kick sent her back into the asphalt and unconsciousness. Hey birdie, Hitoshi shouted, too afraid to face some kids head-on. I thought you were supposed to be the League of Villains, not the League of Chickens. Did you use the surprise? Izuku asked. I couldn't. I can't focus on someone who I can't see or sense at all. Hitoshi glanced at Izuku. Just trying to provoke high. The whoosh was back. Hitoshi yelped. Izuku spun around. The flying villain was already almost upon unarmed Hitoshi with a katana. There wasn't time for Izuku to get in the way. Everything else had already gone wrong. He wasn't going to let the man get Hitoshi, whatever it meant for his mission at UA. He raised his arm, already heating the hellfire arrow, as hot as possible, ready to turn the attacker into paint on the nearest wall. If the flying villain had seen Izuku's eyes, he would have seen death. Lucky for him, Dark Shadow was ready and faster than Izuku this time. A giant wing claw slammed on the attacking villain and slapped the attacker from the air. He slammed on his back on the ground but was still conscious and tried to crawl back up. Izuku jumped on him, literally, slamming knee on his chest with an audible crack and grabbing his head. Let go off. The man grabbed Izuku's arm and his jets flared as he struggled, slamming them to a nearby wall. But Izuku never let go of him. Me, quad. The man punched Izuku to the face, but it was nothing compared to hits he had taken from Nomus in training. The man started convulsing and screaming as Izuku's all-for-one grabbed his mutant-type quirk and pulled with no care or consideration for how the quirk's owner felt, tearing it from within, forcing his body to change. Izuku too felt the searing pain as his back started morphing, but he was too angry at the would-be murderer to show anything more than biting his teeth together. What are you doing to me? The man screamed and gasped for air. Making sure your quirk goes to better use, Izuku hissed. You used those swords pretty well, not your first time trying to cut people open. Don't worry, I'm not going to do that to you even if you would deserve it. Just as he finished, the convulsing man's eyes rolled over and he fainted. Izuku stayed on him for several seconds, staring at the man with murder in his eyes before pushing himself up. He staggered back and fell, but only a little before he hit something cold but soft. Hey, Fumi doesn't want you to hit your head, Dark Shadow said behind Izuku. It was strange hearing the quirk creature talk like he did during the day with the deeper voice of his larger form in darkness. Izuku responded with a slight smile and a huff. And you don't seem to be worried about me being so close right after taking someone's quirk. That guy tried to hurt Fumi. He's lucky you finished him before I could. Izuku's smile became wider, though still tired, and he glanced at Hitoshi. I know the feeling. Hitoshi rolled his eyes. Great, now there are two of you. He looked at Tokoyami. We better stay alive, or those two will team up to burn down the country. I believe you are correct, Tokoyami responded. It is a burden, but one we must carry for the greater good. It's not like they give us an option, not that I'd want one. Hey, Izuku called, once again standing up. We are still in the middle of a giant attack on our class. Also no, you don't have any options for staying alive, or we won't stop with the country. That's for sure, Dark Shadow added. We better go before we cause the end of the world, Hitoshi said. Tokoyami nodded and they started running, leaving behind a literal pile of unconscious and maimed criminals. Even in the darkness, they were able to distinguish the blackness of the dome's interior wall at the end of the street. Left or right? Izuku asked. Right? Dark Shadow shouted from above, and a moment later they were at the exit, which was an oversized gate completely overdone like many things at UA. How are we going to? Tokoyami started until a loud hiss covered his voice. Izuku had stuck the dragon blade at maximum heat through the thick metal and was quickly carving a shining red-hot cut through it until a slightly larger than a human-sized piece separated from the rest of the gate. Dark Shadow hit it once, causing the piece fly out and many meters away. All three of them squinted their eyes at the brightness of the outer dome as Dark Shadow shrunk to his normal daytime size. Izuku checked their surroundings for ambushes, just in case some of Tamura's forces were smarter than the rest. No one came after them. They had exited the storm dome near the miniature lake. On their right side ahead of them, a wide path to the central plaza, and to the left some greenery and trees before the giant staircase to the entrance platform far above. There were still people there. There weren't supposed to be people there. Had something happened to Kurojairi? Izuku blinked as he recognized one large, six-armed person up there. If Shoji hadn't been transported, what about Tenya and Kirishima? There were more people up there, but Izuku couldn't identify either of those two among them, and there was no sign of All Might. Still, Izuku could hear sounds of fighting coming from the central square. If All Might hadn't shown up, why was the League even still there? What was Tamura doing? Izuku had a hunch about that, and it sent shivers down his spine. He glanced up again. If there were multiple students still up there, they were probably relatively safe as long as battles raged on the lower parts of the dome. These trees will give us cover to reach the stairs, Tokoyami said. True, Hitoshi said hesitantly and glanced at Izuku. But what about everyone else? We survived our trap, but others are still in danger. I don't know if I can just turn my back and escape. The teachers would want us to get to the exit, Tokoyami said. These are real villains, and we are still students. Yes, but if we want to be heroes, we cannot just leave people behind in the middle of this, even if it is dangerous. Izuku was so proud of Hitoshi at that moment, and worried, proud and worried, and terrified. Yes, definitely terrified. Toshi, you do understand how dangerous that would be? They came here to kill All Might. That means they have people or something they think is enough to defeat him. Still, do you think it is wise? Tokoyami asked. I think it's the right thing to do. We should at least see if there is something we can do. It is, Izuku said after a few seconds. We can follow the tree line to the central square. That way we can have an escape route or keep one open for others. Stay close. They proceeded alongside the edge of the greenery. The sounds and shouts of battle had waned away. There was a wall between them and the central square, but Dark Shadow carried them over it quickly, dropping them behind nearest trees. As Izuku peeked, he could see Tamura and the Nomu that was sitting on downed Aizawa. The teacher's arms were broken, reminding Izuku of his own painful encounters with the creature. As a hero, the man was their enemy, and Izuku didn't exactly like him, but seeing the pure brutality inflicted on him made Izuku sick. Behind him, Hitoshi gagged. The only relief Izuku felt was that of Kurojairi appearing next to Tamura seemingly unharmed. Tamura Shigaraki, the much nicer Nomu, started. Kurojairi, did you manage to kill 13? The rescue hero is out of commission, but there were students I wasn't able to disperse, and one of them got outside of the facility. Tamura turned to Kurojairi surprised, and then brought his hand up to scratch his own neck with increasing intensity, soon bringing his other hand up too. Izuku's entire being tensed. He knew what Tamura was literally itching for. Kurojairi, you fool. If you weren't our warp gate, I'd tear apart every last atom of your body. Not if Izuku had something to say about that. Suddenly Tamura stopped. There is no way we can win if dozens of pros show up to stop us. It's game over, back to the title screen, and I was looking forward to finishing this today. Damn it. Let's go home. Was Tamura actually making the sensible choice and leaving? Oh, before we leave, let's make sure the symbol of peace is broken, Tamura said, and turned to look towards the edge of the mini lake. Izuku realized there were people in the water, trying to hide behind the edge between ground and water. Let's wreck his pride, Tamura said and dashed towards the water few meters at such speed it surprised even Izuku. Let's make this hurt. The students in the water jolted back, revealing themselves as Uraraka and Kaminari, but they were too slow. Izuku didn't hold Kaminari in very high value, but could barely resist looking away as Tamura reached for Uraraka's head. He touched her with all 5 fingers. Izuku held his breath. Nothing happened. Tamura turned his head. You really are so cool. Even with broken arms and held down by the Nomu, Aizawa was still staring at Tamura with one eye to erase his quirk. Eraserhead, Tamura finished, and as if on K, the Nomu pulled Aizawa's head up and smashed it on the ground. Maybe we should take you if we can't have All Might. I'm sure Sensei and my brother would like to study your quirk then again. Tamura turned back around, moving towards Uraraka, who tried to waddle away. He jumped back just in time to avoid Dark Shadow. Despite Dark Shadow's speed and benefit of surprise, he failed to catch Tamura, and by the time Dark Shadow turned to attack again. Nomu! Tamura shouted, and before anyone could know what was going on, the large Nomu loomed over Dark Shadow, who withdrew as quickly as he had attacked. Tamura's eyes followed the quirk murder in his gaze until it met the trio coming from the Storm Dome. Nomu K. He noticed Izuku, who had inched in front of Hitoshi and Tokoyami, and the two brothers' eyes met. While Tamura's eyes were full of rage, both of them knew he could rely neither on the large Nomu nor Kurogiri if he wanted to oppose Izuku. Izuku might have lacked the power to stop the Nomu or protect Hitoshi in battle, but that just meant he would have had no choice but to order the Nomu. Not a single Nomu had yet to refuse his commands, and both of them knew it. Tamura started scratching himself with even more fiercely than before. Izuku glanced at Kurogiri nearby. Kurogiri looked at him for a moment, and then in his misty form floated over the ground to Tamura. Tamura Shigaraki. It is time to leave. Waiting will only cause unnecessary risk. Fine, but this isn't over. We should take the teacher as you proposed. Tamura scratched himself a little harder. Whatever, just open a warp G. There was a loud boom and a dust cloud spread out from the entrance above. Everything stopped as everyone turned to look what was going on. A few seconds later, a familiar, oversized man appeared at the top of the stairs. All Might had arrived. Ah, looks like our game is getting to continue, Tamura said. And Izuku wasn't sure whether to be happy or not. On one hand, they still had a chance to succeed at taking down the so-called symbol of peace. On the other hand, this whole farce had been seconds from being over, and if All Might had come from outside fully ready for battle, that meant others already knew what was going on and more heroes would soon arrive. The window of time for Tamura to take him down was. All Might stopped next to Izuku with Kaminari, Uraraka, and unconscious Aizawa. Tamura's remaining thugs in the area were already unconscious, but some of them hadn't yet had time to fall on the ground. Izuku was frozen still facing up towards the entrance as he was too stunned to even turn to see All Might next to him. He hadn't even been able to follow the man when he moved. After all that training, getting his bones broken by Nomus and honing his instincts dodging air blasts, he couldn't even properly follow All Might's movements. Sure, he had already had similar experiences with the large Nomu, but this was still something else. Despite his analytic tendencies and childhood fanboying, he had never actually witnessed All Might's power in person. If he knew about Izuku's real loyalties, All Might could crush his bones at least as easily as the Nomu had done, and Izuku wouldn't even have time to realize it was happening. Whatever hopes he had had that the plan might yet succeed cracked and crumbled like Tamura had touched them, even with all the tactics they had come up for this battle. What the heck? Hitoshi gasped. Everybody back to the entrance and take Aizawa with you. He doesn't have much time, All Might commanded. He glanced at Izuku, who was still turning to stare at him. No, 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 Tamura muttered nearby, holding one of his own hands in place of one that had fallen of his face. It wasn't supposed to go this way. He's still fast, father. Somehow he managed to hit me. Tamura slouched to his fallen face hand to pick it up. Of course, government hero relies on violence. I wasn't prepared. I couldn't even see him when he moved. But he is not as fast as I thought he would be, not as fast as he used to be. I guess it is true after all. All Might really is getting weaker. Midoriya kept an eye on his deranged adoptive brother as he pulled Aizawa on his shoulders, very carefully and aware of the agony even slightest motion of a broken arm could cause. Sir, Tokoyami said, the villains came here planning to kill you. That large creature seems to be the strongest one and faster than Dark Shadow. All Might showed them thumbs up. Young Tokoyami, I got this. Tokoyami stood there for a few seconds and nodded. He followed Izuku and Hitoshi, who carried Aizawa. All Might charged at Tamura but was blocked by the Nomu, moving in the way instantly. All Might's strike did nothing. Same happened with follow-up punches. Even though winds they generated ruffled Izuku's hair. It gave back some of his confidence in the Nomu. Soon All Might grabbed the Nomu by the waist and pulled. When the Nomu's head hit the ground, there was a large explosion like burst of dust as the ground shook. Tokoyami and Hitoshi stopped to look, but Izuku walked a little faster, effectively using Aizawa to pull Hitoshi along. Anything that got them safe sooner. The battle going on was too much for them, and Izuku wasn't about to let Hitoshi become a hostage, even if it would help defeat All Might. As the dust cleared, Hitoshi and Tokoyami gasped. The Nomu's topside had gone through a warp gate on the ground and come up from another right next to it under All Might. Now it wasn't just All Might holding the Nomu, but the other way around with Kirojiri looming over them. They were going for Izuku's gate slicer idea, but the Nomu pulled All Might too deep to only cut legs and take him alive to father. It looked like they were going to cut him in half from the waist. The students could only stare as the Nomu started pulling All Might into the warp gate. I cannot believe such a dark creature exists that it can overpower All Might, Tokoyami said. He might actually die, Hitoshi added, and half turned towards the battle. You can't do anything to that thing, Izuku said. No, and I doubt my quirks would work on it. Right? Izuku said, wishing Aizawa wasn't hanging from his shoulders right then. Right, but that thing hasn't done anything unless that. Tamura guy told it to. Izuku just stared at Hitoshi, hoping his fear wasn't true. I know you are worried and don't like All Might, but... Hitoshi dropped Aizawa's legs, turned and ran back towards the battle. Hitoshi! Izuku shouted as images flashed in his eyes from every single nightmare where he had been too slow or too weak. Dark Shadow. Izuku tossed Aizawa off his shoulders like the man was just a large pillow. Dark Shadow was just fast enough to catch him. By then Izuku was already moving. He was faster than Hitoshi. Even with Hitoshi's head start he should. Hitoshi was already almost where All Might was struggling. Hey, handjob. Tamura was so going to kill Hitoshi. The surprise quirk struck, visibly shaking Tamura. It was hard to see if it made him respond with the hand covering his. Kirojiri emerged right in front of Hitoshi with a warp gate already forming between them. Hitoshi jolted, probably too surprised to activate the brainwashing. Kirojiri wasn't going to outright kill Hitoshi. Izuku knew that, but he wasn't about to let Hitoshi out of his eyes, or explain the lack of deadly force afterwards. Izuku finally reached Hitoshi, grabbed his arm, and after a strong yank, placed himself between Hitoshi and Kirojiri. Dragon Blade lit. The now useless warp gate closed in front of him. The next question was now what? Kirojiri couldn't harm him, and he wouldn't harm Kirojiri. All of which did not apply to Tamura. Then there was Hitoshi, who didn't understand the true situation, but still tried to get Tamura with his quirk. What's wrong? See. Doc can't stop a couple of kids without sending lackeys to do your job. Don't tell me you are afraid of getting your hands dirty with so many of them. To be fair, it would probably have worked and saved All Might if Tamura wasn't well informed on Hitoshi's quirks. Izuku wasn't sure if that was good to ensure All Might's defeat or... Toshi, Izuku hissed through his teeth. Tamura stared at them and started walking. Izuku adjusted his position, holding his blade more towards Tamura than Kirojiri. Don't try anything, he told Tamura, trying not to say anything condemning. I won't let you hurt him. Tamura actually stopped, and both his hands rose to scratch his neck. They stopped halfway when one side of the large Nomu, including leg and arm, suddenly froze. Nearby Todoroki stood at the end of a long stripe of ice stretching across the ground. One of your poorly trained thugs told me you are here because you think you can kill All Might, Todoroki told Tamura with a calm arrogance, as if he wasn't in the middle of a massive villain attack. Tamura didn't have time to address that situation before he had to jump to dodge the sharp-edged fist of a familiar redhead. Kurogyri sunk into the ground in front of Izuku and emerged next to Tamura. The ice ended just before the Nomu's fingers easing its hold enough for All Might to pry himself free. He flipped and landed near Izuku and Hitoshi, holding his side where a red stain had appeared. He was also standing his back towards Izuku, whose Dragon Blade was still activated. But the overwhelming power and speed All Might had demonstrated before. The distance between them may not have been more than 2 meters, but with such speed it was still too much. Are you unhurt? All Might asked and glanced at the two students. Izuku jolted and blinked back into the situation at hand. We are fine, Hitoshi said quickly as Todoroki and Kirishima joined them. Kirishima was breathing hard and leaned against his knees. One side of his pants were torn off up to his knees, and other than his shoes that was all that was left. The shoulder pads around his arms and his strange face mask were completely gone. Surprisingly, or in Kirishima's case perhaps not, he didn't seem to have visible injuries. Are you okay? Izuku asked this time. Yeah, He drew deep breath. That mist guy sent me somewhere with a lot more villains. It was an exhausting fight. How about others? Izuku asked, barely holding back from outright asking about Tenya. Or were you with Todoroki? No, I was only one there. Were you together, Lucky? Wait, Hitoshi said. You two were sent against a crowd of villains, and you were alone, and you beat them? Heh, I guess. It was hard fight, but I really expected them to be tougher than that to attack UA. Izuku, Hitoshi whispered. I think you might have found a punching bag that can take you. Focus Toshi, Izuku responded without letting Tamura out of his sight. His adoptive brother was already muttering. They escaped uninjured and captured my strongest asset. Kids these days really are amazing. They make the League of Villains look like amateurs. Can't have that. Nomu. The Nomu screeched and started pulling itself up despite being frozen solid. As it got out of Kurogyri's warp gate, frozen pieces started breaking off, unable to flex with the motion. It was time for the creature's next surprise. Last of the ice shattered as bare flesh and muscle twisted and bulged, and they began to grow out into new limbs, ones without the scars Izuku had left in training. What is this? I thought you said its power was shock absorption. All Might said. I didn't say that was his only quirk. He also has super regeneration. Nomu has been modified to take you on even at 100% of your power. He is basically a highly efficient punching bag that hits back. Izuku had to pretend most of his shock for the regeneration, but hiding his annoyance at the monologuing Tamura was just as difficult. Was he going to give All Might address to his hideout next? Izuku especially wasn't exited at Tamura, highlighting the multi-quirk nature of the Nomu. We've got them outnumbered, Todoroki said. These guys might act really though, but we can take them down now with All Might's help, Kirishima said and hardened his arms ready to fight. Let's do this. Don't attack, All Might commanded as he walked forward and held his arm in front of them. Get out of here. You would have been in trouble earlier if it weren't for me, remember, Todoroki said. You need our help. I thank you for your assistance, but this is different. It's going to be all right. Just sit back and watch a pro at work. He gave them a thumbs up. He was clearly pretending to be more certain than he was. But after all that Izuku had witnessed so far, he with all his analytic ability was at loss. He had no idea who would win now. Kurogyri, Nomu, kill him, Tamura said. I take care of the children. Tamura Shigaraki, Kurogyri started hesitantly. Do as I ordered. The rest isn't your concern. Let's clear this level and go home. Tamura began running towards the 4 students. Heads up, we are fighting after all, Kirishima said and hardened again. All Might moved to counter Tamura and was met by the Nomu. The first meeting of their fists created a shockwave that blew Tamura away and pushed Izuku's group back. As All Might sped up to throw punches faster than a normal human, I could follow the air pressure got too much. Izuku fell on his knees and sunk his dragon blade on the ground to not be blown back. Kirishima did the same, punching a hardened arm into the ground as Todoroki braced himself against a wall of ice. Hitoshi slid past Izuku until he dragged his arm guards against the ground long enough to stop him flat against the ground. Izuku could turn his attention back to the fight. All Might's barrage of punches was actually pushing the Nomu back as the very ground shattered around them. With a massive punch, the Nomu got launched through the forested area, and All Might leaped after it. As the two charged at each other again, the battle actually moved mid-air briefly, hitting the ground several times with concrete shattering force, until All Might grabbed the Nomu and threw it back onto the ground with enough force to create a crater, launching chunks of stone everywhere. Izuku lit another dragon blade as a shield to protect his head. All Might landed next to where the Nomu was bouncing back up. "Now for a lesson. You may have heard these words before," All Might declared, "but I'll teach you what they really mean. Go beyond, plus ultra." Instead of a ridiculously fast barrage like before, All Might only threw one ridiculously powerful punch, which shockwave exceeded the previous ones, shaking the whole facility. The Nomu was launched like an artillery shell, barely a blur and explosion as it bust through the dome and out into the sky. Izuku could only stare at the hole in the dome until his eyes slowly descended to the man who did all that, slowly emerging from a dust cloud that he had created. "I really have gotten weaker. Back in my heyday, 5 hits would have been enough to knock that guy out," All Might declared and straightened his back. But today it took almost 300 mighty blows. How strong had he been in his heyday? Izuku was more amazed than ever that his father was still alive, even knowing his power. All Might turned to face Tamura and Kurojirai. "You have been bested, villains. Surrender. We all want this over with quickly." Tamura simply stared at All Might and brought a hand up to scratch his neck. Chapter 28, Aftermath. It had all gone to hell, and more times than once. The Nomu was gone, with All Might and all his overwhelming power now facing Tamura and Kurojirai. Izuku gulped and moved closer behind All Might, uncertain of what he himself was going to do. Tamura and Kurojirai should just have escaped, assuming it was even possible anymore, with nothing to stop All Might from getting in their way. Maybe there was something Izuku could help with. He wasn't about to let Kurojirai be caught, and he wasn't too excited about the idea of his adoptive brother in the hero's hands either. Tamura's scratching slowed down, and he glanced at Izuku just before Izuku got into the dust or steam cloud around All Might. The last thing Izuku did before losing sight was to silently mouth the word escape. "What's wrong? Not attacking me? Didn't you say you were going to clear this level earlier? Well, come and get me if you dare." Why was he taunting Tamura? With his overwhelming speed, he could and should have taken both of them out already. "What, are you scared?" All Might shouted. "If only the Nomu was here. He'd rush you right now, pound you to the ground without giving it a second thought," Tamura declared despite the Nomu's earlier loss. There was a short pause. "You must be kidding. I don't care what he wants. I lead this league. You can go back to playing babysitter after we finish off All Might." Izuku had to fight the urge to facepalm, and Tamura complained about him talking carelessly. In either case, it was too late to worry about it. Izuku could already hear Tamura running at All Might straight from the front. Izuku bit his teeth together and ran towards All Might's back. It was all or nothing. Even if they succeeded, Izuku's life, as he knew it, would be over. He wouldn't even have the chance to say goodbye to Tenya and Hitoshi or thank them. A gunshot echoed in the dome, accompanied by a gasp of pain from Tamura and several other sounds of gunfire. Izuku ground to a halt. "I have returned. I have fulfilled my duty." Izuku would have recognized Tenya's voice anywhere, even from a distance in the middle of a battle. One of the many weights on his shoulders disappeared. "And I have brought reinforcements." More shouts and gunfire filled the area. Many of the knocked-out villains had to have recovered. A few seconds later, Izuku slapped his hands on his ears as a literal shockwave of sound hit the area. Present Mike had to be part of those reinforcements. It was over. "I may have failed to kill you this time, but your days are numbered," Tamura said somewhere barely audible to Izuku. "All Might, symbol of peace, I am going to kill you." Izuku was only a few steps from All Might, but it was too late to do anything but hope Kurojirai was able to take himself and Tamura away safely and watched the dust settle, literally. All Might's form in front of his got clearer by the second. Izuku's shoulders slumped, and he was about to turn away to join rest of the students until he blinked. All Might looked different than he used to, smaller, more so on one side than the other. One of his arms already looked thinner than Izuku's and was still shrinking. What the? Izuku gasped. All Might jolted and spun around, unsteady on his feet that just moments ago possessed immense power. Midoriya, All Might said and looked around. Please, I will explain later. Don't tell anyone what you saw. Izuku did not respond, only able to stare. All Might was losing his power. If they had had a few more seconds, Tamura might have been able to kill him. The way the man looked, Izuku could have most likely finished him right there and then. But if All Might was that weak, did that mean something had happened to One for All? Had he already given it away? As much as Izuku hated the man, he couldn't break his cover to kill him if he didn't even have his quirk anymore. Whether he still had it or not, this weak form would give Izuku new opportunities later. He finally got a word out. HH. Hitoshi groaned in pain somewhere nearby. Izuku's head perked up. Later. All Might, Izuku said and ran out of the dissipating cloud. It took him only a few seconds to locate Hitoshi a lot further away from where he used to be. One of the clones of the pro-hero ectoplasm was standing next to him, helping him up, but Hitoshi was leant forward and holding his side. He tried to take a step, but jolted from pain and almost fell, being held up by ectoplasm. Izuku cursed himself for not paying attention. A wall of concrete emerged between him and All Might. For your own safety, please stay back, young man, Cementos, another one of the pro-hero teachers said. Join your classmates at the front gate. Leave the injured to us. We can take care of them. As if Izuku was going to do that. He was running before the hero stopped speaking. Toshi, are you okay? He skid to a stop next to Hitoshi. Yeah, well, mostly. One of those shockwaves from All Might's fight blew me away, and something hit me. It's hurting to walk. I'm sorry, I wasn't paying enough attention, Izuku pleaded. Izuku, stop whoa. Hitoshi didn't even have time to argue, when Izuku crouched in front of him and in a few seconds pulled him over his shoulders onto a fireman's carry. Izuku glanced at ectoplasm as he got up. If Ice could talk, his would have said, back off, I'm not going to trust him with you. Not caring about the hero's opinion, Izuku was running before ectoplasm could say anything. Izuku, don't you think this is a bit much? Hitoshi asked. I saw you trying to take a step. You want to try walking up those stairs? Point taken. But are you going to do that while carrying me, after all that fighting? Izuku didn't say anything, and a few moments later Hitoshi sighed in defeat. Well, could be worse. I prefer overly concerned Izuku over self-blaming Izuku. I saw your arm guards weren't enough to hold on. I should have. Izuku, if you start, I swear I will brainwash you to leave helping me to All Might. Traitor. It's for your own good. Hey, Midoriya. Kirishima called from the bottom of the stairs. Are you okay? Did something happen to Shinso? Hopefully it's minor, Izuku said. Seems All Might forgot not everyone is as invulnerable as him when he threw that thing on the ground next to his students. Izuku, Hitoshi sighed quietly enough that only Izuku heard. They started ascending the stairs. Need help carrying him up? Kirishima asked and flexed his arm. No, and I think you are the more exhausted one out of us. Can't deny that. Do you think everyone else is okay? I fear not. But everyone I've seen so far has done better than I imagined. So, maybe. I hope so. A lot of them seem to be up there already, and the teachers are going to rescue the rest. Izuku focused on the top of the staircase, relieved to see Tenya looking down towards them. All Might was unfortunately alive, and Izuku didn't even know if he really had One for All anymore. But at least everyone he cared about had lived and gotten through the attack almost unscathed. Izuku adjusted his hold on Hitoshi. So embarrassing. I should have been more careful. I feel like a sack of rice, Hitoshi groaned. Stop it, Izuku said. If I can't blame myself, I'm not going to let you do it. And what are you going to do about it? I am pretty confident Recovery Girl will get you fixed by tomorrow, for training. If you think you aren't progressing fast enough, we can always try to fix that. Hitoshi gulped and stayed quiet for the rest of the climb up the stairs. By the time they got to the top, Eraserhead and 13 were being taken to ambulances outside. Tenya waited next to Principal Nizu and another pro-hero teacher, Vlad King. Izuku hardly recognized their presence. Saying anything to Nizu could have been dangerous, and kept walking towards the ambulances gathering outside without a word. Tenya tagged along, bugging Hitoshi about how he felt. Izuku put Hitoshi down only to sit him on an ambulance's open doorway. 2 other ambulances departed, sirens screaming to carry 13 and Aizawa to a hospital. Izuku didn't know how to feel about that, especially about Aizawa. Whatever side he was on, part of Izuku couldn't help but respect the fierce fight the man had fought to protect his students even when outnumbered and outmatched. He had done exactly what Izuku had expected from the heroes that failed his mother, maybe more, and his only quirk was to turn a battle into a quirkless one. They really showed us what real heroes do, Tenya commented behind Izuku. That mist guy got 13 bad, and even after that she helped me see past my misguided ideas of honor and do what was best for everyone. You had something to do with the teachers coming when they did, Izuku said. It wasn't even a question. I got out thanks to our classmates and ran back to the main campus. Izuku was impressed Tenya had gotten past Kirojiri. Even with help it was impressive, but he couldn't say anything about it. You didn't get taken away by the mist guy? It was close. I and Shoji managed to grab a couple of our classmates before we got taken. After that 13 got taken out, but she told me to get out to get help. The mist guy almost got me too. If you hadn't made me focus on improving my turns, he might have succeeded. I see.
I'm glad.
They hung out at the ambulance while the paramedics checked Hitoshi. Other students came out of the USJ Dome a couple at a time, but didn't have any serious injuries. The only ones being brought to the ambulances were villains in handcuffs that had taken part in the attack. Izuku recognized some faces from the times he had either tagged along for Tamura's recruitment drives or simply looked into what kind of people they had. He had never been so grateful for his helmet. Then they brought out the man whose quirk Izuku had stolen. He was conscious but staggering, needing to be supported by the police officers escorting him. It's gone, it's gone. He took it, he muttered until he saw Izuku and his eyes widened. You took it. You took it. Give it back. Despite being barely able to walk and wincing from pain with every step before, the man was now trashing against the police and his handcuffs so much that Vlad King ran from the entrance and restrained the man with his own hardened blood. So that was one quirk Izuku was not interested in getting. What is up with him? Vlad King asked and followed the man's stare right to Izuku. Izuku met their gazes if only for a moment, turned around and opened his costume, pulling it down enough to reveal his upper back now with 2 slight bulges with slits where the shoulder-mounted jets opened up. Izuku had no idea how they actually worked, but after tensing his shoulders for a few seconds, he could feel the jets at least open up. See. He took it. Give it back. You took another quirk? Tenya asked. Izuku pulled his costume back on. Yeah, Izuku said. That's what he gets for trying to kill us. Give it back. The quirkless man screamed in the background like he was channeling the spirit of Bakugo. Why would I? Izuku said, not even looking at the screaming man. He can't take it back. Even if he tries through courts, didn't I mention he tried to kill us? Would be a shame if I had to push for the maximum sentence. I assume the school has no problem with self-defense on school property when the school failed to keep us safe. Izuku tilted his head to look at Vlad King, who had come closer and had been joined by Principal Nizu. As long as the situation is settled in a legal manner, the school has no problem with your actions on this matter. Of course, that assumes you use the power responsibly as long as you might have it. Do you have anything to add, Detective? Izuku blinked and looked to the side. He barely stopped himself from showing recognition of the man dressed in a long light brown jacket that he only knew from pictures after his father's warning. Izuku slightly tugged on the calm mind quirk within himself as he came face to face with Detective Tsukachi. I don't think there are any precedents I could comment based on. Right? Izuku said, and turned to Hitoshi and the medic checking him. How is he? I don't think anything is broken or seriously damaged, the medic responded and looked at Hitoshi. I'll get you something for the pain, but if your classmates help you to the bus, I think your school nurse can handle the rest more effectively than the hospital could.
No worries.
It would be impossible to stop them from helping. It warms my heart to see students supporting each other, Nizu said. If everyone is okay, I'd like all of you to gather with your classmates, unless the detective needs to talk to you about anything. If he hadn't already activated the calm mind a little bit, Izuku might have tensed just enough for someone like Nizu of Tsukachi himself to notice. I don't think that will be necessary. We will interview all of the students about this incident, of course, but this isn't the best time for that. If everything is okay here, I need to help with restraining the villains. The man lifted his large hat and walked past them. At least they weren't as blatant as trying to get one over on Izuku right after a large villain attack. Izuku focused on Hitoshi. Tenya, Hitoshi said, help me up before Izuku forgets I'm not a sack of rice. Not a sack, more like a little bag, Izuku teased. You still need to bulk up? Thank you. You are a real master of motivational speeches, Hitoshi responded. Anything for my friends. To be fair, Izuku still wants to bulk up too, Tenya commented. We should all get stronger, although, Izuku glanced back, trying to see the bumps of the jets that had formed behind his shoulders. I might need your help with controlling my movements with this quirk, Tenya. I'd be happy to work with you on that. Although, while I haven't yet seen how the quirk works, I think it might be more similar to my brother's engines since both quirks are on your upper bodies. They do seem similar, actually, Izuku admitted. By the way, are you going to help Toshi up, or do I have to carry your bag of rice? Right, sorry, Tenya said quickly and moved to support Hitoshi in getting up, and they went to join the rest of their class and board the bus. Most of their classmates seemed relieved and tired. Kaminari stared into nothingness with a stupid expression on his face. Kirishima was slouched against his seat. If he really beat the group of villains that had been prepared for Tenya and Shoji, all by himself, he had more than deserved his rest. Whether that made him a powerful ally or a major threat, Izuku didn't want to think about. Ojiro glanced at Izuku nervously and inched closer to the window as the trio settled in front of him. Izuku would have preferred the back seats, but the open-plan front area was easier for Hitoshi to get to. Several others gave Izuku looks that weren't as bad, but they obviously knew what had happened. Izuku reached back to scratch the newly morphed part of his body. At least they stayed pretty flat when he wasn't using them, not really visible under regular clothes. Hey, Midoriya, Shinso? Dark Shadow shouted, appearing from within Tokoyami, opposite to the trio on the bus. Fumi was really worried for you. Don't do stupid things like that. Tenya looked at the quirk creature and Izuku, one after the other. Did something happen between you? Didn't Dark Shadow hate you before? If I hated someone for no reason, and that someone saved your life, do you think I would still hate them after that? Izuku responded. No, you'd probably buy them a house. House? Dark Shadow asked and looked at Tokoyami. Can we do that?
No.
Just a little one. He saved you. Tokoyami closed his eyes and muttered something too quietly to hear as the bus got going. Speaking of houses, Kirishima, Izuku said, getting the redhead to look up at him, do you think you'll be okay to train at my place tomorrow? Or will you need the day to rest? I guess. I might be really sore, unless Recovery Girl can fix that too. The more reason you should come, Hitoshi said. Izuku's house has great baths. Can't think of anything better for sore muscles? Sounds good, Kirishima responded and rotated his shoulder. The rest of the afternoon went by pretty uneventfully. They arrived back at the main campus. Izuku loomed over Recovery Girl as she healed Hitoshi, and then they waited in their classroom until Nizu came to tell them they could go home, saying all of them would see the school counselor and a detective during the next week. Thankfully for Izuku, they didn't call parents to pick them up, though the school seemed to take the students' traumatic experience a bit too lightly. For once, Izuku didn't feel like criticizing the school. He just got into his car and collapsed on the seat between Hitoshi and Tenya. At least they were both okay. With Recovery Girl's treatment, even Hitoshi no longer showed any signs of injury. Not everyone was that lucky, though. After making sure the two got home safely, Izuku walked down to his basement where Kirojiri was already waiting for him and opened a warp gate. Izuku looked at the Nomu before stepping through. Are you okay? I didn't see you get hurt at USJ. I am unharmed, young Shigaraki, but I cannot say the same for your brother. Be careful. Izuku gulped. Kurogiri wouldn't say that without reason. Thank you, Izuku said and stepped into the warp gate. He emerged into the medical room he had become intimately familiar with before receiving the regeneration quirk. Tamura was laying on the bed in hospital garbs and with heavy bandaging on his arm and legs. At least he was healthy, or angry enough to rise to a sitting position as Izuku arrived. You dare show your face here after helping the heroes? Because of you, All Might still lives. Tamura's outburst was loud enough that Izuku took a few seconds to respond while Tamura continued. You put your little friends ahead of destroying the symbol of peace, and now the League has been decimated. And you think it is my fault? Izuku scoffed. Your League, Izuku emphasized, got beaten up by fresh first-year students. Kirishima alone beat the group that was supposed to keep 3 people busy. Kurogiri, Izuku hesitated. Some of the students were capable enough to get one of them outside. The Nomu couldn't beat All Might, and heroes arrived before you had the chance to finish him. Tamura bit his teeth together. And never threaten Kurogiri again. Unless you would like to be quirkless from now on, Izuku added. The misty Nomu moved his head slightly, but he was as expressionless as ever. Their father chuckled nearby, where he was sitting by a computer. Interesting, you think Tamura would have defeated All Might himself with more time. He can be destructive, but if that was enough to kill All Might, we would not have needed the Nomu. I thought the same, Izuku said and looked down. I have never actually seen All Might's power firsthand. When I did, I lost hope we could win even though Tamura still had the Nomu then, but at the end, I snuck into the dust cloud behind All Might after the Nomu was defeated, to be close at hand in case I needed to step in and help Tamura and Kurogiri. I was there when the heroes arrived. I saw All Might, but he wasn't himself. Almost as soon as Tamura and Kurogiri left, he started shrinking. He became skinny and sickly looking, like his power had simply left him. Tamura could definitely have defeated him in that state. But Izuku looked up again. He might not even have one for all anymore, and I have no idea who he might have given it to. His father brought his hand up to his cheek, just like Izuku tended to do when deep in thought. Considering the injuries I gave him, I wouldn't be surprised if his ability to use one for all was waning anyway, but that would be a reason to finally find a successor. Losing his ability to be a hero might be the only thing that could push All Might to pass on the quirk. That would be both a good and bad thing for us. On one hand, we do not know who has the quirk. At the same time, the inheritor would be less experienced with one for all and would be an easier target. Besides, making them easier to defeat it might make taking the quirk easier, and if you are correct about All Might's state, then his defeat is only a matter of time. We only need to push him to his limits first. It might not be that easy, Izuku said. It wasn't just the Nomu. I saw news about him stopping many crimes during the morning before fighting the Nomu. I didn't say it would be easy, his father said, and we need to find out who has the quirk first. Izuku, you might need to get closer to All Might and be friendly with him. Izuku pressed his lips together, trying not to groan. Eventually he gave up and let out an unhappy sigh. I doubt I could avoid talking to him anyway. All Might noticed that I saw him. I didn't give him much time to talk, but I bet he'll try to talk to me on Monday, if not before. So, you are already ahead on that, good. Tamura. The seething man turned his head at hearing his name. Today was a failure, but not the end. Take all the time you need to recover and rebuild the League. Make it stronger, with people worthy of joining you who will follow you through all that needs to be done. I will continue to support you, but you must be able to lead on your own. Tamura muttered something incomprehensible and let himself fall back to a laying position. Izuku, their father continued, keep doing what you have been doing. We need to know if All Might is passed on one for all or not, and to whom. I know this might be especially hard for you, but you need to control your feelings about him. I know. Thankfully, I have calm mind for that. His father nodded. Never forget why you are doing this. The better world you want cannot come to be while the so-called symbol of peace exists to hold up the current one, be it All Might or his successor. I know, I'll do it, but I would rather fight another Nomu. That can be arranged, his father said, but I would prefer if you got the previous one back. From Tamura's and Kurogiri's report, it sounds like the Nomu is likely still alive, either somewhere out of sight or captured by the heroes and police. It lacks the intelligence to resist capture on its own. Tamura will need time to recover, so I will count on you to release it. All might know what happened to it, or his police friend. So, I need to get information about it from them, and then break in wherever it is being held to bring it back. Yes, consider it your first major mission that you are in charge of, besides spying on UA. This is a mission for Shirakuro, not Izuku. If you need something you can request it, but I want to see you handle things and make decisions yourself. I believe you are more than ready for this. Izuku opened his mouth to make a request. You can have Kurogiri to help, of course. Izuku closed his mouth, the request rendered pointless. You have trained hard and gained new quirks that Izuku Midoriya can use, but you lack real experience, especially from the dark side of this society. Which reminds me, how do you feel about the new quirk? Izuku glanced over his shoulder, even though he couldn't see the jets morphed into his back. I haven't had a chance to test it, but after the initial pain I haven't noticed many negative effects. Your body is starting to adjust to new quirks faster now that you have been getting them more often, but you can use most of them only as Midoriya the hero student. Do you feel up to a challenge? What kind of challenge? You have practiced suppressing quirks with your regeneration, but now with the shoulder-mounted jets, it is even more critical to not be exposed by a clear mutation. I have a quirk that could be extremely useful to you as Shirakuro, but being able to suppress its effects constantly when you don't want to use it is critical. The person who was originally born with this quirk begged me to take it away, offering everything he owned in exchange, and became my loyal follower for the rest of his life when I did. Izuku gulped. I'm not sure. I haven't even really trained with all of my previous quirks. What is the quirk like? It is called Killing Intent, his father responded. And if you have read manga, you should be able to figure out most of its effects. Essentially, it makes people believe you are about to kill them. The effect can vary from unease to paralyzing terror depending on how convinced they are of your ability to do so, and some other factors. Used correctly, people don't even realize they are being impacted by a quirk. And the quirk is always active? Izuku asked. The original owner was never able to fully suppress it, but with All for One it is quite easy to control. I can see why he wanted to get rid of it. A quirk people fear is bad enough. One that literally makes people fear you. You must have saved his life. Too bad he already died? You shouldn't feel bad about that part. I think he would be about 100 years old if he still lived. Right, Izuku said. I always forget how old you are. Watch your words, young man. Chapter 29, Friends and News. Welcome, Izuku greeted with a simple smile, hesitant to show any more excitement while welcoming a new guest at his house. Kirishima barely met his eyes, spending most of his time looking past Izuku at the large house behind him. Hey Midoriya, Kirishima responded. Wow, you got a cool place here. I'm starting to suspect Ida was serious with the house comment yesterday. So, this is where you train? Partially, Izuku said. Some things have needed more space, but this should do at least for the morning. I hope you've recovered from yesterday.
Yeah, I'm okay.
The biggest problem was convincing my parents. I know how that feels, Hitoshi said as he stretched a few meters away, wearing his UA gym uniform already. At least they know Izuku and Tenya. Well, I'm here now, Kirishima said. Thank you for having me. I know you like to keep this stuff kinda private. You should not worry about that, Tenya said from next to Hitoshi. Izuku might be a bit wary of trusting people due to some earlier experiences, but having more decent people around is good for him. He has smiled a lot more since Hitoshi came along. Don't underplay yourself, Hitoshi commented. Guys, can we get started? Izuku sidetracked them. Why? Hitoshi asked. Are you in a hurry to try out your new unbreakable punching bag? Oh, you got one too, Kirishima said. What model do you use? I haven't managed to find one that doesn't break. He's talking about you, Izuku said. Oh, well, just be careful. I don't want to break anyone else's hand. I appreciate the concern, Izuku said, but don't even think of going easy on our training. Translation. He wants more of a challenge than we can give, Hitoshi added. He wasn't exactly wrong. Even Tenya with his size and speed couldn't push him like he was used to with the Nomus, except in long-distance dashes when there was plenty of space. Izuku wasn't going to say that to their faces, though. "Well, I'd love to see what you got," Kirishima said with a wide smile. "I haven't really had good training partners except for some private lessons and training with Mina more recently. Maybe you should just stop talking and see who wins." "I'm up for it," Kirishima said. "Just don't cut off my limbs." "Hey," Izuku said and smirked. "Toshi and Tenya still have all of theirs." "Izuku is joking already?" Hitoshi said. "Kirishima is doing better than I thought." "Hitoshi," Tenya said, sounding disappointed. But the hand he rubbed his forehead with only partially hid his smile. Izuku moved to an open area of grass. Kirishima followed, and they faced each other. Tenya and Hitoshi got up to watch from the side. Izuku glanced at them without turning his head from Kirishima. "Don't even think about using him as an excuse to take it easy." Hitoshi let out an exaggerated sigh, and they moved to the other side of the yard to spar. "Ready?" Izuku asked Kirishima. "Yes," the redhead responded with a smile and hardened his body. He had barely blinked when Izuku was already on him with a punch straight to the face. Pain radiated from Izuku's hand as his entire arm shook from and felt a little numb from the impact. There might have been some fractures considering the pain and how it went away. Izuku had gotten really good at recognizing broken bones based on the pain. He hopped back to avoid a counterattack, but none came. Kirishima just tilted his head without any sign of even the slightest pain, looking at Izuku with concern in his eyes. "Are you okay?" "I tried to warn Y-." "I'm okay," Izuku responded, shaking his now fine hand. "Had to try. Seems I can't do much damage without using the dragon blade. I wonder how much heat you can take." Kirishima questioned, holding his hands in front of himself. "I know you took one of Bakugo's explosions to the face, even if it would have been one of the smaller ones. I think you'll survive training." "You think?" "Welcome to the boot camp Midoriya," Hitoshi called from the other side of the yard, only for Tenya to take advantage of his distraction to pin him to the ground. "Focus, Toshi," Izuku said with a smiling before turning back towards Kirishima. "Let's continue." Kirishima smiled and hardened again. This time he went for the offensive with a barrage of punches. His rocky appearance gave the impression of someone strong and slow, but his attacks were anything but slow. Izuku dodged the first attack easily, much to Kirishima's surprise. But as the punches kept coming, Izuku started struggling as he tried to find any weaknesses he could exploit without slicing Kirishima in two like the UA robots. He didn't even know which was harder, the robot's armor or Kirishima's hardening. He'd have to come up with some kind of test for that. One punch grazed Izuku's arm as he was a little too slow with a dodge, and a sharp edge tore straight through his sleeve, cutting all the way to his skin. Kirishima tensed and pulled his arm back almost faster than he had punched with it. "Sorry, are you okay?" Izuku turned his arm and looked down at the cut without saying a word. His lips slowly bent into a smirk. Kirishima stared at him and gulped audibly. In a swift motion, Izuku swept Kirishima's feet out from under him. With surprising agility, Kirishima avoided falling down and instead backflipped back onto his feet. As he did so, his shirt rose up enough to show that to achieve such a move had forced him to undo some of his hardening. The soles of Kirishima's shoes were barely back on the grass as Izuku charged and delivered a powerful punch straight to his stomach. He couldn't exactly describe what he hit as soft, but at least this time the hit hurt Kirishima more than himself. Unfortunately, it wasn't enough to bring the redhead down, and by the follow-up punch he had hardened again. Izuku hopped back, massaging his hand but with a smile on his face. "I'd say you are tougher than you look, but in this case the look is pretty accurate." "Thanks. I really thought you got me for a moment." "Every quirk has limitations," Izuku responded. "I just stumbled into one of yours. It might not slow you down as much as one would expect, but you aren't as flexible while using it. Or you could say you are more agile than you usually show." "Yeah, I guess you could say so. I do my stretches, but they are more difficult with my quirk. It can be pretty useful in a fight, but it is pretty simple and straightforward." "It's amazing," Izuku almost shouted and started talking faster than he intended. "You just need to find different ways of using it, or even just improve to use it better." Like if you could switch faster between hardened and unhardened, I wouldn't have gotten that hit in. Izuku already had a notebook open, and he was taking notes on this new discovery while muttering to himself. Where did you get that? It's better not to worry about that, Hitoshi said, joining the duo while taking a sip of water. There are some questions that aren't meant to be answered. Tenya sighed next to Hitoshi. He had a holster made that keeps a notebook against his back like the equipment belt in his hero costume, except this one is hidden under his shirt. Don't tell him that, Hitoshi elbowed Tenya's side. It's just a regular notebook, Izuku said without slowing down with his note-taking. The other one is still hidden. Other? Kirishima asked. He has a whole separate notebook for us and our training, Tenya explained. Shouldn't you be training? Izuku asked as he closed the notebook. Okay, let's get back to work. I still have a rock to crack. Hitoshi and Tenya barely had time to get out of the way before Izuku and Kirishima were at it again. It was much the same as before. Izuku's punches did nothing and avoiding Kirishima's got gradually harder, until Izuku caught one of his extended arms and threw Kirishima over his shoulder on the ground. He was on top of the redhead in an instant, but couldn't do any more damage than before. He tried to just grab and restrain his opponent, but Kirishima smirked and pushed back, his hardened arms stronger than humanly possible without a strength quirk. Izuku tried to back off, but Kirishima had a hold of his wrists. Got you. You think so? Izuku responded and activated the dragon blade on both his arms, slowly starting with low heat. Smoke began rising from under Kirishima's hands. He was still stubbornly holding onto Izuku, but as Izuku upped the temperature, Kirishima's expression tensed. Finally, he let go with a small hiss. Izuku was on his feet 2 meters away before that was over. You were pretty good, and really tough with your quirk. I really can't seem to beat it with quirkless combat. He crouched again in a battle-ready stance, but this time with his blades lit and formed into shields on both arms. Heh, things are getting interesting then. Kirishima, back on his feet, responded and charged. Izuku again evaded the first few attacks, but then he blocked one with his flaming shields. Kirishima yanked his arm back before the heat had any chance of burning through his hardening, but the impact had already happened. Izuku got pushed back. His whole body shook while his arms felt numb. Well, at least you really aren't holding back for training. How should I put this? Kirishima scratched his head. Izuku raised his eyebrows. You are holding back? Well, yes. Don't take it the wrong way, Kirishima said quickly. You don't have any durability quirks. If I didn't hold back, a direct hit could kill you, or break bones at least. Izuku looked at Kirishima for a moment and then quickly walked past him, grabbing his arm with one hand, a notebook already on the other. He dragged Kirishima across the front yard to a large boulder poking out of the ground. Izuku pointed at it. Punch that, as hard as you can. Are you sure? I don't want to mess up your yard. Just do it. My notes aren't going to be any good if I can't estimate your real strength with your quirk. Okay, if you insist. You should stay back. Kirishima pulled one hardened arm back and then in wide swing threw a single massive punch. When his fist hit the surface of the boulder, the impact appeared almost like an explosion as the shattering of the stone on the surface launched small shrapnel and left behind a crater around Kirishima's arm. His fist sunk even deeper, and the boulder cracked in two well beyond it. Izuku whistled, impressed, as he rarely was while internally struggling to squash the urge to take Kirishima's quirk. Forget what I said before. My bones are glad you held back. I could say the same. I like my arms where they are. Izuku rubbed his chin, quiet for a moment, and smirked. This isn't really developing our skills. Want to try a no quirks round? You shouldn't rely on yours stopping every attack. Bring it on. To be fair to Kirishima, even without his quirk, he gave a surprising amount of challenge to Izuku. Over multiple rounds of sparring, unable to take hits like before but also not restricted by his quirk, his style changed to a more mobile and agile one, making him harder to hit. It didn't save him from multiple meetings with the grass, though. His quirk might have been hard to crack, but in quirkless combat Izuku was still ahead. They kept going round after round until both were laying on the ground full of bruises and breathing hard, wide smiles on both of their faces. Hitoshi came to stand next to Izuku and looked down toward him for a moment. Then he glanced at Kirishima and turned to face nearby Tenya. Seems we chose the right one. I believe so, Tenya responded. I just wish one of them at least had the common sense to stop before going too far. So, Hitoshi started. Lunch? Yes, please, Izuku said, not getting up. We'll get things ready, Hitoshi said and turned to leave. As soon as he started walking, Izuku noticed a slight limp in his step. Izuku pushed himself up to a half-laying position supported by his arms. Is your leg okay? Good enough, Hitoshi stopped to respond. Unlike you two, Tenya has some restraint. I think my back is still sensitive from yesterday despite Recovery Girl's treatment. Started acting out while we trained. I'll go see her again on Monday. Don't wait for that if it gets any worse. I got good doctors and quirk healers on speed dial. I know, Hitoshi said as he kept walking. I've met them all already. I'd ask why, Kirishima started. But after the last couple of hours, I think I understand. Midoriya doesn't mess around with training. If we hadn't taken our training seriously, some, or all of us, would have died yesterday, Izuku said. I don't want anyone here getting hurt, but I'd rather send you to a doctor than a morgue. I guess that makes sense. Being a hero can be dangerous. Depends on if you are worth the title. If you want to call yourself a hero, you need to be willing to get hurt or killed so others don't. Some heroes only fight when they are confident of victory and can claim glory with minimal risk. You really think so? I know it. I've suffered for it. Suffered how? Izuku almost responded but choked up. Without another word, he got up and went after Hitoshi. That topic is something he won't easily talk about, Tenya told Kirishima quietly behind Izuku. Please don't try to ask about it. He will likely open up about some things if he ever feels he can trust you unconditionally, but not before. Just remember that if it ever happens, that will be the day he will need your support the most. Izuku looked back over his shoulder. Tenya, Izuku said louder than needed, making his larger friend flinch. Are you two coming? Of course. When they got inside, Hitoshi was already bringing the chicken salad to the table. They couldn't eat anything too heavy before the afternoon training, so protein shakes would keep them going until the evening. They had just finished with lunch when the doorbell rang. Izuku, of course, tensed right away. The only people who had any business to visit and enter through the door were already there. I assume you aren't expecting anyone, Tenya said.
No.
Izuku got up from where he had been sitting and headed to the door. The trio of his guests followed but stayed further back, just curious. Even as Izuku reached to open the door, his other hand was tense and ready to ignite the dragon blade. He came closer to do so than he should have as he saw the familiar man with a long jacket. Detective. He paused just in time to look like he didn't have everything of the man memorized, while also grasping at the calm mind. Tsukachi, I thought you were supposed to interview us next week. Yes, about the USJ incident. However, something else has come up. May I come in? Izuku stayed quiet for a few seconds, wondering if he had any valid excuse to not allow the man inside. Besides being on the other side, he didn't exactly have a reason to hate the man like with all might. Yes, of course. He stepped out of the way to let the man in. It didn't take long for the perceptive detective to notice the others. I see you have company. I apologize if I interrupted anything. Don't worry about it, Izuku said as he followed the man inside. We were just having a lunch break from training. So, what made you come here? Right. What was your last contact with Katsuki Bakugo? And there went any positivity Izuku's quests had managed to cultivate over the morning. His expression fell into an empty stare. On Tuesday, when leaving school, as he and his mother finally realized his actions were going to have actual consequences. And you haven't heard of him since? Thankfully not. Why are you suddenly asking about the walking bomb threat? Midoriya, he has gone missing. No one has seen him since yesterday evening. His mother is afraid of what might have happened. Izuku looked at the man for several seconds, then the floor, and eventually his friends. I doubt anything has happened to him. Most of the time, he is the most dangerous person present. If he has gone missing, that means he never accepted his own responsibility for what is happening. In the best case, he is just trying to escape, but knowing him, he will blame others and might seek revenge. Considering his earlier crimes, I hope you treat this as chasing an escaped suspect, not a missing person. I am aware of your plans to pursue charges, but until evidence is presented to the police, we are approaching this as a teenager gone missing. If you know anything that might help, any place he might have gone to? No, Izuku said and turned away from the man. For most of my life, I've tried to avoid him and have been very successful at that for the past year. So no, I don't know where he likes to hide out. Izuku paused. You should keep an eye on Hitoshi's and Tenya's houses. If Bakugo decides he wants revenge, he'll come after me. Then we should stake out this house, Tsukachi said. No need to. It has more security than you think, and if Bakugo comes here, Izuku faced Tsukachi again with a cold stare. I have to face him myself. The real problem is that he might try to get to me through them. Izuku nodded towards Tenya and Hitoshi. He's already threatened them for no other reason than being my friends, and because he hates Toshi's quirk almost as much as my own. If that is really a possibility, I can request some monitoring, but that would include all of you, and there is a limit on what I can do on your word alone. Do you have any evidence of the threat? That specific threat? No. Bakugo destroyed all of the cameras before making it, but I can relay you the material about his tendency for violence we are preparing to use in court. Actually, never mind. I'll get some security myself. The detective looked at Izuku for a few seconds, and then put his hand on Izuku's shoulder, probably thinking Izuku didn't realize his finger was discreetly touching skin on the side of his neck. Izuku held onto the calm mind he had already been using and let the quirk slowly take over more. If you were really that worried, I should talk with your parents. Are they home? At least he didn't realize. Izuku knew the man had investigated him. That meant Izuku was another step ahead.
No.
My father works abroad. Probably just went asleep. My mother is dead. The calm mind barely kept Izuku's voice steady. I live alone, when I don't have friends over.
I'm sorry.
I don't need your sorry. Just find the walking bomb factory before something explodes. Izuku slapped Tsukachi's hand away from his shoulder, hoping he had managed to hide his lies. We will do our best. If you remember or hear anything about him, please contact me, and please relay my number to your father, Tsukachi said, offering a business card. Izuku snatched it from his hand without any customary politeness and without touching the man's fingers. Do you need anything else? We need to get back to training, now even more than before. No, not on this matter. We will keep looking for Bakugo and look into the possibility he might pose a threat. You know the charges I'm pressing include attempted murder? Izuku asked. Tsukachi rubbed his forehead.
I'm aware.
I will be in contact as needed, and please ask your father to contact me. Izuku gave barely a noticeable nod and escorted the man out. He drew a deep breath as soon as the door clicked closed. Are you okay? Hitoshi asked. Izuku hadn't even noticed him approaching.
I'm worried.
I didn't expect Bakugo to disappear. Now I can't tell what he is going to do. Izuku, Hitoshi said more forcefully. You just talked about your mother with a stranger and didn't as much as stutter. And there was another danger of calm mind. Izuku looked down, hiding his expression. I didn't want to. I was more focused on what Bakugo might do. To us, Hitoshi added. It wasn't a question. I know how you feel about all this, Tenya said, but you should remember he is a police officer when talking with him. We have bigger things to worry about than my politeness, Izuku said, looking at Tenya. How's the security at your house? You don't need to worry about me. My family recognizes that being heroes makes us targets. How about? Izuku turned to look at Hitoshi. I have a lock on my door. Izuku looked at him for a few seconds. Everyone here could destroy your door in a few seconds at most. Need to get something better by Monday. I won't even bother trying to refuse. Good. Let's get back to training. It is our best security. Izuku brought his arm over Hitoshi's shoulder and strolled back deeper inside the house where Kirishima was waiting. Izuku didn't take long to meet his stare. Do you really think Bakugo could be that dangerous? Yes. Didn't he hit you with an explosion on Monday? Well, there was that one when I woke him up from the brainwashing, but that was just a little puff. For you maybe. Izuku stopped and detached from Hitoshi to stand straight facing Kirishima. You hardened back then, didn't you? Well, yeah. It's basically an instinct in a situation like that. And you wouldn't call that explosion a little puff without that instinct. If you want to be a hero that protects others, you can't think about things based on how much they would hurt you. That puff could have at the very least burnt skin or even blinded someone else, probably worse. Kirishima opened his mouth to respond, closed it, and looked down thoughtful. Slowly, Izuku could see a bit of shame appear in his expression. I didn't think about it that way. No, you didn't. That's why you are going to practice using your brain in a fight for the afternoon. You are going to train with Toshi while I work with Tinya, and afterwards you are going to do 10 push-ups for every time he manages to brainwash you. If you want dinner, that is. Kirishima smiled. Is that supposed to be a threat? I'll do 20. You are supposed to avoid getting brainwashed. Oh, right. Izuku shook his head. Let's get going. Where? Kirishima asked. To a beach. Tinya and I can't do our next training here. You brought a swimming suit like I asked? Yes. I was wondering why. Don't forget the papers, Tinya added. Izuku took the written permission from a private beach club, and the same legal papers he carried while they trained for the entrance exams. Kirishima looked around as they stepped through the gate of the beach club, a large wooden building looking over the beach with a massive terrace as long as the building. Oh, this place. My parents like to come here during summer. Do they really let us train here? Oh, Midoriya-san. An older man in a fancy suit approached. I am happy to see you here again, and with more friends than before I see. I'm sorry, I feel I have seen you before, but this is Kirishima. He is our classmate who joined us for weekend training. Ah, young Kirishima. I didn't recognize you with the new hair color. The man focused back on Izuku. We have restricted your area of the beach. The dinner will be ready at the same time as before. Please let me know if you need anything else. So, I guess they do let us train here. They do. My father owns this place, Izuku said. Except you two are going to train in the water. The water resistance makes moving around a bit more difficult that way, and you don't need to worry about throwing each other around. You mean Kirishima tossing me around? Either he drinks seawater by the end of the day, and not because of brainwashing, or you will join him in doing push-ups. We can have a competition. Kirishima smirked without the least concern about Izuku's threats, and Izuku found it difficult not to feel happy to have the redhead around as they passed a restaurant and headed to the dressing rooms. As soon as Izuku got his shirt off, he reached to feel the lumps that were his new jet quirk. He wasn't used to them and could barely avoid being constantly distracted by the foreign sensations. Now he had to train using them without breaking his bones like the previous evening. There weren't too many people on the beach that early in the spring, despite the day being relatively warm for the time. At least warm enough to be comfortable, though even Kirishima's smile briefly wavered as soon as he stepped into the water. Izuku stood just beyond the waterline next to Tinya, who was describing how he felt his engines and controlled their power, with some extra tips from his hero brother Ingenium. Izuku had already figured out how to activate the quirk, but controlling it, let alone his movement, was a whole different matter. The slits in his back opened and started blasting out air, a little too much of it. Izuku's feet left the ground, and he was already well over the water before he managed to lean back enough to halt his forward momentum. After almost falling on his back, he spread his arms, dipped his foot in the water, and managed to balance himself upright, kind of hovering over the water. Good. Now focus on keeping the output stable as you try to move, Tinya called out behind him. Izuku did his best, but as he leaned forward, he moved a little too fast, tried to change direction, accidentally changed the power output of the quirk, and landed face first in the water, almost exactly at the same time as Hitoshi a few meters away. Hitoshi got up, spitting seawater, and glanced at Izuku. Nice to see you on your face for once. Don't get used to it, Izuku responded, and his jets flared. Let me have this. Usually it's you who makes people eat dirt. Mostly me. At least it was premium dirt at a central location, Izuku said and softly elbowed Hitoshi's side. And this is premium seawater at an expensive beach club, Hitoshi shot back, splashing water on Izuku. So go and make Kirishima drink some, Izuku responded. But that made Hitoshi's smile disappear. Izuku put his hand on Hitoshi's shoulder. I know he's strong, especially after fighting him all morning, but you can't let that make you doubt yourself. Doing so will just make you hesitate and do worse. Even when he is using his quirk, just remember you can also do things that he can't, even if they aren't physical. I guess, though my arms are already hurting from thinking about all the push-ups. That means they work, but how about this? If I slam into the water more times than you, I'll join you in doing the push-ups. Deal. All 4 of them were still doing push-ups when the sun went down. Tenya joined the other 3 just because he felt wrong not doing it with them. Chapter 30. A face-to-face chat. On Monday, Izuku was already in the classroom with Hitoshi and Tenya when Kirishima walked in, rotating and stretching his arm. There was still a bruise on his cheek from the weekend. "Hey Kirishima," Kaminari said. "What happened to you? I didn't think you could bruise." "You mean this?" Kirishima asked, smiling and poking his cheek, flinching as he did so. "Had some quirkless spars with Midoriya over the weekend. He's hardcore when it comes to training." "Oh right, you mentioned planning to do that. I couldn't even think about training over the weekend after what happened. At least you still have your quirk, right?" Ojiro interrupted. "Wadash." Kirishima got caught off guard, confused. Hitoshi tilted his head to stare at Ojiro. "Do you have a problem with Izuku? Or are you just trying to be annoying for no reason?" "Of course," Ojiro started saying, turning around to face him. In an instant he froze still and fell silent. "Toshi?" Izuku asked. "I didn't do anything. He's just too afraid to talk." "It would be too much to ask to have a whole class of decent people," Izuku said. "At least so far there have been more than I expected." Ojiro frowned. "At least I don't depend on stealing from others." "Depend?" Hitoshi responded before Izuku could say something rude. "I think Kirishima's bruise might disagree. Yeah, he hooped my ass without quirks." Ojiro stared at them for a moment, huffed, and turned to face forward. "What a great way to start a week after almost dying, Jiro," a dark-haired girl said while playing with one of the headphone jacks hanging from her ears. "Anyone got anything else to say?" "Well," a voice came from seemingly an empty flying set of clothes that was their invisible classmate Hagakure. "Did you watch the news last night? Did you see how everyone in class was on screen for a second? Though I bet no one noticed me hanging in the background." Of course she was interested in getting attention from the media. Then again, being invisible had to have some effect on that desire, and she was trying to cheer everyone up so Izuku wasn't ready to condemn her for that yet. Unfortunately, discussion after that moved to people gawking at all might strength. It was bad enough as things were, but now Izuku would actually have to talk with the man. Trying to distract himself from the others' discussion, Izuku happened to meet the gaze of Shoto Todoroki, the son of the number 2 hero. He looked away as soon as Izuku noticed him staring. Todoroki had been even more unsocial than himself, and it was difficult to know what he might have been thinking. Todoroki's quirk was interesting, but that was just another example of what he had been handed to in this world that worshipped people just like him. After witnessing his fight against Hitoshi and Ojiro, the one thing Izuku was sure of was that he should keep his guard up around the strangely two-faced classmate. At least Todoroki wasn't loudly declaring his presumed superiority like Bakugo. Also, how had his eye survived unharmed with such a wide burn and permanent damage all around it? The large clock on the classroom wall clicked forward to the next minute, and something poked Izuku's shoulder. "Izuku," Tenya whispered. "It is time for the class to begin. You should make sure that everyone is already in their seats," Izuku said, "and the teacher isn't even here yet." "Hey Tsu," the pink girl Ishido said to the girl behind her. "So who do you think is going to teach class today?"
No idea.
"Mr. Aizawa is still in the hospital recovering from his injuries." Hearing them talk, Izuku realized he hadn't even thought about that. He had gotten so used to injuries just disappearing he hadn't considered their teacher wouldn't be around after the battle. Great job failing to follow his own advice. Part of him felt sorry for the man like he had never felt for a teacher, other than Kurogiri, that is. The door opened, revealing Aizawa. He could only be recognized from his clothes and hair since every bit of skin was covered in bandages to the point it was unclear if he could even see anything. Also, the tired voice was unmistakably that of Aizawa. "Good morning, class." The reactions from the class were unsurprising gasps of surprise with a louder, overly formal statement of relief from Tenya. "Are you really in any condition to teach a class?" Izuku asked as soon as things quieted down a bit. My well-being is irrelevant, Aizawa responded. Izuku wasn't sure if he should respect the man's work ethic or call him an idiot for endangering his recovery, so he didn't say anything more as Aizawa continued. What's more important is that your fight isn't over yet. Izuku kept looking at the man, expecting he'd say something about addressing Friday's events, but most of the class expressed several nervous questions. The UA Sports Festival is about to start. That statement made the atmosphere in the room make a full 180-degree turn to loud excitement, except for Izuku, who frowned. At least some students expressed concern over security after their ears recovered from Kirishima's exited shout. Aizawa's response was more of an explanation for the massively popular sports event than an answer, but eventually he got to the importance of the event for students to get noticed for career opportunities. Izuku didn't really care about that, but he saw the glint in Hitoshi's eyes as Hitoshi turned his head and Izuku couldn't help but smile. Now that you have gotten excited, Aizawa spoke ominously. The whole class went quiet in an instant. We can talk about the more serious matter. Last Friday, everyone here came close to being killed. At least Aizawa wasn't just going to ignore it. Izuku hadn't had high expectations for any school since elementary school started. But what kind of high school would just ignore possible consequences of having an entire class almost getting killed by an army of villains? I am glad to see you so energetic today, and will not force you to talk about the events here, but everyone will have to meet with the school counselor during this week to discuss how the events might affect you. This is mandatory. I don't want to hear any excuses or claims that you can handle it. It is not talked about much publicly, but essentially every pro hero worth the title gets counseling in some form at least occasionally. If you know a pro hero who retired early and the cause wasn't an obvious physical injury, there is a 50% chance the reason was mental health related. Unlike with everything else that had been said in the class that morning, the only response to Aizawa's statement was a deep silence. You can also come look for me in the teacher's lounge after school if you want to have a one-to-one talk. Unfortunately, I must also ask you to be interviewed with a detective from the police force concerning the attack. I have a list of appointment times for both the counselor and detective here. Midoriya, have everyone pick a time before the next class. He dropped the papers from between his plastered arms on the teacher's desk and looked at the class for a long moment as if to say something more. Class dismissed. He left the room. Izuku got up as soon as the door closed. Well, let's get this done. Toshi, if anyone tries to leave without getting their times booked, brainwash them. We need guinea pigs to test how far your control goes. If that is what the class rep orders. Good. Start by picking your times, then guard the door, Izuku said and walked to the front of the class. For the rest of you, it's first come first pick. If you don't want to miss hero training, better get in line quickle dash. When he looked up at the class, he saw there was already a line. Well, a mix of line and mess in front of him, with Tenya at the front. The job was quickly done, but Hitoshi didn't get any new guinea pigs despite guarding the door the whole time. Maybe next time, Izuku said as he left the room last with Hitoshi and Tenya. Hitoshi smirked. Already tired of being the volunteer? No, I've told you. It is really relaxing, though I guess that makes me tired in a way. The morning went by relatively calmly. The most unusual part was almost everyone they passed was talking about Friday's events. After the last class before lunch, a handful of Izuku's classmates had gathered right outside the classroom. One of the girls, Uraraka, was loudly declaring how they would do their best, looking like a completely different person from how she had behaved previously. You are truly enthusiastic about becoming a hero, Tenya commented. Uraraka's expression softened a bit, and she smiled. Thank you for saying that. So why do you want to be a hero? Izuku asked, and not in a being exited to share reasons way. He spoke in the give the right answer or be judged tone. Well, Uraraka started. To tell the truth, it's because of the money. Oh, Izuku's expression dropped. For some reason, he actually had had some hope about her before, but with that answer, he kept walking without another word. At least he tried to. He didn't get far. Ha 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 ha. The familiar obnoxious laugh made Izuku freeze stiff. All Might appeared from an adjacent hallway. Young Midoriya is here. All Might, Izuku gasped and his eyes narrowed. What do you want? The oversized man held up a comically small-looking lunchbox. At least he wasn't shouting anymore. Lunch. Would you eat with me? Izuku's first instinct was to tell the man to go die, but he needed information from the so-called hero, and he knew why the man was asking him. Hitoshi didn't, and had discreetly grabbed Izuku's arm. We are going to get food from the cafeteria. I guess I can't tell you to not come there. Actually, All Might said, clearly taken off guard. We need to have a talk alone. Izuku struggled to bottle up the anger, and disgust the mere thought made him feel. All Might, Tenya spoke. That isn't a good idea. By now you should. Tenya, Izuku said, and pulled his arm from Hitoshi's hold to face the duo. He drew a deep breath. It's okay. There is something he needs to get done, and he won't leave me alone before he does it. Hitoshi stared at him for a long moment. Does he know she was? Hitoshi pressed his lips together to not say too much. Yes, but there is also another thing. Izuku paused for a long moment. I won't promise that both of us come out alive, but reserve a seat for me. Okay, Hitoshi said. Call us if you need to. Izuku nodded and turned towards All Might. Show the way and make this quick. Good, All Might said after a short silence. There is a room in the teacher's lounge we can talk in privately. He gestured Izuku to follow and turned his back. It was such an attractive target to stab, but that wasn't enough anymore, and having seen the man's power, it couldn't have been that easy. All Might led him to a small quiet room with some couches and a low table. He gestured for Izuku to sit on a chair opposite the sofa All Might himself sat on with an audible sigh. Izuku looked around, scanning the room and identifying all possible exits. So, it is safe to talk here? He asked in an emotionless tone. Yes, no one will hear or see us here. All Might responded while Izuku's finger tapped his fancy wristwatch, the one he had gotten from his father. He could barely sit still, being essentially trapped in the room with the man he hated the most in this world, other than the sludge villain that killed his mother, that is. Better tear the band-aid off quickly. So, are you going to stop pretending? We both know that isn't how you really look, and I'm guessing it puts some kind of strain on you. Otherwise, you would not have changed at the USJ. All Might sighed. You are right. There was a literal puff of smoke, and the oversized, inhumanly muscular All Might disappeared, leaving behind only a skeletal man who was barely taller than Izuku and looked like he could be blown over by a gust of wind. He actually looked like someone Izuku could have beaten in a fight even before his father's training. Even knowing the man was going to change, the difference was so jarring Izuku was left speechless, only able to stare. His brain was struggling to process what he was witnessing as it went against everything he had seen or been told by the entire world around him. How? He couldn't help asking despite already knowing the basics. His voice didn't even have the usual animosity towards the man. All Might opened his mouth as if to respond, but remained quiet, staring at Izuku, or perhaps his hair. He even closed his eyes and breathed in deep before speaking. The work of a hero is dangerous, even with my power. There was a fight 6 years ago that was especially bad. All Might reached for the bottom of his shirt and pulled it up on the left side. His left side was a single massive scar around a single point, as if a hole had been there. Izuku a year earlier would have jolted from shock and felt ill just from seeing the injury. But that had been a year ago. A villain did this to me, All Might continued. My respiratory system was nearly destroyed, and my stomach was removed. I've wasted away because of the aftereffects of those surgeries. I can only... He fell quiet and stared at Izuku again. My quirk is very powerful, but it requires a body capable of wielding that power, so now it takes a lot out of me. I have to pace myself completely differently than before. He was leaving something out, but how much could Izuku push questions without being suspicious? So, the #1 hero isn't so far above everyone else like he'd like us to think. I would not phrase it like that, but you aren't wrong. I have been able to thus far hide this from the public. The symbol of peace cannot be seen wavering. Why? Because you wouldn't fit the society that has been built to your image? Izuku snapped. Welcome to the club. All Might sighed. I see we have to clear some air before anything else. Listen, I know that. You failed to save my mother and were more interested in posing for the cameras like you had accomplished a great victory despite her corpse laying right next to you. More worried about the cameras than letting her family know what happened. Why bother telling them you failed to save her yourself when the police are just your lackeys? That time I made a mistake. It is important for people to see the symbol of peace, but I think I thought I had come just in time and didn't immediately understand she was gone, dead, killed while a bunch of heroes refused to even try to save her because it wasn't easy fame, and you were too busy basking in that fame to even check on her. It's not like. Don't bother pretending. You milk that fame just the same as almost all heroes and either don't understand or don't care about all the suffering you are not just standing on, but creating. What do you mean? Izuku huffed at the man's apparent ignorance. When one group of people are put on the pedestal above everyone else, everyone will inevitably be compared to that. If you have a quirk similar to top heroes, one that looks flashy and cool, just what you need to show off to cameras, everyone thinks you are going to have a great future. If not, well, the whole idea of heroes comes with the concept of villains. All Might kept looking at him without showing signs of understanding. If you aren't heroic, you are either useless or a villain, and a lot of the time your actual actions don't matter to that judgment. All Might's eyes widened in surprise or shock, and he opened his mouth, probably to say something stupid. Don't even try to deny it, or pretend you are any better. I've seen how you look at me since the first time we met. I know you have been investigating me since then. Couldn't accept someone having a quirk that didn't fit your idea of a hero? Or maybe you just don't want a power to exist that could take away yours. No, wait, it's not that. Well, not exactly. Izuku held back, guessing what was coming. Your quirk isn't as unique as you might think. There was one other person with the same power. It isn't called quirk transfer. The name of your quirk is All for One. Those 3 words were enough to completely throw All Might off balance. He was left staring, mouth hanging open. How do? Tinya and I had a history assignment on him. Good thing the people at Somei didn't know what my real quirk was. They would have reacted the same as you. After all, why bother with what kind of person someone is, or what they actually do when it's so easy to judge them on what they could potentially do? All Might's skeletal shoulders slumped and he looked down, acting like he was ashamed. I guess they would. I never thought. Doesn't seem to be your strong suit, Izuku responded and tapped into the calm mind to not forget why he was talking to the man in the first place. You shouldn't be a teacher if you can't help but compare your students to ancient villains. He wasn't some ancient villain. All for One might not have been much in the public eye since the current hero system was established, but he was still alive until recently. I don't know how. He probably got a life-extending quirk from someone, but he was still controlling most of the underworld when you were a child. He only died 6 years ago. I only killed him 6 years ago, or at least I thought I did. That, I didn't know, Izuku lied, hanging onto the calm mind to not show his emotions about All Might's statements. A few seconds later he raised his head. You thought you killed him? All Might sighed and stood up. He stepped next to the window to look outside. Clearly, he couldn't help but do unnecessary theatrics even when in his walking skeleton form. It was a brutal fight. It was when I got my injuries. By the end I had crushed his head and was barely alive myself. I was sure I had killed him, at least I was until last Friday. Now Izuku was genuinely interested in what the man had to say, and worried. Friday, the USJ? He said. That creature, the Nomu, it had multiple quirks. I fear All for One might have been involved in its creation, All Might stated. There are many mysteries about All for One and how it works, but one thing I know for sure is that normal people aren't meant to have many quirks, can't handle many quirks. All Might finally turned to face Izuku rather than the window, with an unspoken question in his eyes. Izuku diverted his gaze before responding. I have noticed there is a strain when I have gotten new quirks, but it goes away eventually. That's why I've never given anyone more than 1 quirk at a time. It is good you didn't. I have heard that when people were given more quirks than they could handle, it would overcome their conscious minds, leaving them in a mindless semi-conscious state, a bit like the Nomu. It seems it cannot think on its own or do anything without being ordered to. Cannot? Are you saying it survived the fight? Izuku said, exaggerating his surprise. Yes. Police found it in a forest some distance away. It was taken to the villain hospital for the moment, but the thing wasn't the least bit injured. Seems the only reason I won was because I separated it from the person giving it orders with that last punch. So it was that strong, Izuku said. Can you even keep something that powerful imprisoned? Sounds like the League of Villains could free it just by shouting orders through a window. That is a concern, but it is going to be transferred to Tartarus in a week or so that should be okay. If it survived my attack, there isn't anywhere else we could keep it. Izuku tried to shut up, but couldn't help himself having gotten what information he could. Did you intentionally aim it at a forest, or did you just get lucky that it didn't crash through a building or two? Did you ever even consider people around you while fighting? Midoriya, what made you think it was a good idea to throw that thing towards your students? I had to carry Toshi out of USJ, and he was lucky nothing worse happened. I guess I should have known, though. It's not like someone who can pose like a winner next to a corpse would care about a random student getting hurt. You probably think of him, too, as a potential villain, don't you? I bet you never expected to meet someone like him at UA, with how the school's entrance exam is built for heroic quirks. I did not make the most careful choices back then, but that fight was the hardest I have faced since All for One, and I had to hurry before my power failed to keep you and your friends safe. Izuku huffed and looked away from the man. It would be a cold day in hell when he needed All Might's help to keep his friends safe. Then an idea sparked in his head. If you have become too weak to protect those around you, maybe you should step aside and leave the whole symbol of peace thing to someone else. Even your quirk wouldn't need to go to waste. If it was to replace you, I could help by transferring it. All Might's eyes widened, and he seemed to forget to breathe. A few seconds later, he coughed blood on his hand. Thank you for your offer, but I still have things to do as a hero, and my quirk is very powerful and demanding. It would be dangerous to try to take or give it to someone else. As you want, but you better not fail people because you refuse to give up the fame. If you change your mind, find someone who is worthy. Being a teacher here should help. UA is biased, but someone here has to be worthy enough, even besides Toshi and Tenya. Izuku paused for a moment, genuinely thoughtful. Giving it to Tokoyami, Dark Shadow might be too dangerous if your quirk powers other quirks like your body, but Kirishima could probably split the Mount Fuji if your quirk and his could be combined. Yes, I am sure someone is. Many young heroes surely are. I am certain someone will continue my work. Better, I hope, Izuku said and got up. My friends are waiting for me. Did you have anything else you wanted to say? All Might opened his mouth. You don't want me to tell anyone about your condition? Izuku interrupted, followed by a long silence. Before All Might could speak, Izuku walked to the door. Then don't piss me off and never mention my mother again. He left the room and walked down the hall quickly to get some distance. Gradually, his steps slowed down until he stepped into a small side corridor. A quick glance confirmed he was alone. He released the calm mind and collapsed against the wall, grasping his shirt. He drew deep breath, trying to calm his nerves. Hearing approaching steps didn't help that. Izuku tensed and straightened his back, until Tenya and Hitoshi stepped around a corner. Tenya noticed him first. Seems you were right, he said, directing Hitoshi's attention to where Izuku was. They both walked to Izuku. You know you don't need to pretend like whatever happened didn't affect you, Hitoshi told Izuku, who relaxed and leaned on the wall again. Depends on who is around, Izuku responded quietly. No one else. So do you want to talk about it? Tenya asked. No, at least not right now. Can we assume that the big man is still alive? Hitoshi asked. Unfortunately. When you are ready, we should head to the cafeteria so as not to be late to the next lesson, and you need to sit down? Izuku looked at Tenya and breathed in deep. Okay. They headed towards the cafeteria with Tenya and Hitoshi flanking Izuku on both sides. They found an empty table and ate with just the three of them. As they got to class for afternoon hero classes, the trio was left surprisingly unharassed, although both Kirishima and Tokoyami glanced at Izuku as he settled down. Shoji had an extra eye on one of his hands on Izuku's side that disappeared as soon as Izuku turned to see it. At least Izuku could appreciate the day's lesson on laws as a part of the hero training more than most of his classmates, even if he wouldn't have agreed with all of the laws of the country. By the time Aizawa left at the end of the day, some peers, like Kirishima and Kaminari, were laying on their desks like they had been worked to exhaustion. Kirishima, Hitoshi said with a slight smirk. Don't tell me some books can defeat the manliest guy in the class. It's not the books, it's trying to remember everything in them. Kirishima groaned and raised his head from the desk. I guess there are negatives to having such a thick skin. Books don't get through any more than punches. Ha ha, Kirishima responded dryly and dragged himself up. If there is something all high school students have in common, it is that they are never too tired to leave school. If you plan to uphold the law as a hero, you should at least know what you are upholding, Izuku said as he finished closing his backpack. His voice was missing much of the judgmental sharpness such comments often came with. His attention soon moved elsewhere, distracted by a noise coming from outside the room. I wonder what is going on out there, Uraraka said as she headed to the door. Lot of people clearly, Izuku said as Uraraka reached the door. Izuku was proven correct when a large crowd was revealed, the people at the front barely holding back from being pushed into the class by the pressure of the crowd. Izuku stopped, still next to his desk, unwilling to get any closer to the crowd. What's going on? Uraraka stuttered, staring at the people gathered outside their classroom, looking in at them. What business do you all have with Class A? Tenya questioned the crowd. Either news about Friday got to the rest of the school and they're worried for us, Hitoshi said, or they realize the sports festival is approaching and want to check out the competition. Of course, the whole event pretty much focuses on the Hero Corps students, Izuku said. Not just that, Hitoshi added. People are sometimes allowed to transfer to the Hero Course, and making an impression at the first sports festival is pretty much the only serious opportunity to do so. Of course, normally there is the issue of the course having only space for a limited number of people, but with Bakugo getting kicked out there is an open seat, Izuku finished and glanced at Hitoshi. How do you know transfer opportunities so well? We both know how my chances at the entrance exam were. Even with your training, the sports festival always seemed like the more likely way in. If things were just a little different, I might be right there testing how easy it is to provoke you into responding to my words. Haha, so this is the famous Class 1A. Not impressed. A new student had gotten through the crowd to stand in front of the doorway. A single glance at his arrogant glee was enough for Izuku to classify him in the group of people he didn't like. Shouldn't there be more of you? Oh, right, the crazy got kicked out. Did you hear? Someone in class, it was so insane he didn't even last 1 week without being expelled. Izuku mentally reclassified the student as loud and annoying, but not the worst. At this rate you'll run out of students before the sports festival. Maybe then the rest of us can get to school without being harassed by those reporters. Surely they're going to show up again now that the mighty 1A has fought actual villains. I hope anyone isn't hoping to get noticed at the sports festival. They are going to steal all of the attention with that. He got some annoyed rumbling from people behind him. Izuku wasn't sure how to feel about him anyway. It was getting difficult to keep track of what he was saying. Well, that isn't going to happen. We might not have reporters running after us yet, but just wait. Class 1B will. A hand swung from behind him and chopped the loud one's neck with great precision. The loud one collapsed immediately and was caught by the collar of his shirt. A smiling girl with long orange hair was revealed as the loud blonde fell out of the way. Hey, my name is Itsuka Kendo. Nice to meet you. Sorry about Monoma. He can get a bit overexcited about some things. Monoma? Izuku blinked as the name registered in his mind. Well, we'll be off before he gets going again. Wait, Izuku said and stepped forward, much to Hitoshi's and Tenya's surprise. Did you call him Monoma? Yes. Kendo responded and left behind an unspoken question. Izuku Midoriya. Izuku introduced himself and fell quiet for a moment before continuing. Is he the one who can copy quirks? Huh. The question caught Kendo by surprise, but soon her eyes narrowed. So she wasn't just a careless fool. How do you know that, and why would it matter? Recovery Girl mentioned it when talking about my quirk. Izuku paused and hesitated, looking at all the people around her. Soon he could sense two presences behind him, hovering there as silent support. I have the quirk transfer quirk, the one those reporters called the quirk stealer. Those words invoked the expected gasps and whispers from the crowd, which suddenly moved a few arms reaches further away, except Kendo, who still stood in the same place, perhaps a bit tenser. Izuku bit his teeth together from the familiar reaction, barely noticing the new sets of steps that approached from behind and joined the previous two. Soon a large shadow rose over him, literally. Dark Shadow reached over Izuku and looked at the crowd that got a little further away. He saved Fumi, and we haven't gotten him the house yet, so back off. Oh, wait, you already did. So, step closer? Dark Shadow, get back here. Izuku had to resist chuckling at the sentient quirk's antics now that it didn't want him dead anymore, but he couldn't stop a smile from getting on his face. I believe you were talking about this guy, Hitoshi said, pointing at Monoma, followed by a light elbow to Izuku's side. I haven't seen you that interested in anyone before. I heard he can copy quirks. I wanted to see if we could use our quirks together. What? Hitoshi asked. I see, Tenya interrupted. If you can take the copied quirk, you could have people's quirks without actually taking the original. Together you could have and give away an unlimited number of quirks. Maybe, Izuku said. I have never encountered a copying quirk, and I don't know how his works. That's... Kendo started. Ha, Monoma said, almost sitting on the floor hanging by Kendo's grasp of his shirt. So even Class A's mighty quirk stealer needs help from Class B. Are one of quirks really that pitiful you need to come after us, Aurea, Dysprosium? Monoma fell quiet as he met Izuku's stare. It mainly carried a mix of tiredness and annoyance, but it was a stare from someone trained to kill. They have fine quirks, but some of them might be worthy of keeping those quirks. So far I can't say the same about you. Izuku, Tenya sighed. If I hadn't already seen how well UA's admission process works, I would ask how someone with your attitude got in, Hitoshi said to Monoma. Oh, and if you call Izuku a quirk stealer again, I will brainwash you with my quirk and make you walk into the cafeteria naked during the lunch hour. Hitoshi, Tenya said louder. What am I going to do with you too? That sounds fun. Can I watch? Dark Shadow. Monoma's eyes darted between each of them with growing concern covering up the annoying arrogance. It was more satisfying but didn't really help Izuku get what he wanted. Now it was his turn to sigh as he held the back of his neck in the gesture he had picked up from Hitoshi. I'm not going to play your hate the other class game, he said. Your actions matter more than the letter in your class name. If you want to be an actual hero, you should seek to know the limits and potential of your quirk. It could be the difference between life and death, especially for the people around you. You know where to find me when you are ready to learn more about your quirk. Izuku stepped forward and past Monoma, who was still sitting on the floor. The remaining crowd parted from his way, keeping out of arm's reach. A few steps followed him before stopping. But naked, and I'll make sure someone has a camera ready, Hitoshi said before catching up with Izuku. I'm sorry for them, Tenya spoke as the two were getting further away. But you really shouldn't treat him like that. None of us choose our quirk. Well, I mean the ones we are born with. Of course, in his case I thought he was bad too, but he's okay. Come on, Dark Shadow. So, Izuku said to Hitoshi, who was now next to him. You are now threatening people with your quirk? Hey, you aren't exactly in a position to complain. How many people have you threatened? Or broken the chin of for my sake? I'm just thinking back to when I had to convince you to even show us how it works. I'm glad to see how far you've come. Oh, I hope I didn't get into trouble with that, though. After everything else they have failed to stop, you better not, Izuku said. By the way, I booked my interview with the detective to start in a moment, so you and Tenya need to wait a bit if you want to ride. That's fine. With Tenya around, we'll probably get our homework done before you finish.